Game of Thrones. I have a Wolverine template Chapter 1. New beginning. Third POV. In the shadowy depths of a narrow alley in Lanisport, the faint sound of a child sobbing echoed off the grimy stone walls. A young girl, no more than 10 name days old, cradled the bloodied and broken body of a boy who looked to be around 12. His name was Richard, an orphan like her, his small frame battered and bruised from head to toe. Most alarming were the deep gashes on his head, still seeping blood. The girl, Allison, had black hair, blue eyes, and a young face. Her tiny hands, smeared with his blood, shook him desperately. Her voice trembled with fear and sorrow as she cried, "Please, Richard, wake up. I can't live without you. Please, Richard." Her pleas went unanswered as Richard's body lay motionless and lifeless in her arms. To Allison, Richard was the only light in her godforsaken world. For as long as she could remember, they had been inseparable. Richard had always been her protector, tirelessly scavenging and finding food for her amid the harsh streets of Lanisport. Allison couldn't fathom life without him. The thought of starvation loomed ominously, casting a grim shadow over her mind. She knew all too well the fate that awaited girls who lacked protection. Many were forced to sell themselves in exchange for safety and sustenance. Yet, Allison refused to entertain such a notion. As a little girl navigating the unforgiving streets, every scenario she envisioned without Richard led to a dark and hopeless end. Allison's tears streamed down her cheeks, her sobs filling the alley until exhaustion took her voice. Her eyes, swollen and blurred from crying, barely registered the scene before her. Unbeknownst to her, something miraculous was unfolding. Richard's wounds, the deep gashes and dark bruises, were mending themselves at an unnatural pace. Skin stitched itself back together, and the color returned to his pale cheeks. Allison, wiping her tear-filled eyes, was slow to realize what was happening. But then she felt it. A slight movement, the faint rise and fall of Richard's chest. She froze, hope and fear warring within her, and looked down to see his once grievous injuries now completely healed. Shock and terror gripped her heart. This scene was unfamiliar to her. Moments later, Richard's eyes fluttered open. Allison, relief overwhelming her fear, threw her arms around him, clutching him tightly. In that moment, she cared not for the how or why of his miraculous recovery. All that mattered was that Richard was alive, and for now, that was enough. Richard's POV. My name is Richard. I'm 12 names day old, and for as long as I can remember, I've been an orphan. I have no idea who my parents were, no memory of them at all. But one thing is certain. They must have had blonde hair and green eyes. These are the only features I know for sure, the only legacy they left me. My tale begins in Lanisport. I was born in the year 260 AC. Born into obscurity, I was left at the orphanage as a mere babe. For 8 long years, I endured the harsh treatment of those who ran the place before I could bear it no longer. The truth of the orphanage was a somber one. The young girls, mere teens, faced mistreatment by those who were meant to care for them. Some were sent away under mysterious circumstances. The boys fared no better, enduring punishment and meager rations. Upon learning of their plight, I made my decision. Enough was enough. I fled the orphanage. As I made my escape, a young girl by the name of Allison witnessed my departure and followed. She was but a child, innocent and pure, and I could not bear to see her suffer the same fate as the others. Together, at the tender ages of 8 and 6, Allison and I took to the unforgiving streets of Lanisport. Survival demanded harsh measures, and I delved into the world of petty theft, stealing from food stalls, picking pockets, doing whatever was necessary to put food in our bellies. Though I faced failure on occasion, I always managed to slip away, evading capture and providing for Allison and myself. On my 11th name day, I was approached by a pair of middle-aged ruffians who saw potential in me. Naively, I believed they were my allies at first, but as things went on I found out that I was nothing but a tool to get them rich. I accepted the fact that they offered protection in exchange for my skills as a street urchin, a deal I was willing to accept. Little did I know the true cost of their protection. Failure incurred stern reprimands, leaving me disheartened and battered. Though I escaped physical scars, my heart bore the weight of many bruises inflicted by their harsh treatment. I endured it all, knowing that Allison's safety was paramount, or so I thought. On the eve of my 12th name day, as I plied my trade in the bustling streets, the city guards discovered me. Though I managed to evade capture, I intentionally led them straight to the hideout of the ruffians. This was a deliberate move on my part. Weeks prior to this, the ruffians had made dire threats against Allison, using her safety as leverage to ensure I met their demands. They warned of harm or even the possibility of selling her off if I failed to meet their quotas. That was a line I could not allow them to cross, for I could not bear to see harm come to Allison. After that, I refused to continue doing their bidding. Thus, I began to craft a plan to bring them down. The plan was straightforward. Get caught in the act of pickpocketing, linger long enough for the guards to be alerted, and then run away and lead the guards to the ruffians' hideout. I knew that illegal activities were rampant in the ruffian hideout, and the guards would know what to do. The plan worked. The guards descended upon the hideout, capturing many of the ruffians. Some managed to flee, but I knew I could not escape my fate. I hurried back to our own hideout, a dim alley strewn with refuse. As I returned, Allison greeted me with excitement, cooking up dinner for the both of us. I rushed to her and instructed her to hide because I was in grave danger. She obeyed, disappearing beneath a mound of trash and rubble. I knew my time had come. While the guards were busy capturing the ruffians, their leader, Roderick, managed to escape. He spotted me as I was leaving the scene, his face contorted with rage. Knowing that I was found out, I accepted my fate and waited. I knew he and his goons would come for revenge. Just like that, moments later, the ruffians caught up with me, and my story came to a close. They beat me relentlessly and tried to break my spirit. The amount of pain and suffering I felt was overwhelming. But I didn't give them the satisfaction of hearing me cry out. I remained silent throughout. The ordeal seemed to last an eternity, but it finally ended when one of them struck me on the head, and darkness claimed me. When I died, I found myself in a dark place where my soul intertwined with another. Suddenly, my soul and the other began to fight for dominance. I didn't understand what was happening, but as I felt the other soul striving to win, I began to lose consciousness. It was then I realized I needed to prevail. If I didn't, I had a foreboding sense that I would lose my own soul, consumed by the other, serving only its desires. With sheer determination, I battled for dominance against the other soul. Ultimately, I emerged victorious. In an instant, I gained the memories of the other soul. The other soul belonged to a man named John Falcon, a gluttonous individual who indulged in excess. Until his untimely demise, I was repulsed by the way he lived his life. Not only was he overly indulgent, but he also had a disturbing porn addiction and wild sexual fantasies that made me shiver to my core. I'm relieved that he doesn't have control over my thoughts because I wouldn't want to think and act like him. From his memories, I learned that my world was both a TV show and a book series. Additionally, this rotund fellow encountered a god who bestowed upon him the abilities of Wolverine. The world I inhabit is known as A Song of Ice and Fire, in the books, and Game of Thrones, in the TV show. While they are essentially the same, there are subtle and big differences between the two versions. As for which one I am in, I have no way of knowing for certain. Delving into his memories, I discovered who this Wolverine was. He was a character from Marvel comic books and movies. Wolverine possessed an extraordinary healing factor, rendering him nearly unkillable. His skeleton was reinforced with adamantium, granting him razor-sharp claws and unparalleled durability. In addition to his physical enhancements, Wolverine was a master of hand-to-hand combat, boasting superhuman strength, stamina, speed, agility, reflexes, and heightened senses. If I had my body right now, my mouth would be watering. These abilities were absolutely tantalizing. Now that the soul binding is complete, and from what I can remember of his conversation with God, I should be ready to assimilate back into my body. Just as I thought this, a white light appeared, and I immediately headed in that direction because I knew I would see Allison again. Third POV Richard, who had returned from the dead, slowly opened his eyes. As his vision cleared, he felt Allison's desperate embrace. Thank you for being alive," Allison cried hysterically. Richard, feeling her embrace and warmth, gave a faint smile and hugged her back. The sky above was dark. It must have been a few hours since his death and until he regained consciousness. Before he died, it had been afternoon, but now the sun was setting, signaling evening's approach. "I'm fine now, I'm fine," Richard reassured, patting Allison's back gently. "I will never let this happen again. Please, stop crying." After a moment, Allison released her embrace and smiled, her tears drying. All right, I won't cry, she said. Richard rose to his feet and extended his hand to Allison. Now then, let's eat before it gets dark. Allison nodded, but as Richard surveyed their surroundings, he noticed the destruction. The food Allison had been cooking was ruined, the ruffian who had attacked him had also wrecked the food, fireplace, and the small shelter they had built from wood and tattered blankets. They destroyed the food I was cooking for you, Allison said, her eyes burning with anger. Seeing her distress, Richard patted her head and smiled. Don't worry, we'll use our saved rations. He dove into the rubble and retrieved a leather bag. Bringing it to Allison, he untied the rope and opened it. Inside were a few loaves of bread, some fruit, and several pouches full of copper coins. The bread and fruit were backup rations, and the copper coins were saved from Richard's pickpocketing. Despite paying protection fees to the ruffians, he had managed to save 158 copper coins and 6 silver coins. This money could buy new clothes, a better shelter, or even nights at inns. But as a 12-year-old orphan, Richard had been cautious. If other beggars saw them in fine clothes, it would invite trouble. But now, with his newfound abilities, he was confident in his ability to protect both the money and Allison. He handed a loaf of bread to her, and she thanked him, munching happily. Richard smiled, patting her head again, and took a piece for himself. After they finished eating, Richard tied the bag and hid it in the rubble. As night fell, they prepared to sleep. Allison gathered blankets and rags, fashioning a makeshift bed for them. They lay down, and Richard sang Allison to sleep. Once she was asleep, he got up, eager to test his new abilities. He looked at his hands and imagined the claws emerging. Slowly, painfully, the adamantium claws slid out, accompanied by the rearranging of his bones and the flow of blood. Despite the pain, Richard smiled. He had already died once. This was nothing. Moving away from Allison to avoid waking her, he approached the stone wall of the alley and swiped his right hand against it. The claws cut through the stone with a screeching sound. Richard grinned. With these powers, he could exact his revenge. Throughout the shadowed hours of the night, Richard tested his newfound abilities with relentless focus. He made a small cut to witness the miraculous healing, practiced the swift emergence and retraction of his claws, and pushed his enhanced physical prowess to its limits, leaping, sprinting, and enduring impacts without faltering. His senses, too, had transformed into something extraordinary. He could hear the faintest whispers carried on the wind and detect the metallic scent of his own blood, spilled during his recent ordeal, from 20 feet away. Even more astounding, the moaning sounds from a distant brothel, though 2 blocks distant, reached his ears with startling clarity. As he rested out his senses, he continued to hear fighting, fucking, and all the nastiness. He could hear and smell the filth that pervaded the streets of lanisport at night. Determined to find a more suitable refuge for himself and Allison, he resolved that they needed to seek out a better place, such as a clean inn or a decent house. Though he now wielded great power, Allison remained a fragile girl, unable to protect herself. With this in mind, he made his decision. Tomorrow, he would find an inn to stay, purchase new clothes, and set his plans for revenge into motion. Richard looked at the innocent, sweet-faced Allison sound asleep. He sighed and quietly whispered, "So much to do tomorrow, but don't worry. Everything I do is for us." As the hours waned and dawn's first light crept over the horizon, Richard delved deeper into the memories of John Falcon, unlocking the full extent of the powers bestowed upon him. With each revelation, his confidence grew, and he knew without a doubt, he possessed the formidable abilities of the legendary Wolverine. Armed with these gifts, he resolved to seek justice against those who had wronged him. None would escape his retribution. Richard POV Throughout the night, I had relentlessly tested my Wolverine abilities. To my surprise, I did not feel tired at all, which meant I grew fatigued far less quickly than an ordinary human. This newfound stamina would serve me well in the nights to come. After concluding my experiments with my Wolverine powers for the night, I needed to cleanse myself of blood and find new clothing. I made my way to the sea near the Lanisport docks to wash away the remnants of battle. This experience was invigorating, as the cover of darkness made it much easier to move unseen. I ventured to the water near the harbor of Lanisport and took a short swim to cleanse myself thoroughly. To my surprise, I did not sink as I had feared, despite my adamantium bones. Once I was clean, I discarded my wet, ragged clothes. With nothing to wear, I headed to a cloth shop that I knew of. Using my claws-like keys, I extended one and turned the lock, bypassing any need for complex lock-picking skills. Thus, I gained entry to the store. Inside, I found garments that fit me well. I donned a white long-sleeve shirt made of silk and fine linen, and trousers of similar quality, both a marked improvement over my previous attire. Standing at 5 feet 10 inches, unusually tall for a boy of 12 name days, I was often mistaken for someone older. My long golden hair, which often obscured my face, contributed to this misconception. It was time for a haircut. I found a pair of scissors in the shop and, using a nearby mirror, set about cutting my hair. Drawing on the memories of John Falcon, I chose a stylish cut that highlighted my features. After 10 minutes, I stared at my reflection, seeing a visage that could rival any noble man, with striking blood golden hair and green eyes that hinted at a noble lineage. I now sported medium-length curly hair, which elegantly framed my striking green eyes. My face was handsome and well-proportioned, with chiseled features that bespoke a noble bearing. For a moment I thought about the identity of my parents. I of course snapped out of my thoughts. After all, my past and parentage mattered little. They had never been there for me and might well be dead. My focus shifted to Allison, who still relied on me. I selected a beautiful blue dress for her, knowing she deserved at least this small comfort. Though slightly malnourished, she was otherwise healthy, her slim frame a testament to our struggles and my efforts to keep her fed. After securing the shop and leaving a telltale mark in the lock from my claws, I ventured back to our hideout. The darkness of the store and harbor was no obstacle. My enhanced senses allowed me to navigate effortlessly. With Allison's dress in hand, I made my way across town, scaling a building with the aid of my claws. From rooftop to rooftop, I leapt, the exhilaration of the night air rushing past me. My newfound strength and agility made the journey swift. As I reached our base, I jumped down from a height of 25 feet, landing in a crouch with one knee and one hand absorbing the impact. The pain was fleeting, swiftly erased by my healing factor, and my new clothes remained intact. Entering the alley, I found Allison still soundly asleep. I smiled and put down the clothes next to her and lay down with her. With that I went into slumber. I was able to accomplish all of this in pitch darkness. With the Wolverine template, I could see perfectly in the dead of night. This ability was incredibly helpful, especially during the night. Allison Pav. My name is Allison. I have seen 10 name days. I was born in lanisport in the year 262 AC. Since I was 6, I have been surviving on the streets of this city. It has been 4 years since I fled the orphanage, escaping with my savior Richard, who is 2 years my senior. He is the most important person in my world. From the fleeting memories of my early years, I recall being born to a courtesan mother named Maria. She was a woman of striking beauty, who cherished me with a tenderness akin to the care one might bestow upon a delicate flower. Maria was a good mother who shielded me from harm, doing everything in her power to feed and protect me. To me, she was perfect. From my early memories, my mother was beautiful. Her ebony hair flowed like the darkest night, cascading down her back and perfectly complementing her captivating sapphire eyes. When I reached my 5th name day, my mother sent me to an orphanage for my own protection. She was a courtesan, plying her trade in the brothels of Lanisport. Fearing I might share her fate, she made the heart-wrenching decision to part with me, hoping I would find a better, more honorable life. My mother, Maria, sent me away, and from that day forth, I never saw her again. Upon arriving at the orphanage, I gradually adapted to my new life. Despite the hardships, I forged many friendships with the other girls there, finding solace in their company. But on my 6th name day, a shadow fell upon one of my friends. Sarah, one of the older girls, was taken advantage of by a middle-aged orphanage worker. From that day forward, the light in her eyes dimmed, and her once vibrant happiness faded away. Though she never spoke of what transpired, I knew the truth. She bore the same haunted look my mother had when returning from her work. I tried to cheer her up, but her eyes remained hollow and devoid of life. Several weeks later, she vanished without a trace, leaving behind only whispers and unanswered questions. Though I did not know the exact details of her fate, I was certain it was entwined with the vile deeds of the orphanage worker. After that day, I vowed to flee the orphanage. I wouldn't wait until I was old enough to face a similar fate. This place held no refuge, no haven. It was as dismal as the brothels where my mother toiled. In her world, at least, I had known a semblance of security. Under the cloak of night, I stealthily slipped out of my room, the silence of the orphanage enveloping me like a shroud. As I crept through the dimly lit corridors, I caught sight of a figure lurking in the shadows. Drawing closer, I discerned the silhouette of a boy, barely visible in the darkness. He initiated a conversation. From his words I uncovered his identity. He revealed himself as Richard, a lad of 8 named days, 2 years my senior. Richard's golden blonde hair shone in the light, and his bright green eyes were captivating. Even at a young age, he showed the early signs of mature features. To my surprise, he harbored the same fervent desire as I did, to escape the confinements of the orphanage. With a mixture of apprehension and hope, I approached him and timidly requested to join him in his daring escape. To my immense relief, he agreed, and together, we embarked on our clandestine journey into the unknown. For the next 4 years, I leaned on him for protection and sustenance on the unforgiving streets of Lanisport. Our bond grew stronger with each passing day, his presence becoming as vital to me as the air I breathed. Richard etched his place in my heart, ascending to the pedestal once reserved for my mother. He honed his skills as a deft thief, upon whom I came to rely. I refused to remain idle. I embraced the womanly duties of cooking, sewing, washing clothes, and tending to our makeshift shelter, determined to contribute to our survival in any way I could. One afternoon, an abrupt interruption shattered the calm that was our life. With the aroma of chicken stew wafting through the air, I tended to our meal, unaware of the impending chaos. Suddenly, Richard returned, breathless and urgent. Without explanation, he beckoned me to hide. Following his command, I swiftly concealed myself among the debris and rubble, about 10 feet from where I had been cooking, the clang of metal and distant shouts echoing ominously in the air. Following the unsettling turn of events, my worst nightmare unfolded, the sight of Richard in peril. A horde of ruffians descended upon him, their presence heralding an ominous cloud of impending danger. With ruthless brutality, they subjected Richard to a relentless onslaught, each blow inflicting a new layer of agony upon him. Hours stretched into eternity as he endured unimaginable suffering. From my hidden refuge, I bore witness to the harrowing scene, my heart wrenching with a profound sense of dread and despair, my hands trembling with the overwhelming urge to intervene, yet knowing all too well the futility of my actions in the face of such overwhelming cruelty. Tears welled in my eyes as I beheld the brutal spectacle of Richard being relentlessly pummeled. Though he remained eerily silent, the silent screams of agony painted vividly across his countenance. With each merciless strike, my heart twisted in torment, bearing witness to the suffering of the one closest to me, a pain as raw and searing as any wound inflicted upon his battered frame. The vicious assault came to an abrupt halt when one of the ruffians delivered a powerful kick to the back of Richard's head. With a grim thud, Richard slumped to the ground, his body lying motionless and still. A solemn hush fell over the chaotic scene, the air heavy with the weight of the moment as the reality of the situation sank in. Following Richard's incapacitation, the ruffians proceeded to wreak havoc upon the shelter I had painstakingly crafted for us. With malicious intent, they spat into the soup I had been preparing and callously kicked it over, the contents spilling onto the floor in a messy display of contempt. Amidst the chaos, one of the ruffians issued a chilling decree, commanding his cohorts to hunt me down. Their sinister intentions made clear, they spoke of having their way with me before selling me off like chattel. Hiding deeper within the refuge of the trash and rubble, I remained concealed, my heart pounding with fear as I prayed for their departure. Amidst the tense moments, one of the ruffians approached dangerously close to my hiding spot. However, upon catching a whiff of the refuse surrounding me, he quickly abandoned the search amidst a grimace of disgust, sparing me from detection. Breathing a silent sigh of relief, I remained hidden until I was certain they had departed. With cautious steps, I emerged from my concealment, the urgency of the moment propelling me forward as I hurried to Richard's still form. The debris shifted beneath my feet as I navigated the scattered remnants of our shelter, each step a silent prayer for Richard's safety. As I reached his side, my heart clenched at the sight of him lying there, unmoving. He smelled of metallic blood, his body bruised and bloodied. With trembling hands, I knelt beside him, my fingers brushing against his cold skin. Panic and fear surged through me as I desperately searched for any sign of life, my mind racing with a torrent of worries and what-ifs. With a heavy heart and tears streaming down my face, I began to shake him gently, calling out his name in a voice choked with emotion. Each futile attempt to rouse him only deepened the ache in my chest, and it felt as though the weight of the world was pressing down upon me. In that moment, as I clung to him, my tears flowed endlessly, cascading down my cheeks in an unstoppable torrent. It was the most I had ever cried, the anguish of the situation threatening to consume me whole. In the grip of fear, my mind swirled with uncertainty. How could I go on without him? He was my everything. Time seemed to stretch into eternity as I remained by his lifeless form, my heart heavy with grief. But then, in a moment that defied all logic, I beheld the impossible. His wounds, once grievous and fatal, vanished before my eyes. Tears blurred my vision, preventing me from comprehending what had transpired. Feeling the warmth flooding back into his body, observing the rhythmic rise and fall of his chest with each breath, I knew. Against all the odds, he had returned. I embraced him as if he were the most cherished treasure in all the realms. And in truth, Richard was the most precious thing to me. Upon awakening, he appeared unaffected by the harrowing ordeal, a sight that filled my heart with immense relief. He comforted me, assuring that everything was now all right and that such a dire event would never repeat itself. Despite my lingering worries, I found solace in his words, trusting in his promise that we would face no such trials again. Without skipping a beat, he later retrieved the secret bag brimming with bread, fruits, and pouches of coins. We feasted to our heart's content, savoring each bite as if it were a gift from the gods themselves. Later, as the night draped its comforting veil around us, he sang me into a peaceful slumber. And with his soothing melody as my lullaby, I drifted into the embrace of sleep. Third paw of dawn broke over the familiar alleyway, casting soft light on the makeshift bed where Allison and Richard lay. The morning chill mingled with the scent of the city, a reminder of their tough lives. Allison stirred awake, her eyes fluttering open as she took in their surroundings. She moved carefully, not wanting to wake Richard, already bracing herself for whatever challenges the day might bring. As she yawned and rubbed the sleep from her eyes, she was met with an unexpected sight. Instead of Richard's usual disheveled appearance, a handsome boy in noble attire lay beside her. Her heart raced, worry creeping in. Had something happened to Richard? But as she looked closer, she recognized him beneath the fine clothes and groomed hair. It was Richard, transformed. Despite the fresh attire, his familiar features were unmistakable. She remembered the days when his hair had been shorter, but now it framed his face, enhancing his boyish charm. He looked like one of the princes from the fairy tales she had read, a far cry from the scrappy survivor she had known. Allison's gaze drifted to his arm, where a stunning blue dress made of silk and linen rested. It was clean and in her size. She gasped, realizing Richard must have gotten it for her. Questions swirled in her mind, but she pushed them aside, letting a warm smile spread across her face. His thoughtful gift filled her with gratitude. Carefully, she rose from their bed, keeping her eyes on the dress. She reached out to pull it away, but Richard's grip was firm. Frustrated yet determined, she tugged at it, trying to free it from his hold. Just then, Richard's eyes flickered open. A mischievous glint sparkled in his gaze. He feigned sleep, tightening his hold on the dress. Allison continued to pull at the fabric, her frustration mounting. After several failed attempts, she finally sighed, exasperated. Suddenly, a chuckle broke the quiet. She looked up to find Richard smiling at her, his eyes bright with amusement. "You were just pretending, weren't you?" Allison laughed, her irritation melting away. "You trickster." She playfully hit him on the shoulder, her own smile mirroring his. "You fool," she said, though her voice was light with affection. "Why do you have to mess with me like that? I wanted the dress." Her eyes sparkled with a mix of playful annoyance and genuine disappointment, making her look even more charming. She tilted her head, a small smile teasing her lips. "You know I love pretty things," she continued, her tone teasing but sincere. "And here I am, stuck in these old rags." She gestured dramatically to her worn clothes, pretending to lament her plight. "I guess I'll have to rely on your good graces, huh?" Richard laughed, a playful tone in his voice. All right, I'm just joking." With a mischievous grin, he handed her the dress. "Here you go. I hope you like it." "I may have, Borrowed it from a shop nearby last night, he teased. He sat up to meet her gaze, warmth and playfulness dancing in his eyes as he waited for her reaction. Allison's eyes lit up with joy as she took the dress into her arms, feeling the soft fabric against her skin. She hugged it tightly, warmth filling her heart for Richard's thoughtful gesture. This dress would be special, a reminder of their bond. Seeing her reaction, Richard's smile widened, his heart swelling with happiness. Allison's joy was everything to him, and he was glad to have made her happy. As Allison noticed Richard's handsome grin, a rush of warmth flooded her cheeks. She pressed her face into the soft fabric, trying to hide her blush but feeling butterflies in her stomach. Deep down, she was thrilled by his kindness. After carefully dressing in the blue silk and linen gown, Allison took a moment to gather her thoughts before speaking. Richard, she called softly, knowing he had respectfully turned his gaze away to give her privacy in the quiet alley. She adjusted the gown, ensuring every fold and seam lay just right, feeling the fabric's softness against her skin. Richard, you can look now, she said, her voice tinged with anticipation. Turning to face him, she held her breath, hoping to see his approval reflected in his eyes. So, how do I look? Allison asked, a mix of excitement and uncertainty in her tone, eager for his honest assessment. Richard turned to her, his gaze sweeping over Allison's transformed appearance. Her hair was tied back in a ponytail, with loose strands framing her face, and her striking blue eyes sparkled against the backdrop of the elegant dress draping over her figure. Despite the dress's pristine condition, the smudges on her cheeks and the tangles in her hair were reminders of their life on the streets of Lanisport. You look beautiful, Richard said, his voice tender as he took her in. But I can make you look even better. He stepped away momentarily, heading toward a wooden bucket filled with water. This bucket was their source for washing and cooking, diligently maintained by Allison's daily trips to the well. Richard quickly dipped a cloth into the cool water and returned to her side, a gentle smile on his face. Hold still, he murmured, approaching her cautiously. With tender strokes, he wiped away the grime from her cheeks, his touch light yet deliberate. Then, he turned his attention to her hair, dampening it slightly to untangle knots and restore its natural shine. Allison allowed herself to be cared for, a mix of gratitude and delight bubbling within her. Each gentle stroke of the cloth against her skin and every careful adjustment of her hair caused her heart to flutter inexplicably. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks, unnoticed by Richard, who remained focused on his task. As he tended to her, Allison reflected on how Richard had grown even more attentive to her needs since their hardships had deepened. His newfound caring nature, though different from before, warmed her heart. She cherished these moments of tenderness, where his actions spoke volumes of his love and commitment. By the time Richard finished, Allison felt transformed. Her face was clean, her hair neatly arranged, and she smiled warmly at him, a silent expression of gratitude for his caring touch and the deeper bond they now shared. Chapter 2. Revenge. Third Pova week later. In a crumbling building deep in the poor district of Lanisport, a dimly lit room buzzed with tension. Rough, hard-eyed men filled the space, their uneasy murmurs mixing with the smells of damp wood and stale sweat. The flickering lantern on a crooked table cast shadows that danced across cracked stone walls, creating an atmosphere thick with dread. At the center of the room stood Roderick, the gang's leader, pacing like a wolf watching over his pack. He was in his mid-20s, but the lines etched into his face suggested he had lived far longer. Greasy strands of jet-black hair fell over his forehead, framing a lean, scarred visage. His sharp brown eye glimmered with barely contained fury, while the other, clouded with cataracts, gave him an unsettling appearance. Tension twisted his lips into a thin line, revealing the hint of missing teeth as he spoke. All right, lads, Roderick growled, his voice a low rumble. This has gone on long enough. Our men have been picked off one by one over the past week. 9 of them, gone. His fists clenched tightly, the leather of his gloves creaking under the strain. This isn't just bad luck. Someone's targeting us, and that's bad for business. His words sliced through the murmurs, and the atmosphere grew heavier. So tell me, does anyone know who's responsible for this? Is it one of our rivals, or has the city guard turned on us? Silence fell, broken only by the occasional drip of water leaking from the ceiling. 12 men sat in a circle around Roderick, casting furtive glances at one another. The weight of uncertainty pressed down on them like a leaden blanket. One man, burly and with a crooked nose that had seen too many fights, finally spoke up. No idea, boss, he said, his voice rough like gravel. But if I get my hands on whoever's doing this, they won't live to regret it. What if it's the city guard? Asked another, his voice trembling slightly. He was a smaller man, with beady eyes that darted nervously around the room. We've paid them off, snapped a third, a heavy-set man with a patchy beard. His incredulity was evident, as if the thought of betrayal had only just occurred to him. They wouldn't break their word, would they? The room erupted into nervous chatter as the men threw out wild theories about who could be behind the attacks. Some suggested rival gangs, while others whispered of treachery within their ranks. Fear crept into their voices, gnawing at their confidence, their camaraderie dissolving under the weight of uncertainty. Roderick, growing impatient, slammed his fist onto the rickety table with a sharp thud. The sound reverberated through the room, silencing the group instantly. The lantern flickered in response, casting long shadows across their anxious faces. Enough! Roderick barked, his voice firm and commanding. His mismatched eyes, one sharp as a blade, the other a pale specter, swept over the men, daring anyone to challenge him. Whoever's behind this, find them. I don't care how long it takes or what it costs. We need to stop this before it gets worse. If we keep losing men like this, our business will fall apart, and I won't have that. The men absorbed his words like a punch to the gut, the gravity of his command settling heavily upon them. Slowly, they nodded, understanding the stakes they faced. Despite their fear, they knew action was their only option. The silence stretched on, the steady drip of water from above a haunting reminder of the danger lurking outside their door. Then, a sharp knock echoed from the door. Knock, knock, knock. Richard paused moments before I had finally found them, the men responsible for all the pain, the fear, and the bloodshed. A cold, grim smile tugged at my lips as I watched Roderick and his pack of thugs slink into an old, decaying building they now called their hideout. They thought they were untouchable. They thought they had won. How wrong they were. The building itself, nestled deep within the slums of Lanisport, was crumbling. Its stone walls, long abandoned, were covered in moss and grime, the wooden beams sagging under years of neglect. The shadows cast by the dim evening light clung to its corners, making the place seem almost forgotten by the world, except by those who used it as a den for their wicked deeds. A perfect hiding spot for men like Roderick. But not perfect enough. For the past week, I had hunted them relentlessly. I tracked them through the labyrinth of the city's back alleys and forsaken streets, watching, waiting. One by one, I found them, dragging their secrets out of them like poison from a wound. I knew their faces by heart. Their sneers, their smirks, etched into my memory like scars. When cornered, they put up pathetic fights, their bravado shattered by the time I got my hands on them. They always talked after some persuasion asterisk. Every name, every hideout, they spilled it all before the light left their eyes. By the end of each encounter, my hands would tremble, not with fear, but with the rush of power, the intoxicating surge of adrenaline. No longer was I the one cowering in the shadows. The tables had turned. After so long of being powerless, there was a bitter satisfaction in finally standing tall. It felt good to make them afraid, to give them a taste of the terror they'd once inflicted. Now, it was Roderick's turn. I moved swiftly across the rooftops, the dim light of dusk casting long shadows over the narrow, cobbled alleyways below. The city was alive with distant sounds, the chatter of taverns, the clatter of hooves on stone, but here, in the forgotten corners of Lanisport, it was silent. My boots made barely a sound as I dropped silently into a dark alley, just outside the building where Roderick and his men were holed up. The flickering light of a torch illuminated two young guards at the door, barely more than boys, laughing about their recent exploits in some filthy brothel. Their voices were cocky, dripping with arrogance as they boasted of their so-called conquests, swapping crude stories of women and drink. Their laughter was short-lived. Before they could even register my presence, two knives whistled through the air, sinking deep into their throats. They gurgled in shock, their hands instinctively clawing at the wounds as their eyes met mine, wide with fear, pleading for mercy they wouldn't receive. Their final sight was of a hooded figure stepping silently over their bodies, disappearing into the shadowed entrance of the hideout. Inside, the stench of the place hit me like a wave. Sweat, stale ale, and the unmistakable rot of a building long forsaken. The stone walls were cold and damp, slick with moisture. It was a warren of filth, a fitting home for men like Roderick. I moved cautiously down the narrow, dimly lit hallway, my steps silent as I approached the source of muffled voices echoing from deeper within. Laughter, raucous, carefree, drifted down the corridor. Roderick's men, unaware that their time was running out, reveling in their own depravity. I reached the door and paused, listening. Their guard was down, and they were oblivious to the danger creeping ever closer. I pushed the door open just enough to glimpse inside, and what I saw made my blood run cold. 5 men, in varying states of undress, sat around a dingy wooden table, laughing and drinking. The air was thick with the sour scent of alcohol and stale smoke. In the far corner, 2 unconscious women lay discarded, their bodies lifeless and forgotten, broken dolls in a den of wolves. The men, monsters in human skin, roared with laughter as they passed a bottle between them, completely lost in their twisted revelry. These were not just men, they were predators, feeding on the misery of the weak, taking pleasure in the suffering of others. But tonight, the roles had reversed. Tonight, I was the predator. And I had no regrets about what was coming next. I stepped into the room, unnoticed at first, my eyes narrowing as I focused on my targets. My heartbeat quickened, but my hands were steady. The laughter continued, but not for long. Soon, they would know the meaning of fear. Soon, they would pay for everything they had done. In a swift, silent motion, I unsheathed my claws, dark metal that gleamed ominously in the dim light. I moved quickly, efficiently. They were drunk and unarmed, and the outcome was inevitable. By the time they realized what was happening, it was already over. Their laughter turned to screams, then to silence, as one by one, they fell. When it was done, the room was still. Blood dripped from my claws, staining the floor in dark crimson pools. My clothes were soaked, but I didn't care. I stepped over the bodies without a second glance, moving up the creaky wooden stairs to the upper floor. Roderick was up there, waiting. He thought he could escape justice, that his deeds would go unpunished. But tonight, karma had finally come for him and his men. And there would be no mercy. Third paw of the sharp knocking echoed through the dim room, causing Roderick and his men to tense at once. The atmosphere, once charged with the nervous energy of their murmurs, thickened into a heavy silence, the air pregnant with apprehension. Each man exchanged furtive glances, their unease now blossoming into a palpable tension that crackled like static before a storm. One of Roderick's henchmen, a burly brute marked by a jagged scar that traced down his cheek like a cruel reminder of past encounters, stepped forward. His hand hovered near the hilt of his sword, poised for action. "Who dares to knock?" he snarled, his voice cutting through the stillness, sharp and commanding as he glared toward the door. "Can't you see we're in the midst of a discussion with the boss?" The knocking stopped, replaced by a long, eerie silence. The henchman's sneer deepened, but before he could bark another order, there was a faint click asterisk. The door slowly creaked open. A man in a dark hood stepped inside, his movements fluid and deliberate. He wore black from head to toe. His cloak, his boots, even the gloves on his hands, all blending into the shadows that clung to him like a second skin. His face was obscured by the hood, but there was no mistaking the cold, lethal intent radiating from his presence. Roderick's men instinctively reached for their weapons, the air thick with tension. Roderick himself, standing near the table, didn't move at first. His sharp eye narrowed, his gaze locked on the intruder. For a moment, there was only the sound of the door shutting behind the hooded figure. "Who the hell are you?" Roderick growled, his voice low and dangerous. His men, already on edge, fanned out slightly, their hands gripping swords and knives, ready for a fight. The hooded man didn't respond. Instead, he took a slow step forward, his boots making the faintest sound on the stone floor. His silence was more unnerving than any threat he could have uttered. The henchman, not one to be intimidated, took a step toward the stranger, his sword half drawn. "I don't know who you think you are," he spat, "but you've just made the worst mistake of your life." In a blur, the hooded figure moved. The henchman didn't even have time to finish drawing his sword before a blade flashed in the dim light, and his throat was slit by 3 shiny metal knives protruding from the hooded figure. He gurgled in shock, blood spilling from the wound as he collapsed to the ground. The other men froze, eyes wide with disbelief. What was that they just saw? How was it possible for a man to be so fast, and how was it possible for a man to have long knives coming out their knuckle? Roderick's mismatched eyes widened for a fraction of a second before narrowing again, fury mixing with a growing sense of dread. This wasn't just some rival thug or city guard. This was something else. Something far worse. You bastard! One of the remaining men shouted, rushing forward with his dagger drawn. But the hooded man was faster. Before the attacker could close the distance, the hooded figure sidestepped effortlessly, his own metal claws flashing once, twice. Quick, precise strikes that left the man crumpling to the floor, gasping for breath as his lifeblood pooled beneath him. Roderick finally stepped forward, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword as he barked at the others. Get him. Now. The remaining men hesitated, their courage faltering in the face of this shadowy killer. But loyalty, or perhaps fear of Roderick, drove them to act. With a collective roar, they charged at the intruder. The hooded man met them head on, his movements like water flowing between them, his blades flashing in the flickering lantern light. Every strike was lethal, every motion precise. Roderick's men, hardened by years of street fights and brutality, were cut down with terrifying efficiency. The metal claws cut through metal, flesh, and bone like butter. The room, once filled with the sound of laughter and bravado, was now filled with the wet, sickening sounds of death. Roderick stood frozen, his sword half raised, as he watched his men fall one by one. His sharp eye flicked between the carnage and the figure in black, a cold knot of fear tightening in his gut. Roderick trembled, his hands quaking with fear. 13 of his men, slain like it was nothing, left him grappling with disbelief. His gaze fixated on the hooded figure before him, where 3 sharp blades protruded from each knuckles like the talons of some monstrous beast. In that moment, Roderick understood that the man standing in front of him was no mere mortal, he was a nightmare given form. What is it that you want? Roderick stammered, his voice quivering as he instinctively took a step back. The hooded man remained silent, his advance deliberate and unyielding. Is it coins? Roderick blurted, desperation clawing at his throat. He gestured wildly toward a chest in the corner, heavy with gold dragons and silver coins. There's a fortune in there. Hundreds of coins. Is it women? I have connections to many brothels, I can get you countless women. His voice shifted to a pleading whisper as he continued to retreat, each step bringing him closer to the wall. Is it power? Roderick ventured, panic rising in his chest. I can help you, I have ties to the city guards. But as he spoke, he felt the solid thud of the wall at his back, the last barrier between him and the unknown terror before him. The hooded figure halted abruptly, and Roderick's eyes widened in horror as the glinting blades retracted into the man's flesh, vanishing as if they had never existed. Roderick could only watch in fear and confusion as the hooded man slowly drew back his hood. A familiar face emerged, one he had thought long buried. H. How is it possible you died? Roderick stuttered, dread pooling in his stomach. The familiar visage smiled, a smile that sent chills down Roderick's spine. It was Richard. How was it possible? He was supposed to be dead. Richard closed the distance between them, swiping away Roderick's sword. Richard then grabbed Roderick's throat and raised him above the ground. Your end will be slower than mine, Richard said with a smile. With a flick of his wrist, his adamantium claws glinted ominously in the dim light. I'll give the worst punishment for your deeds, Richard declared, his tone laced with dark intent. Your deeds against those innocents, your deeds against those women, and your deeds against me. Your punishment is being flayed alive. When Roderick heard these words, he instinctively began to struggle against Richard's iron grip. Yet, it was a futile effort. Richard's strength was nothing short of superhuman, an unyielding force that rendered Roderick powerless in his grasp. Tears flowed from Roderick's eyes as Richard began carving him. Chapter 3. Revelations. Allison. A week has passed since Richard and I found ourselves lodged at the Lion's Den, a shabby inn tucked away in the shadow of Lanisport's grander streets. Its name hardly fit, considering the dull, tired lion carved into the sign out front, faded and weatherworn, its once golden mane now bleached to a lifeless gray. Still, it was a roof, and better yet, it was the only roof we could afford that wasn't suspicious of 2 children clutching a handful of coins. Aaron, the innkeeper, was a round-bellied man with thinning hair and fingers stained from years of serving ale and scrubbing tankards. His face was flushed more often than not, his cheeks rosy with the heat of the kitchen or the drink he nursed well after nightfall. But he was kind enough, or at least didn't ask questions. For 5 coppers, he let us stay in a cramped room on the second floor, just above the kitchen where the smell of stew and roasted meat drifted through the cracks in the wooden floor. It wasn't much, but it was warm, and the meals came with the price of our stay. Bread and stewed beans, with a bit of salted pork if we were lucky. Aaron's daughter, Tya, was different. She was 13, 3 years older than me, and though her clothes were plain and her hands rough from working the inn, there was something about her that made me feel like I should look up to her. She had a quiet, steady way of speaking, her voice soft like the rustling of autumn leaves. She taught me to sew, her fingers moving swiftly and deftly through the needlework, and helped me with reading, which she'd learned from one of the traveling septas who passed through Lanisport. There were times when I caught myself thinking of her as an older sister, until I saw the way she looked at Richard. That was when the warmth I felt toward her momentarily turned to ice. I've witnessed Tya's eyes gazing at Richard, whenever they lingered on him, were of those infatuated and of those who were in love. Those gaze made my stomach twist in a way I didn't like. Richard never seemed to notice, though. He barely looked at her, always brushing her off with that cold, distant stare that had become more and more a part of him since we arrived in the inn. I liked that he didn't give her any attention. I felt bad and sorry toward Tya though. Is it selfish for me to want Richard's attention to only be on me? I noticed that ever since that eventful day, Richard had changed. His eyes weren't the same, not the way they used to be back when we still played and laughed in the streets. There was no spark of mischief left, no teasing grin. His face had hardened, and his gaze was always far away, as if he were seeing things that weren't in front of him, or remembering something he couldn't forget. I'd tried to ask him what was wrong, but he would only shrug me off, telling me it was nothing, telling me not to worry. But how could I not? During this week, Richard has been less present in my life more than ever. Lanisport was a bustling city, its streets filled with merchants and sailors from the sunset sea, the smell of fish and salt clinging to the air. The wealthier parts of the city gleamed with polished stone and gold-threaded banners, but we didn't belong there. We lived on the edges, where the shadows were longer, where the streets twisted and turned in ways that made it easy to disappear. And lately, Richard had been disappearing too. Every night, I'd wake to the sound of the window creaking open, and I'd see his silhouette slipping out into the darkness. I didn't ask the first time. Or the second. But now, after nights of watching him vanish into the streets, I couldn't help but feel the worry gnawing at me like a rat. What was he doing? Where was he going? And why, when he returned, did he always seem more distant than before? Tonight, I'll confront him. I'll ask him what's been haunting him. I have to, because whatever he's doing, whatever is making him colder and colder with each passing day, it's taking him further away from me. And that scares me more than the shadows of Lanisport ever could. Third paw of the night air in Lanisport was cool, carrying the salt of the sea and the tang of fish markets that never quite seemed to close, even under the pale moonlight. Richard stood in a narrow, dimly lit alley, barely a crack between 2 towering stone buildings. He had just finished wiping the last traces of blood from his hands, replacing his hooded garb with the clothes and boots he had stolen a week prior. A simple tunic, trousers, and boots far more suited to a boy his age than the black cloak of a killer. Before him sat the chest, a grim relic from Roderick's demise. The chest was simple but sturdy, its iron-bound wood speaking of humble wealth. It had been the last thing Roderick offered in a desperate bid for his life, but now, it was Richard's prize. With a deep breath, Richard knelt and opened the chest's lid, the soft creak of the hinges echoing faintly in the quiet alley. Inside, the dull glow of leather pouches greeted him. He pulled one free and loosened the strings with deft fingers. The unmistakable glint of gold caught his eye. 10 golden dragons, enough to feed a big family for many years. His lips twisted into a half-smile, though there was no joy in it, only the cold satisfaction of the hunt completed. He began counting the rest. In all, there were 110 golden dragons and 264 silver stags, enough to purchase a modest home in the finer parts of Lanisport. The coins were a fortune to someone like him, but it wasn't the gold that held his attention. As he sifted through the chest, his fingers brushed parchment, and his brows furrowed. A knight's verification. Richard's eyes narrowed as he unfolded the document, the smooth parchment crinkling softly. The words, written in a neat, Official hand, outlined Roderick's recent acquisition of knighthood, bought with bribes rather than earned on a battlefield or through honorable deeds. Well, I'll be damned, Richard muttered under his breath, reading the lines with a bitter taste in his mouth. The bastard bought his way to knighthood. Knighthood was supposed to mean something, but in places like lanisport, it was just another tool for the rich and powerful to wield. Roderick had been no knight, just a thug with a title, using it to intimidate and extort. Richard's jaw tightened, remembering the stories he'd overheard, the cruel things Roderick had done with the impunity his stolen title afforded him. But now he was gone, and the city was one villain lighter for it. Satisfied, Richard closed the chest and hefted it with one hand, its weight nothing to him, though its awkward size made it difficult to scale the side of the building. With a grunt of effort, he found his balance and climbed the crumbling stone wall until he reached the roof. From there, it was easier. The rooftops of Lanisport, with their terracotta tiles and chimneys, formed a maze he had already mapped in his head. He leapt from roof to roof, the city stretching out below him. The harbor was alive with ships even at this late hour, lanterns bobbing on the water like distant stars. The streets, too, were bustling, merchants conducting late-night deals, taverns filled with sailors and dock hands, brothels glowing with red lanterns, their windows open to the cool sea breeze. The air smelled of salt and smoke, fish and ale, and somewhere nearby, a lute was being plucked, a jaunty tune carried on the wind. From his vantage point, Richard could see the full sprawl of Lanisport. The city was divided between the wealth of the merchants and the grime of the lower districts. In the distance, he could just make out the towering walls of the Lannister keep, where the golden lions of House Lannister held sway. That was a world far removed from his, a world of silk and feasts, of whispered power plays and courtly intrigue. The rooftops of Lanisport stretched out like a winding road beneath the moonlit sky. Richard moved with silent grace, his senses keen, the city below bustling even in the dark hours. His adamantium claws were an extension of him now, slicing into the worn stone as he descended toward the familiar window of the lion's den. The inn had become home for him and Allison, though the word, home, felt strange on his tongue these days. As his boots touched the sill, he sheathed the claws with a practiced motion, the metal retracting soundlessly back into his flesh. He slipped into the room with barely a whisper of movement, expecting the quiet comfort of the darkened space, and the rhythmic sound of Allison's breathing as she slept. But she wasn't asleep. Sitting at the edge of the bed, her small form cloaked in shadows, Allison was awake. Her eyes glimmered in the dim light like a hawk's, sharp and unwavering, fixed on him the moment he entered. She had the look of someone who had been waiting, not for a moment, but for hours, watching, anticipating his return with a mixture of worry and something else that Richard couldn't quite place. Her gaze pierced through him, and Richard, who had faced down men twice his size without blinking, felt a flicker of unease under her scrutiny. She didn't speak, but the silence between them weighed heavy, thicker than the night air. Richard tried to break it with a half-hearted grin. "Ha, hello, Allison," he said, his voice light, though it felt forced. "Shouldn't you be sleeping?" His attempt at humor hung in the air like a dull blade. He could hear the weariness in his own words, feel the tension in his limbs. He was used to feeling on edge after his nights out, but this was different. This was Allison, and somehow, facing her was harder than any battle in the streets. Allison didn't flinch. Her eyes, usually filled with warmth and curiosity, were steady and serious now. She didn't look away, didn't scold him, but the intensity of her gaze spoke louder than any words could. Allison's brow furrowed, her heart racing as the implications of Richard's words sank in. The flickering candlelight cast a soft glow on her face, accentuating the worry etched in her features. "Why were you so late out at night? I was worried sick for you. What have you been doing?" She pressed, her voice trembling with concern, eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Those puppy eyes were Richard's weakness, and she knew it all too well. Richard set down the chest with a gentle thud and closed the distance between them. He lifted her chin, his fingers brushing against her skin, grounding them both in that moment. "All those worries you have for me, wash them away. The people who wish to harm us are gone. I have dealt with them," he said, a reassuring smile gracing his lips as he looked deep into Allison's sapphire eyes. Allison's expression morphed from worry to shock, her breath catching in her throat as the weight of his words settled over her. "You killed them. The question slipped from her lips, a mixture of disbelief and horror lacing her tone. Richard nodded, his gaze steady, but he saw the confusion clouding her features. But how? She asked, struggling to comprehend the enormity of what he was saying. He released her chin and took a few steps back, his heart pounding in the silence that enveloped them. With a clench of his fist, adamantium claws sliced through the air, gleaming menacingly under the dim light. This is how, Richard replied, watching closely for her reaction. Allison gasped, her eyes wide, then tensed in a mix of fear and concern. Rising quickly, she approached him, her gaze fixed on the bloodied knuckles. Doesn't it hurt? She asked, worry etching deeper lines across her face. Instead of feeling frightened or disgusted, Allison's instinct was to care for him, and Richard found this reaction profoundly heartwarming. He chuckled softly, the sound bubbling up unexpectedly. PFF ha ha ha. He laughed, the tension in the air dissipating slightly as he embraced her concern. Why are you laughing? Allison began to playfully hit him, her worry underscored by a hint of indignation. Richard's laughter mingled with her concern for the blood trickling from his knuckle, a strange mix of emotions swirling between them. Richard sheathed his claws, and to Allison's astonishment, the wound began to heal before her eyes, flesh knitting back together seamlessly. She blinked in surprise, a mix of awe and confusion washing over her. Sit with me, he said, motioning to the bed with a gentle pat beside him. You have questions, I know. But to explain everything, we must start from the day I died. Allison hesitated for a moment, her heart racing at the thought of what he would reveal. What did he mean by died? If he died, then how is he alive? She wanted to figure out his side of the story. With a deep breath, she settled beside him, eager yet anxious to uncover the mysteries of the origin of Richard's power. Richard's paw. After I recounted my death and subsequent revival to Allison, she embraced me tightly, her small frame trembling against mine. I could feel the warmth of her body, the steady rhythm of her heart as she clung to me, fear etched into her features. She was terrified that my soul might be claimed by the godly being I had spoken of, and the thought weighed heavily on us both. I explained how I had gained my powers, how another soul, destined to take over my body, had been gifted a unique template by that godly being, the Wolverine template. It was a strange and complex tale, one that felt both surreal and profoundly real as I spoke the words aloud. Then I shared how I had sought revenge against Roderick and his goons, but I carefully omitted the details, the gore, the blood, the carnage that had accompanied my actions. I didn't want to burden her with the darker aspects of my newfound existence. Once I finished, an unexpected sense of relief washed over me. Despite the gravity of what I had shared, I was grateful that Allison didn't see me any differently than before. Her unwavering support and acceptance gave me hope amidst the chaos that surrounded my life now. As our conversation meandered into lighter territory, discussing trivial matters, like what we might do with the chest full of coins and the documented papers, it was a soothing distraction. Slowly, the exhaustion from the day's events settled over us, and we found ourselves drifting off to sleep, still wrapped in each other's warmth, our words fading into comfortable silence. In that moment, with her by my side, I felt a sense of peace I hadn't known in a while. Third Poven, the cramped room of the Lion's Den Inn, two figures lay peacefully entwined on a single bed, Allison and Richard. The faint morning light filtered through the small window, casting soft shadows on the rough wooden walls. Allison stirred first, blinking herself awake. A warm smile crept across her face as her eyes fell on Richard beside her, his chest rising and falling in the steady rhythm of sleep. His messy hair was scattered across his forehead, and the sight of it made her heart flutter. There was something undeniably endearing about his peaceful expression, so different from the intense and guarded boy she had grown used to. She stretched, letting out a soft yawn, careful not to disturb him. As she turned her gaze back to Richard, still sound asleep, a wave of warmth washed over her. Knowing that he had opened up to her about the truth of his transformation, she felt closer to him than ever. For the first time in a long while, she allowed herself a moment of quiet happiness. With the knowledge that Richard was essentially invincible, her worries began to fade. She no longer needed to fear for his safety as intensely as before. Suddenly, a loud growl erupted from her stomach, reminding her of their empty stomach and the hours since their last meal. Determined to remedy this, she shook Richard urgently. Richard, wake up! Wake up! Allison cried, her voice a mix of excitement and impatience. After a moment, Richard stirred, blinking groggily as he tried to process Alicent's frantic movements. His messy hair was even more tousled than before, making him look adorably disheveled. Alicent couldn't help but giggle as she reached out to smooth down his hair, trying to tame the wild strands. There, that's better, she said with a playful smile. Richard chuckled softly, the remnants of sleep still clinging to him. Thanks, I guess I needed that, he replied, mirroring her gesture as he reached out to fix her hair in return. Their fingers brushed together, and the simple intimacy of the moment warmed her heart as they prepared to face the day ahead. In the dining hall of the Lion's Den Inn, Richard and Alicent sat together, enjoying a peaceful meal amidst the soft murmur of other guests. Richard was tearing into a loaf of bread, accompanied by 3 roasted chicken legs, while Alicent spooned pottage into her mouth, savoring the warmth of the vegetables with a half loaf of bread on the side. The two ate slowly, the casual rhythm of their conversation flowing between bites. After breakfast, let's go to the market, Alicent, Richard said, glancing at her with a playful smirk. He had a mind to spoil her a bit now that he had some coin to spare, the weight of the chest in their room still fresh in his thoughts. There's no need, Richard, Alicent replied softly, shaking her head. I'm happy with what I have. Her voice was earnest as she looked at him, explaining how having him, clothes on her back, and a roof over their heads was all she truly needed. Richard chuckled, his gaze locking with hers, a familiar determination shining in his eyes. You know I'm not taking no for an answer, right? He said, leaning in slightly, his tone resolute. Alicent sighed, but a small smile tugged at the corners of her lips. She knew that look. It was the same look he always wore when he set his mind on something. With a gentle nod, she relented. All right, I suppose I can't stop you when you get like this, she said, her voice laced with affection. Her thoughts wandered briefly to the past, back when they were living on the streets. Even then, Richard had found ways to spoil her, returning from his business with stolen desserts like lemon cakes or apple honey pies. He'd always looked so proud, wanting to make her smile, even in the harshest of times. As they reminisced and continued their light-hearted conversation, a girl about a year older than Richard approached their table. She had shoulder-length brown hair and striking amber eyes, her face slightly flushed from the morning's work. It was Tya, the innkeeper's daughter, her features pleasant though worn from the daily demands of running an inn. Morning, Tya greeted them with a warm smile, though her gaze lingered on Richard just a little longer than usual. How are you two finding your stay? Richard looked up from his plate, offering a nod of acknowledgement. Morning, Tya. It's been good, thanks. The food's great as always. How's your meal going, guys? Are you enjoying it? Tya asked brightly as she placed 2 cups of water in front of Richard and Alicent. Yep, thanks for the meal, Tya, Alicent replied with a warm smile. Over the past week, Tya had almost become like an older sister to her, helping her adjust to life at the inn. Richard, on the other hand, gave a simple grunt and a nod, his focus still on his food. Tya, undeterred, glanced between them. I overheard you're heading to the market. Mind if I tag along? She asked, her tone bubbling with excitement. Alicent's smile faltered for just a moment. The market was supposed to be some rare alone time with Richard. If Tya came along, it would spoil the mood, turning what she had imagined as a special moment into something far less intimate. But just as she was about to say yes out of politeness, Richard spoke up. Sorry, but it's just the 2 of us going, he said, his voice calm, meeting Tya's gaze with unwavering green eyes. For a moment, Tya hesitated, caught off guard by his directness. His sharp gaze cut through her, and although she felt a flicker of fear, it was quickly replaced by excitement. It was rare for Richard to give her such focused attention. Even though he was younger, his fierce look had a certain magnetism to it. Alrighty then, Tya said with a small, composed smile. She turned to Alicent. Next time, maybe. Yep, we'd love to have you, Alicent said, forcing a polite nod, even though she was relieved that Richard had handled the situation. Satisfied with their answer, Tya gave a brief wave before moving off to tend to other customers, leaving Richard and Alicent to their conversation. Once she was out of earshot, Richard turned to Alicent. Hey, if you didn't want her to come with us, you should have said something. You don't have to be nice about everything, he said, his eyes softening as he watched her. Allison sighed, leaning back in her chair. I know. It's just. She's been so helpful. Over the past week, she's taught me how to sew and even helped me read some of the books in the inn. I didn't want to sound ungrateful. Richard's expression shifted, his sharp edges softening as he realized how much Tya had done for Allison in his absence. Over the past week, he had been consumed with his own missions, slipping out during the day and night for revenge, leaving Allison behind. He had been so focused on his own task that he hadn't paid attention to how she was spending her time or who she was connecting with. She's been helping you all this time, Richard said with a smile. He hadn't known, but now that he did, he felt a quiet sense of relief. Allison had found support here in the inn while he was gone. He was glad she wasn't alone. Looking across the room at Tya as she served other patrons, Richard regarded her in a new light. Her kindness toward Allison had not gone unnoticed, and he made a mental note to repay her for it in the future, in his own way. Richard and Allison continued their meal quietly, the soft clatter of cutlery and murmurs of other patrons filling the air around them. While Allison sipped her pottage contentedly, Richard's focus wandered, his enhanced hearing catching fragments of conversation from nearby tables. Did you hear about what happened last night? A man muttered at the table behind them, his voice low but clear to Richard's sharp ears. 20 men, all gone in a single night. Richard kept his gaze steady, his expression betraying nothing, though he was well aware of what they were talking about. He continued to eat, but his grip tightened slightly on the crust of his bread. I heard it was brutal, another voice joined in. No one knows who's responsible, but it must have been something fierce. The whole city's on edge. Richard's chest tightened, but outwardly he stayed calm. He had been there. He'd dealt with Roderick's men swiftly and efficiently. They were a threat, and he had made sure they wouldn't bother him or Allison again. But he hadn't expected news of the event to spread so quickly, or for the whispers of fear to echo so loudly. Allison glanced at Richard, sensing a shift in his mood. Everything okay? She asked gently, tilting her head as she watched him. Richard forced a small smile. Yeah, I'm fine. Just thinking about the market later. She smiled back, though there was a hint of curiosity in her eyes. She knew him well enough to sense when something was on his mind, but she didn't push further. Around them, the conversation continued, with more rumors flying. Some spoke of wild beasts, others speculated rival gangs. But no one suspected the truth. No one would imagine the quiet 12-name-days boy sitting at the table with a 10-names-day-old was the one responsible for last night's events. Chapter 4. Planting Seeds. Third paw of the marketplace in Lanisport was alive with energy, the smell of freshly baked bread mingling with the tang of salted fish and the sweet aroma of fruit. Merchants called out their wares from stalls that lined the cobbled streets, their voices competing with the hum of the crowd. Richard and Allison walked side by side, the sun casting a warm glow over them as they moved through the bustling sea of people. Allison's smile was bright as Richard bought her a few books and a delicate piece of jewelry, a simple silver chain that sparkled against her neck. She thanked him with a soft touch to his arm, her happiness evident. As they moved from stall to stall, Richard's hands moved with practiced ease, slipping into the pockets and pouches of passersby without a single person noticing. Coins exchanged into Richard's hands faster than anyone could react, and yet his face remained calm, unbothered by the small thefts he committed as they walked. Allison was unaware of his light-fingered deeds, lost in her joy as she admired the simple luxuries he was able to give her now. But as they continued through the crowded marketplace, her mood shifted. Her smile faded, and Richard noticed the change immediately. Following her gaze, Richard saw what had captured her attention. A young boy, who looked 9 name days, sitting by the side of the street, ragged and thin. On his lap was a little girl, barely 5 name days, her clothes dirty and her cheeks pale. The boy held out a trembling hand, silently asking for help as people walked by, not sparing them so much as a glance. Richard glanced at Allison, her face soft with sympathy. She had always had a heart for the downtrodden, for those who reminded her of their own time on the streets. He knew what she was thinking before she even spoke. Do you want to help them? Richard asked, his voice quiet as he watched her. Allison nodded without hesitation, but there was something more in her eyes, a deeper thought behind the immediate compassion she felt. Richard raised an eyebrow. Nothing is free, You know. If we were to help them, they'll have to repay us somehow. Allison didn't respond right away. Instead, she gave it a long, thoughtful silence, her eyes still fixed on the boy and the girl. She had learned much over the years, watching how the world worked in the streets, how nothing came without a cost. But when she spoke, it wasn't what Richard expected. With your powers, can't you become a leader? Like Roderick was. Her voice was quiet but steady, the suggestion catching Richard off guard. He blinked, surprised by the sudden shift in her thinking. The idea hadn't even crossed his mind, but now that she said it, something stirred within him. He remembered the memories of John Falcon, the scenes of a movie where a child, born into nothing, rose to control a vast criminal empire. The respect, the fear, the power, it had all come from being relentless, from taking what others wouldn't dare to. Richard's mind raced as he considered it. Leading a group. He was fast enough, strong enough, and people feared what they didn't understand. What if he could take what Roderick had left behind and do it better, on his own terms? The thought was intoxicating in its possibilities. He glanced back at the boy on the street, then at Allison, her face still soft with kindness. But there was also a sharpness in her now, an understanding that survival sometimes meant making hard choices. Richard gently patted her on the shoulder, a rare smile tugging at his lips. You've just given me an idea, he said, his voice low, carrying a hint of something darker. Allison looked up at him, curiosity flickering in her blue eyes, but she didn't ask what he meant. She trusted him, and for now, that trust was enough. Richard and Allison moved slowly toward the boy and girl huddled by the street corner. The boy noticed them approaching, his eyes widening as he took in their noble attire, clean clothes, fine fabric. He reached out a trembling hand, his voice small and desperate. Please, sir, the boy begged. Give me some coin. Me and my sister are hungry. Richard crouched down, his gaze softening as he looked the boy in the eye. What's your name? The boy hesitated, eyes darting between Richard and Allison. Humphrey, he said finally, his voice quiet. And this is my sister, Myriel. Please, my lord, we haven't had any food in days. Richard shifted his gaze to the little girl hiding behind her brother. Myriel was tiny, barely 3 days old, her dark hair matted and her face streaked with dirt. She clung to Humphrey's back, her eyes wide with fear and uncertainty. Both children were gaunt, their sunken cheeks and thin limbs a testament to days, perhaps weeks, of hunger. I will help you, Humphrey, Richard said after a moment, his voice calm but firm. I can get you and your sister off the streets, give you food and shelter. But in return, you must serve me. Humphrey blinked, clearly surprised by the offer. His eyes flicked down as Richard tossed a gleaming silver coin into his hand. The boy stared at it in disbelief for a heartbeat, then quickly bowed his head. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. I'll be your servant. Richard patted both Humphrey and Myriel gently on the head, his demeanor softening for a moment. He knew all too well what it was like to be in their position, struggling to survive on the streets, and there was a strange comfort in helping them now. Allison, who had been watching silently, smiled as she saw the exchange. Her heart warmed, seeing Richard extend a hand to those in need, especially those in the same situation as them. She had always known that beneath his sometimes hard exterior, there was a kindness in him, a desire to protect others. Let's get you two cleaned up, Richard said as he stood up and offered his hand to Humphrey. The boy, still clutching his sister in one arm, hesitated only for a moment before accepting the hand and pulling himself to his feet. He held his sister tightly, her small form leaning against him for support. Follow along, Richard said, turning to continue his walk through the marketplace, Allison by his side. Now, the two children trailed behind them, the weight of their hunger and desperation slowly easing with every step. Richard led Humphrey and Myriel to a nearby food stall, where the smell of roasted meat and fresh bread filled the air. He bought them enough to sat their hunger, handing over pieces of bread and meat with a casual air, as if it were nothing. But to the two siblings, it was everything. Humphrey devoured the food, tearing into the bread with fervor, while Myriel, still shy and wary, nibbled slowly at her piece, her wide eyes never leaving Richard's face. As their hunger faded, the exhaustion in their faces seemed to melt away, replaced by a quiet awe. They looked at Richard with something more than gratitude now. There was respect in their eyes, a kind of reverence. To them, Richard wasn't just a noble who had tossed them a few coins. He was something greater. Humphrey swallowed the last bite of bread and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. He glanced at his sister, who was still watching Richard as if waiting for some divine word from him. "Thank you, my lord," Humphrey said, his voice stronger now, filled with sincerity. "We'll do whatever you ask. We owe you our lives." Richard, sensing their growing loyalty, nodded but said nothing. He didn't need to speak. The exchange had already bound them to him in ways words could not. Allison, standing beside him, noticed the change in the children's demeanor. She saw the way they looked at Richard now, as if he were a beacon of hope, a leader they could follow. She smiled softly to herself, recognizing the power Richard held, not just in his abilities, but in the way he could inspire loyalty and devotion. They continued through the market, the two children followed closely behind, no longer just beggars, but willing followers. And Richard knew, with every step they took, that this was only the beginning of something far greater. As they moved through the busy streets of lanisport, Richard's mind was already churning. This was the beginning. Humphrey and Myriel were just the first. There were countless others like them, children without homes, without food, without purpose. With his power, he could gather them, give them a place, and in return, they would serve him. It was the start of something much larger, something he had never imagined before. Allison glanced at him, catching the glint of determination in his eyes. She didn't say anything, but she knew Richard was already thinking ahead, his mind racing with plans and possibilities. The city bustled with life around them, but in Richard's mind, a new path was forming, one that could change everything. Joanna Lannister POVI sat in the opulent solar of Castle Rock, bathed in the golden light streaming through the high, narrow windows. The room was richly appointed, with tapestries of Lannister crimson and gold hanging from the walls, their lion sigils casting shadows across the floor. Despite the wealth and grandeur surrounding me, my mood was far from regal. As I stared at the stack of papers before me, willing my mind to focus on the matters at hand, my thoughts kept drifting back to what I had witnessed earlier that day. My twins, Jaime and Cersei, barely in their 6th name day, had been caught in an embrace, kissing each other like lovers, not siblings. The sight shook me to the core. I had scolded them, of course, but the unease lingered. It was more than just the impropriety, there was something dark in the way they clung to each other, something possessive. It made my skin crawl, and I couldn't shake the feeling that it was only the beginning of greater troubles to come. A pang of guilt pierced my heart, sharp and bitter, as I thought of my children. Jaime and Cersei, so close since birth, had always been inseparable. I had done my best to allow them their bond, but lately, their closeness, once innocent, now felt almost unnatural. It was for that reason I had made the difficult decision to separate them within the walls of Castle Rock. I had arranged their chambers as far apart from each other as I could. Cersei's room was placed in the eastern wing, where the sun poured in through the windows, lighting the space in gold from dawn till dusk. Jaime's was on the western side, overlooking the cliffs, where the sea crashed relentlessly against the stone. They hadn't understood, of course. They had protested, confusion and hurt evident in their eyes. It wasn't easy, but I told myself it had to be done. They needed time apart to grow as individuals. Yet, as the mother in me struggled with the logic of that decision, the lioness in me bristled with a deeper fear. There was something darker beneath their bond, a possessiveness I didn't want to admit, even to myself. I had caught them more than once before, whispering in corners or holding hands in ways that set me on edge. No one else seemed to notice, or perhaps they did and said nothing. Maybe it was only a mother's paranoia, heightened by Tywin's absence and the mounting pressures of our house. Guilt gnawed at me. Here I was, in the heart of my family's stronghold, yet I felt the threads of our future unraveling around me. I had separated my children, and for what? I wished to protect them, yet my actions felt like a betrayal. The weight of my responsibilities pressed down on me, leaving me feeling trapped between duty and maternal instinct, between the love for my children and the fear of what they might become. In that moment, I resolved to keep a closer watch on them, to intervene if necessary. I couldn't allow their bond to darken further, and as their mother, it was my duty to guide them away from paths I feared they might tread. But as I pondered the challenges ahead, I knew that the battle to preserve my family had only just begun. I sighed, rubbing my temples as I tried to bury the unsettling thoughts beneath the heavy weight of my duties. Also, as if the trouble with my children weren't enough, a missive had arrived from King's Landing that morning. It was not just an invitation to court, it was a summons. My lips curled into a tight frown as I considered it. I knew Tywin expected me to come, to be by his side as the wife of the hand of the king, but the thought of returning to the capital soured my mood. Tywin had been gone for moons, ever the dutiful hand, and I missed him terribly. More than the distance, however, it was the presence of Aerys Targaryen that plagued my mind. That dragon. Aerys had tried to court me years ago, before my marriage to Tywin. He had been younger then, less vile perhaps, but no less arrogant. He had assumed that his Targaryen blood and princely title would be enough to win me over. He was wrong. I had been a lioness even then, proud and unbending. I had rebuffed him without hesitation, and it had stung his pride. I doubted he had ever forgiven me for it, though Tywin's presence at court had kept him in check. For now. Still, the idea of facing Aerys again, especially with the rumors of his growing taste for other women other than his wife, did little to ease my mind. I had no desire to parade myself in front of him, no matter how much I longed to see Tywin again. The thought of him alone in that court, surrounded by danger, filled me with dread. As I sat in the dim light of my solar, a wave of anxiety washed over me, intertwining with the nagging guilt that clung to my thoughts about my children. Their bond, once a source of joy and pride, now felt like a portent of trouble looming on the horizon. The very thought of returning to King's Landing filled me with dread. I had no desire to be ridiculed or, worse, to become a target for King Aerys's unwanted attention. As these fears consumed me, I felt the shadows of the past creeping into the present, twisting everything I once held dear and leaving me feeling vulnerable and unsteady. Suddenly, a sharp knock at the door interrupted my thoughts. One of my household guards entered, his face grim as he handed me a report. My brows furrowed as I unsealed it and began to read. My mood, already dark, plummeted further. The report detailed a disturbing rise in violent deaths in Lanisport. Over the past week, there had been a string of murders, each more gruesome than the last. But it was the most recent one that made my stomach churn. Dozens dead in a single night. The details were graphic. Mangled corpses, bodies unrecognizable from the brutality of the attacks. I felt a wave of nausea as I scanned the descriptions. The words, mutilation, and slaughter, leapt off the page. It was as though a beast had been unleashed in Lanisport, something or someone preying on the city without mercy. I closed my eyes for a moment, trying to gather myself. What in the seven hells is going on? I muttered under my breath, tossing the parchment onto the desk. It was unlike anything I had ever seen in Lanisport. Bandits and thieves, yes, but this. This was something darker. Something feral. My first instinct was to send word to Tywin, but he was in King's Landing, and Lanisport, for now, was my responsibility. I would have to handle this myself. Still, a feeling of dread gnawed at me, a sense that whatever was behind these murders was far more dangerous than anything I had faced before. I sighed heavily, resting my elbows on the desk and burying my face in my hands. The weight of my duties pressed down on me like the stone above, the burdens of a Lannister in Castle Rock. My children, my husband's absence, the shadow of Aerys, and now this bloodshed in Lanisport. It was enough to make anyone feel trapped. I stood, pacing the length of my solar. I glanced out of the window, my gaze falling on the glittering city below, unaware of the horrors lurking in its streets. The city bustled with life, but beneath it, something monstrous lurked. And in that moment, for all my pride and power, I felt a ripple of fear. Chapter 5. Changes. Richard Pov. Several moons later, in the quiet scenery of my solar, I sat slumped in my chair, staring down at my hands. My thoughts wandered, restless, as I watched my claws retract and extend, glistening with my own blood. The blades were sharp, deadly, but the sight of them didn't bother me. It was what they symbolized, the choices I had made, that weighed heavily on my mind. I flexed my fingers, watching the blades disappear back into my skin, smooth as if they'd never been there at all. Then, with a quiet metallic sound, they emerged again, sharp and cold. I was lost in thought, questioning myself in a way I hadn't before. The faces of those I had ended flashed in my mind. I couldn't remember how many now. 100, maybe more. They'd all been people who crossed the wrong line, who posed a threat. But recently, something had shifted. I found myself wondering, should it bother me that I don't feel anything when I end a life? Sitting back, I forced myself to ask the question that had been circling in my head. Did you care when you killed them? The answer came out easily, too easily. No. I frowned. Why not? Because they were bad people. It was a reflex, an excuse I'd told myself time and time again. But then, another question followed, one I hadn't considered before. What if they weren't bad? What if they were innocent? I sat in silence, grappling with the thought. What would I do if I faced someone undeserving of the blade? Would you kill them? I whispered, as though challenging myself to answer. My chest tightened slightly. No, I whispered again, but this time, the answer was different. No, I wouldn't. For the first time in a long while, I felt something, a flicker of humanity buried deep under layers of what I had become. I wasn't numb, not completely. There was a part of me that still knew right from wrong, that still cared, even if I didn't show it. I shook myself out of the thought and slapped my cheeks lightly to focus. I couldn't dwell on this, not now. There were too many things that needed my attention. I had responsibilities, a group of people to lead and take care. A mafia family I had made 2 moons ago. The organization I'd built wasn't just some street gang, it was a structured, loyal family. Modeled after the Italian style of John Falcon's world, it was a model something that valued respect and loyalty. And I was in charge, the one they all looked to. I couldn't lose focus now, not when so many were depending on me. I wiped the blood from my hands and walked toward the door. As I opened it, I was greeted by a bustling scene. 4 children ran across the hallway, laughing as another child chased them in a game of tag. These were the children who had unknowingly become part of my family, my mafia. They were under my protection now. When they saw me, they stopped playing at once. The boys bowed their heads, while the girls curtsied. I nodded in return, acknowledging their respect before continuing down the hallway. As I walked, I admired the building. It was full of long corridors and many rooms. This place had once belonged to the Black Cat criminal group, one of the most notorious in the slums of Lanisport. But it wasn't theirs anymore. I had dealt with them, taken what was once theirs, and made it my own. My family had renovated the space, transforming it from bleak and rundown to something far more vibrant and alive. Along the way, people of all ages greeted me, some as young as 1 year, others in their 20s. I nodded back. There were 17 maid members in my family now, all chosen by me. This doesn't include the new recruits, who number 5 times as much as the maid members. The maid members were the older age group. The recruits were the younger ones who were still innocent and oblivious to the truth. I had brought them in at their lowest points, offering them a place where they could belong, where they could be loyal. 1/3 of the family were older than me, mostly in their teens, while the other 2/3 were younger. I was lenient with all of them, but I knew when to be firm. There had been a time when an older boy thought he could challenge my authority. He gathered a group of others, convinced they could overthrow me. It hadn't ended well for them. I had called everyone to witness their punishment. It was harsh, perhaps too harsh. None of them have teeth or fingers anymore. Finally, I arrived at my destination. A blue door with a painting of a book and a sewing needle on it. I had come here for a special reason. Allison's namesday was in 3 days. She was turning 11. She hadn't mentioned it, but I knew. She had told me about how her mother used to celebrate her birthdays when she was younger, and those memories were dear to her. I smiled, thinking about her upcoming special day, but my smile faded as I thought about my own namesday. I had no idea when it was. No parents had ever been present in my life to tell me. I sighed, pushing the thought aside, and knocked on the door. When I entered the room, I was greeted by a familiar sight. Allison and 2 other girls were teaching sewing and reading to a group of about 10 girls, all around Allison's age or in their teens. When they saw me, the girls rushed over, bombarding me with questions, simple greetings, asking how I was doing, and thanking me for helping them. Allison, noticing my predicament, took my hand and led me out of the room. Back to your studies, girls. I'll be with Richard for a while, she said, as Shara and Rose resumed teaching the class. These 2 girls were helping Allison teach the sewing and reading class. Shara, a 17-year-old former merchant's daughter, had worked in a brothel under the Black Cat's control before I rescued her. She was skilled with numbers and letters. Rose, on the other hand, was 14. She came from a family of seamstresses, but they had lost everything due to a bad loan. Her parents were killed, and she had been scarred by the loan sharks. I had saved her too. So, Richard, what's up? Did something happen? Are the kids causing trouble again? Allison asked, smiling. No, they've been fine. Let them play, I replied, smiling back. Our group had grown large, and the children, who had once known nothing but hunger and hardship, were now bonding, playing games like tag and hide and seek in the building. Is it about my name's day? Allison smirked, already guessing why I had come. She was right. I hesitated for a moment, unsure of what to say now that she had figured it out. Don't you remember? Over the past 4 years, we promised to celebrate this name's day together. It's not just mine. It's yours too, she reminded me with a smile. She was right. Back then, she had noticed how upset I'd been about not having a name's day of my own, so she decided to share hers with me. It was a childish gesture at the time, but it meant a lot to me. Thinking about it, I realized I was probably around 13 now. Is there anything you want for your name's day? I asked, curious about her wish. Nothing much, she replied, but I was thinking we could have a small feast. I want to celebrate with the whole family. She wanted to share the moment with our group, the children, and her friends. Why do you want that? I asked, intrigued by her reasoning. I would grant her wish regardless, but I wanted to understand. My mother, Maria, even though we didn't have much, she always invited her friends to celebrate my name's day, Allison said softly. It was a tradition she wanted to carry on in memory of her mother. I could see the longing in her eyes as she spoke, and in that moment, something clicked in my mind. Her mother, Maria, had been a courtesan at a high-end brothel in Lanisport. Allison hadn't remembered much from her early years, but she had mentioned the establishment had a sign, a red cat with black stripes. I decided I would send Humphrey and the boys to scout the city, see if they could find any trace of that place. Richard, what do you want for name's day? Allison asked, pulling me from my thoughts. She didn't want to interrupt, but she was curious. How about a handkerchief? I replied, patting her on the head. I want to see the skills you've learned from Tya and Rose. We both smiled as we continued walking through the building, talking about trivial things. As we reached the second floor, we looked down at the courtyard below, watching as the children laughed and played together, their happiness filling the air. Third paw of the slums of Lanisport had undergone a transformation that few would have believed possible. Once a festering haven for thieves, cutthroats, and smugglers, where every cobblestone whispered secrets of blood and treachery, the streets now thrummed with the hum of honest trade. Gone were the half-starved beggars clutching rags to their skeletal frames. In their place stood healthy men and women, their hands rough with honest toil, selling goods and services that ranged from fresh bread to simple tools. The scent of rot and decay, once so thick in the air it clung to the skin, had been replaced by the enticing aromas of roasted meats and fresh-baked loaves. Even the sky, so often choked with the haze of crime and neglect, seemed brighter, as if the city itself had been reborn. Where shadowy alleyways had echoed with the clash of steel and the hissed bargains of smugglers, now the clang of a blacksmith's hammer rang out, accompanied by the busy chatter of merchants hawking their wares. Makeshift stalls lined the streets, once narrow passageways of vice, now widened by the absence of filth. They were stocked with food, clothing, and trinkets, simple things, but more precious now for the peace they represented. The change had been swift and absolute, as if the city had been scrubbed clean overnight. The reason for this sudden shift lay in the whispers that passed from mouth to mouth, slipping through windows and alleyways like the wind. A moon and a half ago, a purge had swept through the slums like a vengeful storm, sparing neither the highborn son, who dabbled in illegal pleasures, nor the lowest criminal scums. The once feared kings and queens of Lannisport's underbelly, merciless thugs who had ruled with an iron fist, demanding tribute and silence, had been erased. Their bodies had not been found. Only the bloodstains remained. The underworld was now a ghost story, its power extinguished in a single, merciless night. Few knew the truth of what had happened, but rumors were enough to chill the spine of even the hardest men. It was said a stranger had appeared, cloaked in darkness, his hood drawn low over his face, moving like a shadow through the filth-ridden streets. Some claimed he was an agent of the stranger himself, a herald of death come to claim the souls of the wicked. Others whispered of a lone avenger, a ghost with cold, merciless eyes who fought with the speed and precision of a master swordsman. There were those who spoke of a man whose hands bore the marks of some ancient curse, claws of unbreakable metal extending from his fingers, leaving no survivors in his wake. The people of Lanisport feared the unknown figure, but they also revered him. His vengeance had brought order where chaos had thrived for generations. Now, under the noon sun, the slums bustled with the sound of coin exchanging hands, children playing in the alleys, and families gathering for their evening meal. But when the sun dipped below the horizon and the long shadows of the city crept out, the whispers would begin again. The story of the hooded man who had purged the streets, and whether his wrath would one day return. The event that happened a moon and a half ago that changed the landscape of Lanisport came to be known as the Purge of the Slums. During that time fear had spread like wildfire through Lanisport, and rumors ran rampant. Word of a mysterious figure in a black hood swept the city, leaving both the innocent and the guilty on edge. In response, Lady Joanna Lannister dispatched extra men from Castle Rock to support the city guard. But their efforts were futile. Each night, the stranger appeared and disappeared as if by magic, evading the Lannister soldiers with ease. With every dawn, a new body was found in the slums, crouched, lifeless, and unrecognizable, as though they had been claimed by some unknown force. The sight was unsettling enough, but what truly chilled the soul were the words, scrawled in blood on the walls nearby. Those who have sinned, repent and cease your doings. The stranger shall spare you. At first, these warnings were ignored, dismissed as the ramblings of a madman. But as more bodies appeared with each passing morning, fear began to take hold. The gangs, criminals, and even corrupt city guards who had once ruled the slums found themselves targeted. None were safe. Slowly but surely, the criminal groups that had plagued the area for so long began to flee. Strange happenings in the night were impossible to ignore, and the warning signs were clear to those who knew how to read them. The slums, once controlled by thieves and cutthroats, were emptied of their presence. Then, almost as if in answer to the prayers of the downtrodden, a miracle followed. One morning, many of the local shopkeepers, innkeepers, and food stall owners awoke to find small pouches of coins left by their windows. The sums were modest but enough to restart their businesses and restore their livelihoods. It was as though the stranger had not only purged the wicked but offered a chance of rebirth to the deserving. At first, fear lingered in the hearts of the people, even during daylight. But as the nights passed without further incidents, life began to return to normal. Slowly, cautiously, the people of the slums stepped out from the shadows. The criminals were gone, the streets were safer, and, for the first time in a long while, the slum dwellers felt hope. The economy of the slums flourished. With the threat of crime diminished, merchants could sell their goods without fear of theft, families could walk the streets without looking over their shoulders, and children could play without the shadow of danger looming over them. Life remained difficult for some. Homelessness persisted, orphans still wandered the streets, and petty theft was not entirely eradicated. Yet, amidst the struggles, there was now a glimmer of hope, a fragile promise of peace and security. The heavy weight of fear that had once suffocated the slums was lifted, allowing the people to face their hardships with newfound resilience. Though far from perfect, it was a life where one could sleep a little easier, where children could laugh without the constant shadow of danger, and where the honest had a chance to thrive. In a place long forgotten by the rest of the world, even the smallest light was a blessing. Chapter 6. Freedom. Tywin Pov. I sat in my solar in the Tower of the Hand. A stack of parchment lay on my desk, all of it concerning the running of the kingdoms. But at the moment, my focus strayed from my duties, for in my hand, I held a missive from my wife, Joanna. The midday sun flooded the room, casting a bright glow over the parchment. Joanna's handwriting was clean and direct, her strokes as sharp as her wit. The letter brought good news, at least on the surface. A moon ago, my city of Lanisport had been plagued by a spree of murders. Hundreds missing or killed in the span of days, a slaughter without a named culprit. Upon first hearing of this, I sent a missive to my brother Kevin. He had failed to manage the city in my absence, and in my letter, I reprimanded him, demanding that he find the culprits responsible. The killings were staining the reputation of House Lannister. I wanted to know every detail about the murders. In the letters I received from Kevin afterward, it was clear from his descriptions of the state of Lannisport's slums that this was no accident. Whoever orchestrated the chaos knew exactly what they were doing. Still, the unrest served me in ways I couldn't have foreseen. A moon ago, Joanna was supposed to arrive at court. But she had used the disorder as a shield, a way to avoid King's Landing and its web of intrigue. I supported my wife's decision. After all, it was best for her. I knew Aerys lusted after her, and I don't know what I would do if he ever so much as laid a finger on her. The very thought of the king made my teeth clench. I remembered all too well how he sneered when I informed him of Joanna's absence. When I gave the news that she would not be coming to court, he mocked her absence, ridiculing not only my wife but also me in front of his sycophants, attempting to diminish House Lannister and the Westerlands by extension. In those moments, I came dangerously close to forgetting my self-control. My hands itched to seize him by the throat and crush the life from him. I could still hear his shrill laughter from the last council session, his eyes bright with the madness of power. Aerys is a fool. He may wear the crown, but he does not rule. The coffers are full only because of me, because of my tax reforms and my ruthless collection of what is owed. Without me, he would be a beggar king. The chaos in King's Landing after Aerys came to power was quelled by my efforts. I had done everything within my power as Hand of the King to improve the realm and elevate the prestige of House Lannister. Yet Aerys had no appreciation for it, not even a simple show of respect or thanks. Aerys neglects his duties while I labor in the shadows. The king shits, and the hand wipes, I thought bitterly, the refrain all too familiar in my mind. I rose from my desk, setting down the missive from Joanna. I walked away and stepped out onto the balcony, letting the cool breeze of King's Landing sweep over me. I closed my eyes in thought, thinking of Joanna and my twins, Jaime and Cersei. A moon ago, if there hadn't been chaos in Lanisport, I could have met with them. I could have embraced my wife. I could have gauged my future heir, Jaime, seen how much he had grown. And Cersei. As I was thinking of Cersei, I heard the clang of steel. I looked down from the tower of the Hand. Below, the sound of steel striking steel echoed across the courtyard, sharp and rhythmic. It was Prince Rhaegar and Ser Barristan Selmy. Under the sun, in the Kingsguard training ground, Prince Rhaegar moved with elegance and precision, his silver hair glinting in the light. Opposite him, Ser Barristan Selmy was calm and assured, each swing of his sword a masterful stroke, testing the young prince with every blow. Rhaegar fought back, his face a mask of focus, but even from here, I could see his inexperience with the sword. After all, not long ago, he had been engrossed in his books. Selmy's movements were too refined, too seasoned. Rhaegar, for all his grace, was losing ground. His parries grew slower, his footwork less certain. Selmy wasn't trying to humiliate him, of course, but neither would he coddle him. Every strike tested Rhaegar's resolve, his strength, his patience. I watched as Selmy advanced, driving the prince backward. Though outmatched, Rhaegar was determined not to lose, that much was clear. His jaw clenched, his violet eyes sharp with frustration. Yet determination alone doesn't win battles, and in the next exchange, the inevitable happened. Selmy feinted high, then swept low with a powerful stroke. Rhaegar reacted, but not quickly enough. His sword flew from his hand, clattering to the ground a few feet away. Rhaegar stood there, chest heaving, his hands trembling slightly as he stared at the empty space where his sword had been. But he didn't yield, didn't bow his head in defeat. His eyes flicked to Selmy, who had already lowered his blade. Rhaegar picked up his training sword. Again, he said, his voice tight with controlled anger. He was losing. He would never win against Ser Barristan the Bold. But even though outmatched, the princeling had a fire in him that was unique, different from his father. That stubbornness, that refusal to back down, was what I admired most in him. I then thought back to Cersei, whose entire existence is centered around marrying Rhaegar. The only reason I am still Hand, I murmured to myself, my gaze locked on Rhaegar, is because of him. Aerys may sit on the Iron Throne, but Rhaegar is the future. It is the prince who holds the key to the realm's salvation, the only one with the strength of will and intellect to rebuild what his father has squandered. In Rhaegar, I see hope. And through him, I see my future, my legacy. I could see it as clearly as if it were already carved in stone. My daughter Cersei, her golden hair a crown of its own, standing beside Rhaegar as queen. The Targaryen bloodline would fuse with Lannister gold, and my line would sit upon the Iron Throne for generations to come. The courtyard below was bathed in the warmth of the sun, but my thoughts remained cold and precise. Every decision I make now, every word I speak, is in service of the long game. And in that game, Rhaegar Targaryen is the most valuable piece on the board. Third POV. Richard walked down the cobbled streets of Lanisport, dressed in attire that allowed him to blend in with the city's more affluent residents. His clean leather boots gleamed with polish, while his tunic, woven from fine silk and linen, and his trousers of soft linen, gave him the appearance of a merchant's well-off son. To the casual observer, he looked like any other privileged youth, perhaps running errands for his father's trade. But there was something in Richard's gait, steady, deliberate, that set him apart, hinting at a purpose beyond mere business. The disguise was carefully chosen. Where he was headed, the poor and unremarkable were turned away at the door. He needed to be seen as someone of means, someone who belonged. His sharp, alert eyes took in everything as he moved through the bustling streets. Gilded carriages rolled by, their wheels clattering over the stones, while finely dressed merchants haggled over silks and spices. The grand facades of the buildings, with their ornate carvings and polished marble, stood as monuments to the wealth that permeated this part of Lanisport. He was nearing his destination. Richard paused, consulting the map drawn by Humphrey. The destination was one of Lanisport's most exclusive indulgences, an establishment known to cater to the city's elite. This wasn't the kind of brothel that stank of cheap perfume and desperation. No, this place exuded an air of discretion and luxury, its doors open only to those with gold enough to buy silence and pleasures unseen. He arrived at the brothel, pausing briefly as his gaze lifted to the sign above, just as Allison had described it. A red cat with dark black stripes, its eyes narrowed as if guarding the secrets within. The entrance was flanked by two guards, built like mountain goats, with thick arms crossed over their broad chests. Their faces were masks of indifference, but their eyes flicked toward Richard with suspicion. He was young, too young for this place, at least to be coming alone. One of the guards stepped forward, his brow furrowed. "Can you even pay, boy?" he asked, his voice a rumble of disbelief. Most who came of Richard's age did so under the watchful eyes of wealthy patrons, fathers bringing sons to indulge in their first fantasies, not alone and unaccompanied. But Richard didn't flinch under their scrutiny. Without a word, he handed the guard a small pouch of silver stags, enough to buy more than a few indulgences in a lesser establishment. The coins vanished into the guard's hand, and their attitudes shifted at once. The suspicion faded, replaced with a practiced professionalism. "Enjoy yourself, sir," one of them said, stepping aside as the door opened for Richard to enter. Inside, the air was thick with a heady mix of jasmine, rose oil, and something deeper, more exotic. The scent clung to his skin as he stepped into the dimly lit room, bathed in hues of red, purple, and gold. Tapestries lined the walls, their intricate designs telling stories of pleasure and excess. Velvet drapes hung from the ceiling, casting long shadows and softening the edges of the room, giving it an otherworldly, dreamlike quality. The laughter of women echoed softly, sultry and inviting, mingling with the gentle strumming of a harp from deeper within. The atmosphere was one of quiet indulgence and pleasure. But Richard was not here for pleasure. Richard's eyes flicked over the patrons lounging on silk cushions, goblets of wine in hand, and the women, clad in silks and jewels, their faces painted like delicate porcelain masks. He could see the allure, the way men were drawn into this world, but none of it mattered to him. His purpose was singular, and his heart remained untouched by the warmth of the place. A woman approached him, her posture commanding, though she moved with the grace of someone accustomed to being obeyed. She was the madam of the brothel, her dark hair pulled into a neat coif, eyes lined with kohl, assessing him with the precision of a merchant appraising fine goods. Her gown of deep red clung tight to her waist, her lips painted to match. Everything about her spoke of control. "Looking for someone, boy?" Her voice was low, practiced. The lack of surprise on her face showed that Richard's youth was of little consequence to her. Richard's gaze was steady as he regarded her. A woman called Maria." The madam's brow arched. "Many Marias have come through these doors. Have you a mind for which one?" Her eyes flicked over him, weighing him, though the curiosity in her voice was slight. "She has black hair, blue eyes, and a beauty mark on her cheek, Richard said, his words measured, the way Allison had described her mother clear in his mind. The madam's lips curled into a faint smile, her interest sharpened now. I know the one. A rare beauty, she is. You'll not have her cheaply. Her eyes glinted, like a merchant who knew the worth of her wares. A gold dragon for a night with Maria. Richard didn't flinch. He reached into his coat, withdrew a pouch heavy with gold, and tossed a single dragon toward her. The coin spun in the air, gleaming in the dim light, before landing squarely in her hand. The madam caught it with ease, weighing it briefly before letting it vanish into the folds of her gown. Her eyes flickered to the remaining pouches tied at his belt, and the smile that crossed her face now was one of surprise, but also calculation. Very well, she said with a nod. Wait here. She turned to a younger girl standing nearby. Fetch Maria, and tell her she's wanted. The girl scampered off, leaving Richard and the madam alone. She studied him again, a smirk dancing on her lips. You've the coin for it, boy, but a lad like you seeking out Maria. What's your story, I wonder? Richard remained silent, his resolve unyielding. He had what he wanted. There was no need to indulge her with unnecessary words. The madam leaned closer, eyes gleaming with curiosity, but Richard held her gaze without flinching, resolute in his silence. Not one for chatter, are you? The madam said, her tone teasing yet sharp. Very well, I shan't pry further. Secrets are the currency of this place, after all. Richard was led to a private room, its walls draped with heavy curtains that muted the noise from the rest of the building. The space was smaller, intimate, with a large single bed. The scent of incense hung in the air, almost stifling in its sweetness. He stood by the window, waiting, his hand resting on the small bag of gold hidden beneath his cloak. His thoughts drifted to Allison, the way her face had hardened whenever she spoke of her mother, the bitterness masked by a vulnerability she tried to hide. The door creaked open behind him. Richard turned, and there she was, Maria. The resemblance was immediate, unmistakable. Maria appeared to be in her mid-20s, her black hair, though streaked with the wear of years, framed a face that bore a haunting similarity to Allison's. The same blue eyes, wide with surprise, mirrored the innocence he had seen in the girl he had come to know so well. Delicate cheekbones accentuated her features, and there, just above her lip, sat the beauty mark. Oh, what have we here? Maria purred, a seductive smile curving her lips as she closed the door behind her with a soft click. Maria was taken aback to see a young boy. After all, most people wouldn't be able to afford her services, let alone a boy this young. So, what brings a lad such as yourself to a place like this? Maria inquired, stepping closer to Richard, her seductive smile remaining steadfast. Richard remained silent, his gaze locked onto her as if he were a predator sizing up his prey. Oh my, a quiet one are you. Have your father given you a gold dragon to indulge for your first time? Maria said as she began touching Richard's chest. Maria smirked, interpreting Richard's silence as the timidness of an inexperienced boy. Overwhelmed by nerves, Maria took the lead, starting to undress, but just as she was about to loosen her straps, Richard finally spoke up. Hold, if you please, he said, raising a hand. I'm not here for that. Richard's earlier silence had been a careful tactic to gauge Maria's character. While she believed her seductive act was convincing, he could see through the facade, recognizing it as mere pretense. Maria hesitated, confusion flitting across her features. Then what is it you seek? She asked, her voice laced with uncertainty. If he wasn't here for her services, what purpose did he have? I'm here because of Allison, Richard said softly. Your daughter. The moment her name crossed his lips, Maria's hand stilled, and color fled from her face, as though he had conjured a ghost from the depths of her memory. Allison. Who are you? How do you know her? Where is she? Panic surged through Maria as she seized Richard, shaking his firm frame in desperation. All you need to know is that she is safe and well, Richard replied, gently taking her hand and offering a reassuring smile. He then walked over to the bed and sat down, patting the space beside him. Slowly, Maria approached and sat on the edge of the bed. Her emotions swirled. Worry, curiosity, and surprise, each one chipping away at the mask she had worn for so long. Do you know when your daughter's name day is? Richard asked, his tone steady and measured. Why are you? Maria began, confusion tightening around her throat. But then an image of her daughter flashed through her mind. Those cute dark curls and striking sapphire eyes. She recalled the heart-wrenching agony of letting her go all those years ago. It's today. Her name day is today. As memories surged forth, sadness laced her voice, and tears began to glisten in her eyes. Indeed, Allison is someone dear to me, Richard continued, his voice resolute yet kind. Do you know what gift I intend to give her? For her sake. She's been searching for you. I have gold. Enough to secure your freedom. I'll buy it for you. He pulled out bags of gold coins and set them on Maria's lap. The weight clinked softly against her legs, the strings slightly loosened, revealing the glittering contents inside. Maria's lips trembled, her eyes brimming with tears. She pressed her hands to her chest, her body shaking with silent sobs. She's alive, my baby girl is alive. Tears of joy streamed down Maria's face, washing away the shadows of despair that had haunted her for years. Yes, Richard replied, his voice steady. She's well and thriving. After a moment of Maria crying tears of joy, Richard offered her a fleeting smile. He then rose from the bed. Come now, we wouldn't want to miss your daughter's name day, would we? He said, extending his hand to her. Maria's eyes glinted with the light of hope as the prospect of freedom danced before her. She felt the weight of her years in the brothel begin to lift, and with a surge of determination, she grasped the chance with both hands, ready to escape the shackles that had bound her for so long. Chapter 7. Who was he? Maria POVI followed the boy out of the room, my heart pounding with each step. Freedom felt closer with every movement, but it was still unreal, like a distant dream. I glanced at the boy, this strange, calm lad who was buying my freedom. In my hand, I gripped the pouches of gold coins he had given me. Who was he? He told me he was close to my daughter, but hadn't explained their relationship or even shared his name with me. The mystery of him gnawed at me as I stared at his back, his tall frame moving with a purpose far beyond his years. Oh my, that was quite quick, wasn't it? A familiar voice interrupted my thoughts. Madame Allane. Hatred surged through me as her voice cut through the air. Madame Allane. One of the most vile women I had ever known. She was the reason I had been forced to let go of my daughter, the one who had warned me that Allison would come to harm if I didn't give all my attention to the men who visited the brothel. A cruel smirk played on her lips as she turned her gaze to Richard. So, how was it? Isn't she one of the best? She said in a fake tone, her cold eyes flicking toward me before turning back to the boy with a false smile. Richard's expression didn't change. Calm and composed, he motioned for me to hand over the coin pouches. I'm buying Maria's freedom from this establishment, he said, his voice steady. Madame Allane took the pouches from him, her fingers brushing over the leather as if she were already imagining how to spend the coin. She weighed it in her hand, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. After a moment, she gave a curt nod. Nice doing business with you, kind sir, she said, offering a mocking curtsy. I could hardly believe it. I was free. Free from Madame Allane and the horrors of that place. A flood of happiness surged through me, and for a moment, I wanted to run out of the brothel and never look back. But then I looked down at my clothes. It was quite revealing, not something I could wear in the streets of lanisport without drawing attention. Richard, as if sensing my hesitation, turned to Madame Allane. She'll need better clothes, he said, his tone firm yet calm. The madam nodded without a word and motioned for one of the girls to fetch something more appropriate. As we waited in that suffocating silence, memories began to flood back. Years of broken promises, of hollow nights, of longing for a freedom that had seemed impossible. And now, standing here, waiting for a new dress, it all felt too surreal. Was I really free, or was this just another cruel twist of fate? I glanced at the boy again. He had kept his word, and somehow, in this brief time, I trusted him. But I still didn't know why. What did my daughter mean to him? The girl returned with a simple dress and a black cloak, and I put them on quickly, not wanting to linger any longer in that place. Without another word, we left the brothel and stepped out into the bustling streets of Lanisport. The city was alive with noise, merchants shouting, horses clattering on cobblestones, the salty breeze from the harbor carrying the smell of fish and seaweed. I took a deep breath, letting the air fill my lungs. I was free at last. Richard led the way through the winding streets, and I followed silently, my mind still spinning. He moved with such purpose and confidence, his eyes constantly seemed to always be scanning the surroundings. How could a boy like him, so young, carry himself with such confidence? And where had he gotten the money to buy my freedom? Curiosity got the better of me. I quickened my pace, walking beside him now. "What is your name, sir?" I asked, trying to sound respectful. "Richard," he answered simply, without hesitation. "And how did you come by so much coin? Are you by chance from a noble house?" I pressed, eager to know more. He shook his head. "No, I don't have any parents. I wouldn't know." His voice was cold, shutting down the conversation. I realized I had touched a sore subject, so I quickly changed course, asking instead about my daughter. He told me bits and pieces about Allison as we walked, but I could sense he was holding something back. Still, it was more than I had known before, and for now, it was enough. As we left the wealthier part of Lanisport behind, I noticed a change. The streets were dirtier, the people poorer, but it was better than the rumors had told. The slums weren't what I had expected, it was bustling with markets and teeming with business. I also noticed that there were children everywhere, watching us from the corners with curious eyes. Richard stopped in front of one of the children, a ragged boy sitting hunched on the cobblestones, his face streaked with dirt. Without a word, Richard crouched down beside him, leaning close to whisper something in the boy's ear. After that, Richard slipped a few coins into his hand. The boy looked up, awe shining through his grime, before bowing low in reverence, then retreating back into the shadows. It wasn't a singular act. As we walked through the streets, Richard repeated this with several other children. Small gestures, a few quiet words, and the same awestruck reaction every time. Each child bowed low, their eyes wide with wonder, before melting back into the crowd. I watched it all unfold, my curiosity gnawing at me like a restless beast. This was no ordinary boy, that much was clear. But the way the children treated him, with such respect, as though he were a figure of legend, it made me question everything I thought I knew about him. Who was he, really? And why did the streets bow before him like he was something more than flesh and bone? We stopped by a food stall, the scent of roasted chicken thick in the air. Richard handed me a kebab, his expression calm, almost unreadable. "You must be hungry," he said, his voice soft, a faint smile touching his lips. He moved to pay the vendor, but the man shook his head vehemently. "No need, sir," the vendor stammered, eyes cast down. "It's on the house, always." As we passed by other stalls, the pattern repeated. Each vendor refused his coin, bowing deeply, their respect palpable, almost unsettling. This was no simple act of courtesy. It was reverence, born from something deeper, something unspoken. With each interaction, a sense of awe stirred within me. I had never seen anything like it. Who was this boy, really? How had he earned the respect of these people? The forgotten, the overlooked, the children who lived in the cracks of the city. The more I watched him, the more questions filled my mind. Richard was unlike anyone I had ever known. He moved with a purpose, as if every step, every gesture, was part of a grander scheme that only he could see. And as I walked beside him, I couldn't shake the feeling that he was the key to something far larger than I could yet understand. After what felt like hours of walking, we finally reached a large mansion tucked away in a quiet corner of the city. The stone walls were worn and weathered by time, giving the place an unremarkable appearance. Yet, it stood in stark contrast to the brothel I had just left behind. Richard stepped forward and knocked on the heavy wooden door. After a brief pause, a small slit in the door slid open, revealing a pair of eyes peeking out. Richard leaned in, whispering something I couldn't hear. The door creaked open, and we stepped inside. As we entered, the young man on the other side gave a familiar bow toward Richard, a sign of respect that I had seen too many times to ignore. His eyes then shifted to me, widening in surprise. "Welcome, Lady Maria," the lad said, his voice filled with a strange mixture of familiarity and awe. I couldn't place his face, but he clearly knew me. We walked further into the mansion, and the warmth of the place hit me immediately, as did the low hum of voices and laughter. We emerged into a large atrium, and there I saw them, children, dozens of them, moving about with purpose, carrying chairs, utensils, and trays of food. They appeared to be preparing for some kind of celebration, a feast. As soon as they saw Richard, They all bowed, offering him the same deep reverence I had witnessed earlier from others. It was becoming increasingly clear that Richard was no ordinary boy in these streets. I followed him up a grand staircase, trying to take in the mansion's interior. The inside was much cleaner, far more comfortable than the worn exterior had suggested. The further we walked, the more questions piled up in my mind. Throughout the hallways, people greeted Richard with the utmost respect, calling him Sir or My Lord. It didn't make sense. He had told me he wasn't part of any noble house, so why was he being treated like this? What surprised me even more were the children. As we passed, several younger ones glanced at me and whispered, "That's Allison's mother." The word sent a jolt through me. I had to hold back my surprise. How did they know I was Allison's mother? And was this boy, Richard, behind all of it? Was this his plan from the very beginning? As my thoughts raced, a sudden memory struck me. Today was Allison's name's day, the day she was born. Could they be preparing a feast in her honor? Two teenagers stood guard by a set of large double doors. With a nod from Richard, they opened the doors, and what I saw inside took my breath away. The room beyond was vast, like a ballroom from the fairy tale I used to read in my younger years. Long tables were arranged meticulously, filled with food, drinks, and plates, all prepared for the feast. There were countless people, children, teens, and even some adults, gathered around the tables. At a glance, there could have been as many as 100 people in the room. The walls were adorned with elegant decorations, ornaments that gave the room a sense of grandeur. It felt like stepping into a royal banquet, far removed from the world I had known. At the high table, sitting in a place of honor, was Allison. She looked older now, more mature than the last time I had seen her, but her face still held the warmth and kindness I remembered. She was deep in conversation with two older girls, laughing and smiling, oblivious to the world around her. My eyes welled up with tears as I stood frozen in the doorway. After all these years of separation, here she was, right in front of me. The room slowly filled with murmurs as the crowd noticed Richard and me standing at the entrance. Allison caught wind of the change in the atmosphere, her laughter faltering. She glanced around in confusion before her eyes landed on me. Our eyes met. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Her face shifted from confusion to shock, and then, as recognition dawned, tears welled in her eyes. She pushed herself back from the table, her chair scraping against the floor as she rose. Without a word, she ran toward me. I didn't know what had gotten into me, but I ran too, closing the distance between us. When we were close enough, I barely had time to open my arms before she threw herself into them. Suddenly, we were both crying, holding each other like we were the only ones left in the world. All the pain, the uncertainty, the loneliness, it melted away in that one moment. It was just us, mother and daughter, reunited after what had felt like a lifetime of loss. The sounds of clapping filled the air around us. I didn't know who started it, but soon, the entire room was celebrating our reunion. Their cheers and applause echoed through the hall, but all I could focus on was the warmth of my daughter in my arms. Through my tears, I glanced up and saw Richard standing quietly nearby, his arms clapping as he watched us with a small smile. He didn't say anything, didn't need to. He had already given us the greatest gift anyone could, a chance to find each other again. The world had tried to tear us apart, but against all odds, we had found our way back to each other. For the first time in what felt like forever, I felt the weight of the years lift, leaving behind only the hope of what might come next. Richard Pov. Several weeks later, I was sitting in my solar, going over the family ledgers, when a knock came at the door. "Enter," I called, not bothering to look up. The numbers before me demanded attention, each coin accounted for, each deal noted in careful ink. But when the door creaked open, I glanced up and saw Lannister step in. Tall, black-haired, with eyes sharp as a hawk's. At 17, he was already a made man, quick with a blade and quicker with his wits. A street thief before, much like I once was. Behind him followed an older man, hunched from years of labor. His hands were rough, like knotted wood, and his skin bore the burn marks of the forge. Corlos. I remembered him well enough. He had one of the lucky faces I recognized, one of the few to walk away with a pouch of my coin after the purge. He limped as he stepped forward, dragging his right leg, the years not having been kind to him. Sit, I said, gesturing to the chair before my desk. Corlos hesitated before lowering himself into the seat. His face was drawn, etched with a weariness that spoke of more than just long hours at the forge. What's troubling you, Corlos? I asked, folding my hands together, my gaze fixed on his. He didn't answer immediately, just shifted in his seat, as if the weight of the words to come were too much to bear. Finally, he spoke, voice rough like the iron he shaped. Esser Gwent, he spat the name like a curse. A hedge knight. Came to my shop for a blade, said he needed something strong for the tourneys. Should have known he was trouble the moment he walked in. He paused, knuckles white as he gripped the armrests of the chair. But coin's been scarce, so I didn't say no. I didn't speak, just let the silence stretch as he gathered himself. I'd dealt with knights like Gwent before, brutes wrapped in steel who thought they were untouchable. They took what they wanted and left ruin in their wake. Corlos's voice wavered as he continued, each word heavy with shame. He set his eyes on my daughter, knocked me out cold, and when I woke, she'd been. His voice trailed off, but I didn't need him to finish. I could see the pain written across his face, the humiliation that burned in his eyes. I leaned forward, elbows resting on the desk. And what do you want, Corlos? I asked quietly. We both knew the answer, but I needed to hear him say it. Blood, he hissed, the fire behind his words unmistakable. I want him dead. I want him to feel what she felt. I want his bones left for the crows, his name forgotten. His fury was raw, a father's rage. But beneath it was something else, desperation. He wasn't just seeking vengeance. He was grasping for some semblance of control, trying to reclaim whatever pieces of his life Gwent had shattered. I nodded slowly. I'll see it done, I said, my voice measured, calm. But there's a price. Corlos's brow furrowed, but he didn't speak. He knew as well as I did that nothing came without a cost. I need your craft, I continued. Teach my boys the art of smithing. Show them how to turn iron into armor and weapons. Your skills are worth more than you think. He hesitated, his eyes flicking between me and Laner, who stood by the door like a shadow. After a long pause, he nodded. If it means seeing that bastard in the ground, I'll do it. I reached across the desk and clasped his hand. His grip was strong, his palm rough and calloused, but there was something in the way he held it. A promise of loyalty, of a man who had nothing left to lose. Laner stepped forward, ever the sharp one. What do you need me to do? He asked, always direct, always prepared for the next task. I allowed myself a small smile as I rose from my seat. Don't worry, I said, smoothing the front of my tunic. Esser Gwent is already a dead man. He just doesn't know it yet. Chapter 8. Punishments and Planning. 3rd. Povet was a moonless night in Lanisport, the air thick with the smell of salt and ale. Gwent, a hedge knight of some repute, stumbled out of a tavern, his gait unsteady from drink. He fumbled with his trousers as he found a shadowed corner, relieving himself against a crumbling stone wall. His eyes were half-lidded, his mind dulled by the mead coursing through his veins. As he finished, fumbling to lace up his breeches, a sudden sharp pain exploded at the back of his skull. A rock had struck him, and his head throbbed in fury. Gwent swore loudly, spinning around to find the culprit. His vision blurred for a moment before settling on a ragged teenage boy standing at the mouth of a narrow alley, grinning with a mischievous gleam in his eyes. You're a son of a whore. The boy jeered, his voice echoing through the empty street. Without waiting for Gwent's reaction, the boy turned and sprinted down the alley. Rage clouded Gwent's senses. With a snarl, he unsheathed his sword, the steel gleaming cold in the dim light. He gave chase, his boots slapping against the cobblestones as he thundered after the boy. You'll pay for that, you little rat. He growled, his voice filled with venom. The boy led him deeper into the twisting, labyrinthine alleys of Lanisport, darting through narrow passageways like a shadow. Gwent struggled to keep up, his breath coming in ragged gasps, the drink still slowing his reactions. Sweat dripped down his brow as they weaved through the maze of darkened streets, his anger burning hotter with every step. At last, the boy turned sharply into a dead end. Trapped, the lad faced him, his chest rising and falling with controlled breaths. Gwent's heart hammered in his chest, his rage reaching a fever pitch. He raised his sword, the metal whispering through the air as he stepped forward. You've nowhere to run now, Gwent snarled, advancing with murder in his eyes. I'll gut you where you stand. But the boy didn't flinch. Instead, he smiled, a slow, knowing grin that unsettled Gwent. The hedge knight hesitated, confusion flickering in his bloodshot eyes. What are you smiling at, you little fool? Gwent barked, raising his sword to strike. Before he could bring the blade down, a sharp blow struck the side of his head, faster than his drunken mind could register. His vision spun, and the world around him faded to black. He collapsed to the ground with a dull thud, his sword clattering from his hand. Richard stood over the unconscious knight, his face expressionless as he wiped the blood from his knuckles with a slow, deliberate motion. His boot nudged the limp body, and he looked up, his gaze landing on Humphrey. Good work, Humphrey, Richard said, his voice low, almost approving. The boy had played his part well, leading Sir Gwent right into the trap. Humphrey's face lit up with excitement. Thank you, my lord. How did I do? He asked eagerly, his youthful enthusiasm clear in his voice. Richard's eyes softened for a brief moment. Humphrey had come a long way from the streets, where he had once scrounged for scraps with his sister, Myriel. That was before the family had been built, before the purge that had changed everything. Now the boy was well fed, strong, and eager to prove himself. You did well, Richard replied calmly, his tone measured. But the job isn't finished yet. He held out a knife to Humphrey, its blade safely sheathed. Humphrey's breath caught as he accepted the weapon, his small fingers curling around the hilt. The weight of it felt heavier than he'd expected, though not because of the steel. He looked up at Richard, wide-eyed. If you want to be more than a scout, Richard said, his voice turning cold, you know what you must do. Humphrey's heart began to race. His mouth went dry, and he swallowed hard. Nodding toward his lord, he had asked for this, had begged for a chance to do more, to be more. Now that the moment was here, standing over the unconscious knight, the reality of it settled over him like a dark cloud. With trembling hands, he stepped forward, closer to Sir Gwent's prone body. The man, a brute in life, now lay still, defenseless. Humphrey could hear his own heartbeat pounding in his ears, louder with each step. Richard stood behind him, watching in silence. There was no malice in his expression, no satisfaction, just cold, quiet expectation. Humphrey knew this was a test, and in Richard's family, there were only two outcomes: success or failure. Humphrey knelt beside the knight, the weight of the knife heavy in his hand. His breath came in shallow, uneven gasps as he unsheathed the blade, its cold surface gleaming faintly in the dim light. For a moment, he hesitated, glancing back at Richard. His eyes searched for reassurance, a flicker of emotion, anything to hold onto, but Richard stood still, watching, his face unreadable. Aim for the side of the neck, Richard said softly, his voice devoid of warmth. It'll be quicker. Humphrey's chest tightened, his heart pounding in his ears. But he nodded, forcing the fear down. Richard had given him a purpose, a place in the family, a future. If he was to earn that, this was the price. The job was finished. Richard came back from the mission with Humphrey. He was proud. Humphrey had potential. He followed orders and asked no questions. He was one of the first members of the family. But since he was young, only 9 back then, Richard had always thought he could become a capo one day. When Humphrey turned 10 on his name's day, he had asked, pleaded, that he wanted to be more than just a recruit scout. Richard gave him a chance, and the boy passed with flying colors. Head back to base, Richard told him. Humphrey nodded and ran off in excitement. Once the boy had gone, Richard pulled on his hood and mask. From his cloak, he drew a parchment. On it was a list of a dozen names. Biting into his thumb, he crossed out Sir Gwent's name. He looked at the other 11 names and smiled. It was time to hunt. Richard POVI awoke from my bed, yawning and stretching. Last night had been eventful. It was late when I returned to base, but I was satisfied. I had hunted down every target on my list. I got up, dressed quickly, and made my way toward the smaller dining room. This was the more private space we used compared to the larger hall we reserved for bigger gatherings like Allison's Names Day. As I entered, I spotted Allison and her mother already seated, sharing a quiet moment together. I waved to them as I approached the table. Good morning, ladies, I greeted, sliding into a chair opposite them. Good morning, they replied in unison, their faces warm with the ease of familiarity. I glanced over to a teenage girl standing by the window, one of the young ones I'd taken in from the streets. "Bring me some pancakes and eggs," I said, my tone casual but firm. She nodded quickly, offering a respectful bow before hurrying off to the kitchen. Turning my attention back to Allison and Maria, I asked, "So, what are you two planning for today?" Allison smiled brightly. "Mom, Rose, Shara, and I were thinking of going to the market. The children we've been teaching are making good progress, so we thought we'd buy some new books." I returned her smile, a sense of pride welling up inside me. The children they were mentoring had come a long way, and it was rewarding to see their hard work bearing fruit. Allison's mother, Maria, looked at me with a bit of hesitation in her eyes. I was thinking, the girls could use some new clothes. Would it be all right if we borrowed some coin for that? She seemed nervous, as if unsure of my reaction. But I simply nodded. "Of course," I said without hesitation. "Why would I refuse if it's to improve things for our family?" Maria's face relaxed, relief washing over her. It was a small request, but I knew it meant a lot to her. Just then, my breakfast arrived. The girl from earlier placed a plate in front of me with steaming pancakes and eggs, the aroma wafting up to greet me. The one who made this was Stephen, the chef. He is a man in his 30s who now worked for me. He owed me a great debt for saving him and his family from a ruthless loan shark, and he repaid it every day with his cooking. In return, I paid him well, and his loyalty was unwavering. I taught Stephen a few culinary basics, knowledge passed down from John Falcon. Now, he knew how to make all sorts of things. Pancakes, hot dogs, French fries, you name it. Pouring honey over my pancakes, I took my first bite and savored the taste. It was good, better than I expected. I glanced across the table. Allison and Maria were enjoying their breakfast as well, a simpler fare of fresh fruits, vegetables, sausage, and bread. Though today, the sausage was nestled in the bread, much like a hot dog. They ate slowly, savoring each bite, while I devoured my pancakes with less restraint. The warm sweetness of honey and the fluffy texture of the pancakes made it hard to resist. It was a quiet morning, but peaceful. Just another day in our little corner of the world, a rare moment of calm amidst everything else. Days like this were few, and though my mind was already spinning with plans, I allowed myself to enjoy this fleeting silence. After breakfast, I headed to my solar. There was paperwork to handle, ledgers to review, payments to process, and requests for meetings to consider. The usual flow of business that came with overseeing our growing network. Most of the documents were standard: protection fees from merchants, business dealings, and a handful of requests from people hoping for an audience with me. I moved quickly through them, my mind focused but drifting occasionally to more pressing matters. One stack caught my attention, the document from the scout unit. It was led by Adam, one of my capos. Humphrey, once a part of that unit, had proven himself yesterday, showing both skill and determination. I would need to replace another person into the scout ground in Humphrey Place. As a reward, I'd moved him to the assassin unit, a more elite group under my personal supervision. Humphrey would be the 7th member, joining the 6 others I'd trained from the ground up. The assassin unit was still in its early stages, each boy handpicked for their ruthlessness and loyalty, though they had much to learn. I trusted them with the delicate tasks, jobs where precision and silence were key. They had come a long way, but the path ahead was still steep. Once I finished the paperwork, I gave some of the documents signed in my name to Laner. It was confirmation to all the people that I had promised to do a favor. I asked him to give it out to the people who came for help during this week. One of which was the blacksmith Corlos. His daughter was now avenged. Just like that, my day was over and I made my way to the courtyard. The sound of steel clashing greeted me as I approached. Boys were sparring in pairs, their training a constant grind. As I stepped closer, I focused on my assassin unit. The 6 boys were paired off, moving through drills designed to sharpen their instincts and reflexes. Each had their strengths, but I watched closely for any weaknesses. They were far from perfect, and mistakes could be fatal in their line of work. Still, they fought with focus, their movements fluid, efficient. I nodded to myself, satisfied for now. Soon enough, they'd be ready for something bigger, and Humphrey would carve his place among them. Speaking of Humphrey, he was off to the side, receiving guidance from Conrad, the leader of the assassin unit. Conrad had once been part of another criminal group, but I'd spared his life during the purge. There was a reason for that. Conrad had talent, and more importantly, he was young enough that I could still mold him, bend him to my will. He had a younger brother too, someone he lived and fought for, which made him more predictable, loyal even. I had offered him and his brother a place in my family, and though he accepted because of wanting a better life for him and his brother, fear had also driven him just as much as ambition. A knife to the throat will make even the hardest teenager reconsider his loyalties. "My lord," Conrad said, his voice steady as he was the first to notice me. Without hesitation, he knelt on one knee, his head lowered. I regarded him for a moment, a faint smile tugging at my lips. "Rise, Conrad," I said, my tone firm but not unkind. "How's the training coming along?" He stood, eyes respectfully lowered. "Well, my lord, Humphrey is learning quickly, and the others are sharpening their skills. They'll be ready when you need them." I glanced at Humphrey, who stood nearby, listening intently. The boy had promise, and the fire in his eyes spoke volumes about his determination. "Good," I replied. "Keep working with him. I expect him to catch up to the others soon." Conrad nodded, the hint of a proud smile on his lips. "He will, my lord. He's determined." I turned my gaze back to the courtyard, watching the other boys spar. The clang of steel was rhythmic, methodical, each clash echoing the discipline instilled in them. "I have a mission for you," I said, not looking away from the practice. Conrad listened silently, his body tensing slightly as he awaited the order. "Allison and her mother are heading out to the market. Keep watch over them and ensure their safety." I finally turned my gaze to him, my eyes sharp and unyielding. "Protect them at all costs." Conrad flinched under my gaze, the weight of my seriousness sinking in. He bowed his head low, his voice steady but filled with determination. "Yes, my lord. I will not fail." "See that you don't," I said, my voice cold as steel. "Their safety is more important than anything else." Conrad bowed once more before hurrying off, the gravity of his task clear on his face. I watched him go, my thoughts already shifting to the next move. There was always more to do, more to plan, and more to protect. Chapter 9. Expansion. Joanna Pov. I sat in the dim light of my chamber, the soft click of knitting needles filling the silence as I worked with deliberate precision. My belly, swollen with the weight of another child, now 3 moons along. Beside me, Cersei fidgeted with a needle and thread, her brow furrowed in frustration as she attempted to sew. Patience was never her strong suit. My daughter's fiery spirit was far better suited to swords than delicate cloth. As my fingers moved automatically, my thoughts wandered to my recent journey to King's Landing. Back then it had only been a moon since the city settled in the aftermath of the lanisport purge. I could no longer delay my presence at court, though every part of me had resisted the summons. The moment I set foot in the Red Keep, I felt the weight of the king's leering gaze. Aerys, words still echoed in my mind, venomous and sickly sweet. He had mocked me, his lascivious remarks thinly veiled under the guise of courtly jest. I had stood my ground, smiling through clenched teeth, refusing to let his vile words break my composure. I'd endured worse for the sake of my family, but what haunted me more than the king's taunts was the purge of Lanisport. I told Tywin everything when I reunited with him in the capital, sparing no detail. The city had been bathed in blood, the streets thick with the stench of fear and death. His face remained impassive as I recounted the horrors, though I knew him well enough to sense the cold fury simmering beneath the surface. We returned to Castle Rock after a moon in King's Landing, and just like that, Tywin's seed in me had taken root. 3 moons have passed since my return, and the signs of new life were becoming unmistakable. I glanced over at Cersei. My little girl, now 7, had once brimmed with confidence. Now her hands trembled slightly as she sewed, the task bringing her no joy or satisfaction. A sigh escaped me as I remembered the night that had shattered her innocence. She had woken up screaming, claiming she had seen a man with knives for fingers standing in her room. The image was so vivid in her mind. A hooded figure with blades protruding from his knuckles, watching her from the shadows of the balcony. I comforted her that night, brushing the nightmare aside as childish fancy. Castle Rock was impenetrable, a fortress that had stood for centuries without fear of intruders. It was impossible for anyone to scale the sheer cliffs to reach her balcony, and yet Cersei was convinced. The terror in her eyes had been real, too real to dismiss. The Lannister guards found no sign of an intruder. Rumors of a hooded man had begun circulating throughout Lanisport, a figure who seemed to slip through the city unnoticed, leaving whispers of fear in his wake. I couldn't help but wonder if Cersei's nightmare had been born from these tales. Cersei's needle clattered against the table, and she huffed in frustration. I smiled faintly, though my heart ached. My daughter, who excelled at reading, noble etiquette, even sparring, had no patience for the domestic tasks expected of her. You're getting better, I said softly, though the tangled mess of thread in her lap told a different story. Why do I need to do this? Cersei said in annoyance. You'll think it's useless now, but in the future, you'll be happy you learned this, I said gently. After all, sewing with friends and having casual conversations was a way to gauge someone's mind, to probe their character. Knitting, which I was doing, was also relaxing and calming. It helped me get by. Now that I was pregnant and feeling the sickness, I had been told to lessen my workload. Sigh. Mom, Cersei said nervously. Yes, daughter. I looked at her with a soft smile. Why hasn't the hooded man visited me recently? She asked in a sad tone. My eyes widened. What did she mean by that? Was she having nightmares again? Oh, my sweet girl, don't worry. He's not going to hurt you, I said, putting down my knitting and going to hug her. It's not that, Mother. He used to bring me sweet pastries that I enjoyed, but he hasn't come recently, Cersei said, sounding disappointed. Are you telling me he's your friend now and not a fearsome intruder? I asked, worried about her. Not long ago, she had been terrified of the hooded man, and now he was her friend. I brushed it off as childish imagination, convinced that her dreams of the hooded man stemmed from her new room, now separated from Jaime, her twin brother. It was the first time since birth that they'd been apart, and I couldn't help but feel that this change had unsettled her. I sighed, trying to soothe her. It's all right, my little cub. The hooded man isn't real, I said softly, though a trace of worry crept into my voice. I felt a pang of guilt, knowing she now slept alone, where once her brother had been beside her, offering comfort in the dark. He's real, Mom. He's real, and he's my friend. Cersei's voice rose in desperation, her eyes wide with conviction. He told me if I was a good girl, he'd bring me pancakes and pizza. I froze, uncertain how to respond. What was this pancakes and pizza? I had no idea at all. No food like that exists. I simply nodded to my confused 7-name-day daughter, not knowing what else to say. My daughter had truly gone mad, it seemed. Her imagination had run wild, and I wasn't sure how to bring her back to reason. Maybe she'll grow out of this phase, I thought. With a weary sigh, I returned to my knitting, the rhythmic click of the needles offering some small comfort. Cersei, after a long pause, turned back to her sewing. She was pouting. The reason was that she knew I didn't believe her words. The tension in the air lingered between us. Third paw of Richard sat at the head of the long, rectangular table, his fingers lightly tapping the polished wood as he surveyed the faces of the 17 men before him. All capos. His made men, the backbone of his growing empire. Each had proven their loyalty and worth, surviving the violent birth of his mafia family in the heart of Lannisport's slums. They were young men who understood power, and today, Richard intended to give them more. The room was thick with anticipation. Every capo knew what this gathering meant. Today was about expansion, a step beyond the territories Richard had already tamed. He had claimed control of the slums, a place once abandoned to squalor and filth, a breeding ground for crime and misery. But under his command, the slums had transformed. 6 moons ago, when his family first took root, the streets had been as foul as any in Westeros. Dark alleys where lives were snuffed out for a few coins, where hunger and hopelessness clung to the people like a second skin. But Richard, with a vision that far surpassed mere criminal ambition, had pumped coin into the market, revitalizing the broken economy of the slums. Merchants returned, stalls reopened, and commerce flourished under his watch. The market, once barren, was now a bustling center of trade. Crime had plummeted, not because of some newfound lawfulness, but because of Richard's iron grip on the underworld. He had executed a brutal purge 5 moons ago, wiping out any who dared defy him. Those who once preyed on the weak now either served him or were buried in unmarked graves. His purge had sent a message. Richard was in control, and the streets were his to command. Even the city's homeless population, particularly among the children and teens, had seen a stark change. Richard had taken them in, molding them into soldiers for his growing family. They now stood as a visible symbol of his power and influence, no longer ragged or desperate, but armed, disciplined, and loyal. The slums, once a festering wound on the city, were now the foundation of his criminal empire. Richard leaned forward, his gaze hard as he addressed the capos. Today marks a new chapter, he began, his voice low but commanding, yet resonating with authority. We've taken the slums, brought order to chaos. Now, it's time to spread our reach. The rest of Lanisport has grown complacent, ripe for the taking. The capos sat in silence, their eyes locked on Richard. Each man had been waiting for this moment, the chance to extend their influence into the wealthier parts of the city. But they were well aware that this expansion came with a new set of challenges, ones that would test their loyalty, their strength, and their ambition. I'll be promoting a few of you, Richard continued, his words measured and deliberate. You've earned it. But remember this. What we're building isn't just about power. It's about creating something that will outlast all of us. A murmur of agreement swept through the room, though the tension was palpable. Richard stood, motioning to a map laid out on the table, divided into 5 key districts: the slums, the northern, western, eastern, southern, and central sectors of Lanisport. His finger hovered over the northern district. Adam, Richard said, his voice cutting through the room like a knife. You're no longer captain of the scouts. From now on, you're the underboss of the northern district. Adam rose from his chair, pride swelling in his chest as he crossed the room. He kissed the back of Richard's hand in a gesture of respect, and Richard embraced him with a brotherly hug. The room erupted in applause. One by one, Richard called out the names of those chosen for promotion. Laner, you will be the underboss of the western district. Laner stood, receiving the same honor as Adam. Conrad, you'll be the underboss of the Eastern District. Conrad's jaw tightened in acknowledgement as he approached Richard, nodding solemnly as he accepted his new role. Lastly, Richard said, his voice lowering as if to draw everyone in, John, you will be the underboss of the Southern District. At the mention of John's name, a ripple of surprise passed through the room. John, a towering man of 7 feet, rose slowly from his seat. At only 20 years old, he was one of the oldest in Richard's inner circle, but his reputation for ruthlessness was well earned. There are 3 slash scars across his face, a reminder to not mess with the boss. John approached Richard, his usually fearsome demeanor faltering as he got closer. Trembling slightly, he dropped to his knees, not just kissing Richard's hand as the others had, but lowering himself to kiss Richard's shoe. The room fell silent, the air thick with tension. This was no ordinary show of loyalty. This was submission born of fear. John stood, visibly shaking, and wrapped Richard in an embrace. Thank you, boss. I won't let you down, he said, his voice trembling. Richard returned the hug with a nod, his eyes sharp and unreadable. He knew John feared him more than anyone else in the room. John had seen what Richard could do, had witnessed his power firsthand. And unlike the others, John understood what it truly meant to be in the presence of someone like Richard. The room remained quiet, no one daring to speak after the display. Richard leaned back, his gaze sweeping over the room, ensuring that every pair of eyes was focused on him. Firstly, we take down the other groups. Their businesses, their connections. I want them all under our control, he declared, his voice steady but menacing. Every merchant, every business owner. I don't care what it takes, persuade them. The capos exchanged glances, some nodding in agreement while others shifted uncomfortably in their seats. They knew what Richard meant by persuasion, and it wasn't as simple as friendly negotiations. Blood would be spilled. Power would shift. One of the capos cleared his throat, breaking the tension. What about the city guards? He asked cautiously. The only reason they haven't come down hard on us is because the last time they did, 21 Lannister men and the captain of the city guard were killed. By you. The capo's words hung in the air, a reminder of Richard's ruthlessness. Richard's lips curled into a sly, dangerous smile. Don't worry, he said, his voice dropping to a low, menacing tone. Kevin Lannister won't allow it. After all, we made a deal. The room fell into a tense silence. Richard's words carried weight, the implication sinking in with each passing second. Richard had already Spoken, to the lord of the city. One way or another, Kevin Lannister was in his pocket. The capos understood then just how deep Richard's influence ran. Even the Lannisters, the most powerful family in the West, were being manipulated by him. Richard leaned forward again, his eyes gleaming with a cold, calculated confidence. He continued laying out the rest of his plan, each step designed to bring the wealthier districts under their control, each move carefully thought out to avoid drawing unnecessary attention from the higher lords of the realm. When he was finished, he looked around the room, the silence heavy and expectant. "All right then," he said, his voice cutting through the quiet like a blade. "Is everything clear?" A murmur of assent rippled through the room. The capos understood their roles, and the path forward had been laid out. Richard's empire was growing, and soon, there would be nothing left in Lanisport outside of his grasp. Chapter 10. I can fix her. Richard Paw. The night air clung to me as I scaled the cliffs of Castle Rock, the sea breeze biting at my skin. The wind carried the salty tang of the ocean, but I barely noticed it. My focus was fixed on the climb, each movement precise as my adamantium claws carved into the rock. This ascent would have been impossible for most, but for me, it was second nature, an effortless journey to the balcony above. Once I reached the top, I paused, glancing around to ensure I was alone before pulling myself over the ledge. The room beyond was dim, lit only by the flicker of a few candles. The shadows danced lazily across the stone walls, casting long, uneven shapes, but my attention was drawn to the small figure sitting in the corner. Cersei. A little girl with golden hair, her wide green eyes, so much like mine, lifted toward me as soon as I entered. Her pout was evident, her small lips pressed into a frown, and guilt tugged at my chest. I had been away too long, too busy with my own family, my growing responsibilities. I hadn't been able to visit her like I should have. Quietly, I crossed the room, my steps soundless. I set my leather bag down on the small table, unpacking the plate and utensils with care. From within, I pulled out the pancakes I had brought, their warmth still clinging to them. As I drizzled honey over the stack, the sweet scent filled the air, and I saw her expression shift. The frown melted away, replaced by a smile that lit up her face. "Pancakes," she squealed, her earlier annoyance forgotten as she darted toward me, reaching eagerly for the plate. "Here you go," I said, handing it to her. Her excitement was pure, untainted, and I couldn't help but smile as she hurried back to her bed, settling in with the plate on her lap. She dug into the pancakes, her small hands working quickly, and for a moment, the room was filled only with the sound of her eating. But as I watched her, the joy I felt was bittersweet. Beneath it all, the weight of my decision pressed down on me. 3 moons ago, I had almost killed her. I'd come here ready to stop the future John Falcon had shown me, a future where this innocent child would become a cruel, manipulative queen, one who would bring ruin to countless lives. But when I saw her, this small girl with fear in her eyes, I couldn't do it. I had hesitated, and that hesitation changed everything. Instead of taking her life, I made a different choice. I decided to try to mold her into someone better, someone who wouldn't grow into the woman I had seen in Falcon's memories. I wasn't naive. I knew how dangerous this could be. But I was good with kids. I had learned that from years of taking care of Allison and others in my family. Hundreds of them, really. And children, in their innocence, were easy to guide. So, I began visiting her regularly. I brought her food from John Falcon's world. Pancakes quickly became her favorite. At first, she was wary of me, scared of the stranger who appeared in the night. But the food won her over. Slowly, she started opening up to me. Children are easy to fool when you give them what they want. Each week, on the 7th night, I would come. We'd have dessert, and then we'd spar. She was quick, stronger than most would expect for her age. She even bragged about besting her brother, Jamie, in practice. I could see the potential in her. The same potential that could turn her into something dark, but also, with enough guidance, into something better. My methods were working. Little by little, I was steering her away from the path Falcon had shown me. She was still just a child, after all, and children could be shaped, changed. For now, I had time. I was still deep in thought when Cersei suddenly piped up, her voice cutting through the silence. I finished eating. Now let's duel. She hopped off the bed, placing her plate on the table with a clatter. I watched her as she rummaged through the leather bag, her brow furrowed when she couldn't find the wooden training swords we usually used. Where are the swords, Rick? She asked, glancing back at me. She called me Rick because I couldn't give her my real name. Cersei, with her sharp mind, had pressed me before, but I had dodged the questions well enough to keep my secret. Instead of answering right away, I leaned back against the wall, arms crossed. Cersei, do you remember last time we spoke? You asked me if you could leave Castle Rock. She paused, her small face clouding over with confusion. She fidgeted, her fingers tracing the edges of the table. No, I don't want to anymore, she said quietly, her voice taking on a sad tone that caught me off guard. That wasn't the answer I had expected. What changed your mind? I asked, curious. The last time I'd been here, she'd been so determined, speaking of how she wanted to see the world beyond these stone walls. I hadn't visited in a fortnight, and I needed to know what had shifted in her thinking. Cersei's fingers stilled, and she looked down, suddenly nervous. Last time I asked, you left. For a while, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. I don't want that. Her words hit me harder than I anticipated. She was only a child, but her attachment, the way she connected my absence to her question, struck something deeper within me. I'd thought she was just eager for adventure, to break free from this place. But it wasn't just that. It was me, my leaving, that had made her doubt. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. I crouched down to her level, making sure she could see my face clearly. I didn't leave because of what you said, Cersei, I told her, my voice gentle but firm. I had to take care of some things, but it wasn't your fault. I'm here now, aren't I? She didn't answer, but the tension in her shoulders eased a little, her fingers no longer fidgeting. How about we skip the duel tonight? I suggested. I want to take you out like you wanted. Cersei looked up at me, her green eyes searching mine for any deceit, and after a moment, she excitedly nodded. Just like that, we were scaling down Castle Rock. I told her to hold tight. Her small body pressed against mine, her legs wrapping around my waist, her arms circling my neck. The height from her room was dizzying, 1,000 feet from the ground. If I were alone, I would have leapt straight into the sea below, but with Cersei, I couldn't risk it. My adamantium claws found their holds in the rock, securing us as I descended. As we moved, I could feel her tension slowly melting away. To calm her even more, I hummed softly, a tune from John Falcon's World. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. The melody filled the quiet night, soothing both of us as I continued the descent. By the time we reached the ground, Cersei's worry had evaporated. The moment her feet touched the sand, she was off, running toward the sea with a burst of childish glee. Her laughter echoed in the air as she kicked at the water, splashing with abandon, her golden hair gleaming under the moonlight. I stood watching her for a moment, a smile tugging at my lips despite the pang in my chest. She was so full of life, but trapped in a cage of stone and power, a little bird who didn't yet know she was caged. After a few moments, I joined her, showing her how to build sandcastles and carve simple sculptures in the sand. She threw herself into the task with boundless enthusiasm, giggling as she shaped the wet sand into towers and walls. For a while, it felt like the world outside didn't exist, like this was the only moment that mattered. But eventually, it was time to return. I hoisted her onto my chest, her arms wrapping around me once more as I began the climb back up the cliff. The ascent was slower this time, the weight of our shared time together heavy in the air. Cersei held onto me tightly, but there was no fear, just quiet trust. When we reached her balcony, I set her down gently, her small feet making no sound as they touched the stone. Goodbye, Cersei, I said softly, watching as she turned toward the dimly lit room. When's your next visit? She asked, her voice tinged with worry, her green eyes soft as she waited for my answer. Next week, back to our usual, I promised with a nod, wanting to ease her concerns. She gave a small, satisfied nod, and I said my final goodbye, stepping back to the edge of the balcony. Without hesitation, I dove off, plunging into the cold waters below. The sea swallowed me whole, the darkness comforting in its depth. As I surfaced, I glanced back toward Castle Rock, the towering fortress looming over the shore. From this distance, I could barely make out Cersei's figure on the balcony, but I knew she was there, watching. I would return, again and again, for as long as it took. Until I could change her future. Until she became something other than what fate had written for her. Chapter 11. New Identity. Kevin Lannister Pov 4 moons later. 20,000 gold dragons, I muttered, my fingers tracing the numbers in the document. It wasn't from the Lannister mines or taxes from a noble house, but from just one criminal group alone. A staggering fortune. He kept his word, I whispered to myself, a mix of surprise and wariness coloring my voice. I stood before many chests filled to the brim with gold coins, their gleaming surfaces catching the faint torchlight. I was at the lanisport vault, staring at the new chest brought in just this morning. The deal I had made with the hooded man was already yielding benefits, though it brought with it a sense of unease. As I thought about him, complicated feelings surfaced. On the one hand, he was a constant thorn in my side. But on the other, his actions had systematically rooted out the most corrupt figures in Lanisport. Over the past 4 moons, the hooded man and his organization had taken down individuals no one dared touch. The city guard captain, who had been working with a prominent merchant family, had fallen under his blade. That same family was involved in selling Westerland's people into slavery, trading them either to the Iron Islands or across the sea to Essos. The hooded man had rooted them all out. Smugglers, corrupt officials, even noble houses that turned a blind eye to the suffering they caused. His ruthlessness was undeniable, but so were the results. The city was cleaner, though darker in the shadow of his presence. I couldn't help but smile grimly as I reflected on my near-death experience 4 moons ago. The hooded man had come to me in the dead of night, his blade at my throat, and made an offer I couldn't refuse. I had no choice but to accept. How could I refuse when he'd slipped past every Lannister guard? He was a phantom, a man with the power to infiltrate even the most secure places. I wasn't a fool. I knew that working with him was dangerous. But the alternative was far worse. Now, as I looked at the fortune his work had brought, I wondered how much longer this uneasy alliance would last. The hooded man was cleaning up the city, but at what cost? And more importantly, what would he ask of me next? I locked the vault door behind me, the clink of the lock echoing softly in the quiet corridor. The hooded man. His influence was spreading through Lanisport faster than wildfire, but not all of it was terrible. I could already see the changes, small at first, but unmistakable. There were food stalls now, serving strange new dishes that the common folk had taken to with zeal. Hot dogs, they called one, a sausage wrapped in bread, and hamburgers, another oddity with beef between 2 pieces of bread. And the pizza, my personal favorite. The aroma alone could make one's mouth water. Despite the hooded man's shadowy rise to power, the Lionheart family, as they called themselves, had brought something unexpected: prosperity. In just 4 months, they'd paid more taxes than the wealthiest merchants had in 10 years. His word, it seemed, meant more than gold. No harm to innocents, no harm to innocent noble houses, those were the terms. And in exchange, his services were available to House Lannister, should they ever require his talents. He'd even told me how to reach him, with an eerie simplicity: speak to the children in the streets, and you'll find me. I chuckled softly to myself. In truth, the deal had been far better than the alternative, my death. And now, I had a favor to repay. As I crossed the courtyard, I saw the favor standing before me. A young man of 15 named days, with golden hair and striking green eyes. He wore a full set of armor, though no helmet, and I watched as he swung his twin blades like a man possessed. His technique was lacking. Wild, uncontrolled. But there was no denying his raw potential. He was fast, strong, and frighteningly agile. I'd already seen him knock 2 Lannister guards to the ground, and now 4 more were charging him. With a flurry of movement, he dodged and blocked their strikes, his footwork quick and fluid. I could hear the hooded man's words echo in my mind: he is one of my best. The thought sent a chill through me. If this boy was one of his best, how many more monsters like him lurked in the shadows? My squire, Galahad, he was called, parried another strike and brought one of his swords down hard on a guard's shoulder, denting the armor and sending the man sprawling to the ground. I hissed at the sight. That kind of power was unsettling. Like watching a charging warhorse crash into a wall of men. With brutal efficiency, Galahad kicked one opponent away, creating space, then struck another with a 2-piece combo, a downward slash that forced the man to block, followed by a swift strike to the ribs. The guard collapsed, gasping for breath. The third man fared no better, losing his sword entirely when Galahad's dual strikes hit with such force that the guard simply yielded. The last man, the one who had been kicked back, was already cowering in fear. I yield, he shouted, dropping his sword. Just like that, 6 Lannister men lay defeated. I clapped my hands slowly as I approached. Stand, Galahad, I said as he knelt before me. You are my squire, not my servant. He rose to his feet, and once again, I couldn't help but be struck by his appearance. The golden hair, the green eyes, he looked like a Lannister through and through. When I first laid eyes on him, I thought he might be my father's bastard. But no, this boy was small folk, despite his noble appearance. And in truth, he was timid, uncertain, lacking the sharpness of wit and will that defined my kin. He had brawn, yes, but no brains. Nice work out there, I said, picking up a sword from the training rack. But your technique needs improvement. I began to show him proper form, guiding his stance, his strikes. Yes, my lord, I'll do better. Galahad bowed his head, but this time, after watching me, he mimicked my technique with startling precision. His swords moved with an elegance that was unexpected, a perfect copy of my demonstration. Was that good, my lord? He asked, looking up at me with those sincere green eyes. I sighed, a mixture of pride and frustration welling up inside me. For all his raw talent and immense strength, this boy still lacked the confidence to realize his full potential. He could be a great knight, maybe even the greatest, but his timid nature held him back. There was time to fix that, I hoped. I placed a hand on his shoulder. It was good, Galahad. But you must trust yourself more. Keep practicing. Yes, my lord, he replied, though the hesitation still lingered in his voice. As I walked away, leaving him to continue his training, my mind shifted back to the ledgers. There were more important matters to attend to, matters concerning the hooded man and the ever-expanding Lionheart family. Third POVA's Richard walked through the bustling streets of Lanisport, his eyes scanned the lively marketplace. Under the name Galahad, he had integrated into the city's daily life as the squire of Kevin Lannister with ease. On the other hand, his wealth and influence growing with each passing moon. The food stalls, one of his earliest ventures, were thriving. What had started as a mere experiment was now a staple in the city, drawing customers with foods like hot dogs and pizza, foreign to Westerosi palates yet beloved. With 2,000 gold dragons flowing in from those ventures alone each moon, the Lionheart family had become a force to be reckoned with. They now controlled Lannisport's criminal underworld, trading networks, and much of the city's commerce. Beyond that, Richard's dealings had extended to brothels, stolen documents, and ledgers from the Iron Bank, giving him leverage over the corrupt and powerful alike. The merchant group he had formed from the Lionheart family was rapidly expanding, selling across Westeros, securing his financial empire. At a mere 13 names day, with the wealth he had amassed, more than 200,000 gold dragons, he was poised to become one of the wealthiest men in the Westerlands. As Richard strolled down the narrow alley, the air shifted from the busy streets of the merchant district to what had once been the slums of Lanisport. But the transformation was undeniable. What was once a dilapidated part of the city, riddled with crime and poverty, had now become a vibrant center of activity. The fast food stalls he had set up lined the streets, their savory scents filling the air as children ran about, playing games or tending to small errands. Merchants and workers bustled around, exchanging coin, bartering, and trading goods. Richard couldn't help but smile at the sight. This place, once forgotten and left to rot, was now thriving under his careful guidance. The Lionheart family's influence wasn't just about crime or power. It had brought a measure of prosperity to the forgotten corners of the city. He observed his scouts, the children who acted as his eyes and ears across Lanisport. Many recognized him, nodding discreetly before going about their business. Richard acknowledged them with a subtle gesture, but his mind remained sharp, always planning the next move. This was only the beginning. With Lanisport under his control, the rest of Westeros would follow. He leaned against the stone wall, watching the bustling market in front of him. For just a moment, he let himself enjoy the fruits of his labor, the peace that had come from what he had built. A sigh escaped his lips as his gaze drifted to the busy streets. A small smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. How is the deal with House Prester and House Case? Richard asked, his eyes still on the marketplace, not turning to face the approaching figure in the alley. They've accepted, my lord, Laner, now one of Richard's trusted underbosses, replied as he crouched beside him. They've requested 5,000 gold dragons each if we want to expand our trade, fast food stalls, and influence to their towns and villages. Good, good, Richard said, his gaze never leaving the peaceful scene. And Allison and Maria, they're doing well, my lord. Managing the family efficiently, with the help of the women they've trained. Good. Richard's voice remained calm, but his mind was always calculating. How's the expansion going? We've secured about 70% of lanisport, Laner replied. Conrad, Adam, John, and I should have the city fully under control in 4 moons. No. 2 moons, Richard said, finally turning to look at Laner, his green eyes glinting coldly. If you can't get it done in 2 moons, I'll handle it myself. And you won't like my methods. Laner visibly trembled under Richard's gaze, feeling the weight of his killing intent. Yes, my lord, Laner stammered, bowing deeply, his forehead nearly touching the dirt-strewn alley floor. It will be done in 2 moons. Good. See to it. Richard pushed off the wall and headed back toward the Lanisport keep, his steps measured, his mind already on his next move. Chapter 12. Ladies of the West. Joanna Lannister pov 2,000 feet atop Castle Rock. The wind carried the salt of the nearby sea, and I sat in a quiet courtyard garden, watching my son and daughter spar with small wooden swords. Cersei's progress had been remarkable over the past few moons. Her strikes were sharp, her movements swift. She had even started sewing with patience, something I had feared might never come. My unruly little girl had turned a corner, causing less mischief, showing more restraint. What pleased me most was how she'd grown apart from Jaime. Not too long ago, when I asked if she wanted to share a room with him again, as they had when they were younger, she'd flatly refused. It surprised me, but I was relieved. My efforts to keep them separate, to stop the troubling closeness between them, seemed to be working. She was growing, maturing. And yet, there was still a shadow in my heart. Lately, Cersei had been talking nonstop about a hooded man, a strange figure she claimed had took her out of Castle and they went to the beach, or lanisport, or some playground. All fantasies, of course, but at nearly 8 years old, I had hoped she would have grown past such tales. If this continues, I may have to take firmer steps. I can't allow her to lose herself in childish dreams. The sharp clack of wood breaking my thoughts pulled my gaze back to the yard. Jaime had dropped his sword, his small fists clenched in frustration, while Cersei stood beaming triumphantly, unladylike but radiant in her joy. For a moment, she was wild and free, her golden hair tangled in the breeze as she laughed, while Jaime, stubborn as ever, snatched up his wooden sword and charged back into the fray. I couldn't help but smile. They were my children, my precious twins, and seeing them like this, so full of life, filled me with a deep sense of love and pride. A sudden kick from within my belly made me look down. I placed my hand over the swell, feeling the strong movement beneath my skin. Now, I whispered to the child I carried. Don't be jealous. I'll love you just as much when you arrive. My voice softened into a lullaby as I stroked my growing belly. A servant approached quietly, bowing before offering me a letter sealed with the lion sigil. I opened it to find Tywin's familiar writing. His words were brief but welcome. He would be returning next moon, having been granted leave from King's Landing in time for the birth. For once, Aerys had allowed it. I set the letter aside, my hand resting protectively over my unborn child. My thoughts shifted, lighter now, as I watched Cersei and Jaime continue their sparring. Laughter echoed in the courtyard, filling the air with joy. For a moment, everything felt right. Peaceful. I closed my eyes, breathing in the scent of the sea and the earth, letting myself believe, just for a little while, that this happiness could last. Maria Povan Richard Solar of the Lionheart Mansion, I sat with my daughter, poring over the endless stacks of documents that kept the family's business running. The weight of it all felt crushing at times, and I couldn't help but marvel at how Richard managed it. How did he carry this burden, lead the family, and keep track of every detail without succumbing to the pressure? Thankfully, I wasn't alone in this. Allison, along with her friends Shara and Rosa, had become my constant companions, assisting with the paperwork. The previous madam of the brothel I once worked at had taught me how to read and speak with elegance, skills I'd passed down to them. I used to be one of the best, able to coax information out of merchants and lords, but those days were behind me. I didn't look back anymore, not with Allison to brighten my world. Mother, a letter from one of the underbosses, Allison said, pulling me from my thoughts as she picked up a sealed note. Give it to me, I said, extending my hand. She passed it over, and I couldn't help but study her as I took it. My baby girl was growing up so fast. At 11, she was already on the verge of womanhood. Her figure was changing, but her face still held that youthful sweetness. With her long dark hair and those same sapphire eyes, she was so much like me, and yet more than I could have ever hoped for. I opened the letter, recognizing Laener's handwriting. His request was predictable. More recruits, more funds. Richard had made it clear he wanted control of the entire city within 2 moons. I admired his ambition, though it made things difficult for us here. I signed the necessary documents, sealed the letter with our heart-shaped insignia, and handed it to Humphrey, a boy of 10 who often handled our messages. Take this to Conrad, won't you? I said. He nodded eagerly and dashed out the door. As the day wore on and we finally finished our work, we all let out a collective sigh of relief. The stress of it all was immense, but as we exchanged tired glances, we knew our minds were on the same thing, Richard. His last letter had spoken of making the Lionheart family a legitimate force, establishing us on paper so we could expand through Westeros. We could only wait and hope for his return, praying that his ambitions would soon become our reality. Allison POVI sat by the window, staring up at the pale moon that hung over lanisport. The silence of the night seemed to stretch on, deepening the ache in my chest. 2 moons had passed since I last saw Richard face to face, and though letters came and went, they were never enough to replace his presence. My thoughts drifted back to the last time he stood in the mansion, bringing with him a girl no older than 7, her golden hair catching the light, her green eyes wide with curiosity. Cersei Lannister. She had arrived in a dress finer than anything I'd ever owned, the kind of gown I imagined noble girls wore to tourneys or feasts. Richard, still cloaked in his hooded disguise, didn't say much at first, but it didn't take long for her to introduce herself. I remembered how I had curtsied, my small folk instincts taking over. Cersei was sweet, charming even, a little too poised for a girl her age. It was clear why Richard had brought her here. She was part of something larger, something he hadn't yet shared with me. She spent the day playing in the playground Richard had built, laughing as she climbed the mini castle and swung from the ropes. I watched them from afar, trying to focus on other things, but the knot in my stomach wouldn't go away. When he introduced her to the Turkish delight, I couldn't see his face beneath the mask, but his body language told me everything. The way he leaned in slightly as she took her first bite, the subtle nod of approval when her eyes lit up in delight, it was a kind of satisfaction he rarely showed. That joy, shared with someone else, something that had nothing to do with me, made something inside me twist. Jealousy. I hated to admit it, but it was there. I had told my mother about it, and she only smiled knowingly. She said it was natural to feel that way, especially at my age. She reassured me, saying Richard wasn't interested in anything romantic yet, but that only made me more confused. When I pressed her, she laughed softly and said she'd explain more when I reached my 13th name day, that I'd understand things better then. It didn't help much, though. I'd also confided in Shara and Rosa, and they'd urged me to speak to Richard about my feelings, to be more open with him. But I couldn't see what they meant. I had never hidden anything from him, never lied, not once. How could I be more open than I already was? I sighed, resting my head against the window frame, watching the stars flicker in the night sky, wondering if I'd ever find the right words. Cersei Pav, the night air was cool as I stood on my balcony, waiting in the darkness. My heart beat fast with anticipation, eyes scanning the cliff face of Castle Rock, looking for the familiar shadow. The hooded man, my secret visitor, always found a way to me, no matter the height, no matter the night. He was the one who brought me treats, Turkish delights and pancakes, the one who told me I could be both a lady and a warrior, and the one who always encouraged me to be good. I saw him then, his dark form climbing the rock, metal claws digging into the stone as he ascended closer and closer. It was like something out of one of the tales, a knight rescuing a princess from her tower. I couldn't contain my excitement. I began bouncing on my toes as he scaled the walls, my heart racing with joy. Today, I wanted to go to the beach, to lanisport, and to the playground. The hooded man always made everything so much fun. When he finally reached the balcony, I took a step back to give him space, but the moment he stood in front of me, I threw myself into his arms, hugging him tightly. So, little princess, what do you want to do today? He asked, his tone warm and playful. I want to go to all the places we went before, the beach, lanisport, and the playground. I exclaimed, barely able to contain my excitement. He chuckled. All right. He gently released me and started setting up a small table with food, pancakes and Turkish delight, just for me. I quickly sat down and began eating, barely chewing as I stuffed my mouth, eager to finish so we could go explore. It's so good, thank you. I mumbled through a mouthful of food. Slow down, princess, he laughed. His voice was always kind, and the way he called me princess made my heart soar. I felt so special. After I finished, it was time to go. He would take me down from Castle Rock, and it felt like I was the princess in a fairy tale, and he, my brave prince, was whisking me away from my tower. As we walked the beach, curiosity bubbled up inside me. Sir Rick, are you handsome? I asked, peering up at him, my head filled with questions. He laughed softly. Yes. Can I see your face? I asked, my curiosity burning. He hesitated for a moment, and then, slowly, he removed his hood. Blonde hair, just like mine, tumbled free. He reached up and took off part of his mask, revealing only the upper part of his face. His green eyes, bright and kind, stared back at me, eyes that were just like mine. Though I could only see a portion of his face, I knew he was handsome. My heart skipped a beat, excitement rushing through me at this secret glimpse. But before I could ask to see more, he pulled his mask and hood back on, concealing his features once more. I'll show you my whole face in the future, he promised. I nodded, satisfied. That was all I needed for now. After this conversation we began our adventure, down to the beach, through the bustling streets of Lanisport, and finally, to the playground of his hideout. Each moment with him felt like a dream. Chapter 13. The Lion Returns. Tywin Lannister. A moon later I rode at a steady pace, the road beneath my horse's hooves familiar, each mile bringing me closer to Castle Rock. The seat of House Lannister loomed ahead, a towering monolith carved into the very bones of the land. It was a fortress unlike any other, a mountain of stone that signified the power of my house, my legacy. Soon, I would return to it, and with it, to my family. The thought of Joanna and my children filled me with a rare warmth. Away from the capital, away from the prying eyes of court and the politics that bound my every step, I could be a husband and father again. For 8 moons without Joanna and my cubs, I'd been in the capital, forced to keep a cold, impenetrable mask to protect myself and them. At court, enemies lurked behind every smile. As Hand of the King, my every action was scrutinized, and the pathetic king, Aerys, seemed to delight in stirring the snakes that hissed around me. It was hard to believe that we had once been friends. How petty and small he had become. It was jealousy, I knew. Our friendship had ended the day I married Joanna, the only woman who could have ever truly been mine. She was my equal in all things, my sweet, steadfast wife. But Aerys had seen her, wanted her, and from that moment on, I had become his enemy. The memory made my fists clench around the reins. Joanna had suffered humiliation under Aerys's lecherous gaze, and I could do nothing to stop it then. He had ridiculed her in front of the court, tried to touch her in ways that made my blood boil. I had to watch, had to endure, because the king still held the crown, and I had not yet played my hand. But the day would come. He would pay for his insults. For now, I had to be patient. There were greater plans in motion. I needed Aerys alive just long enough to secure the betrothal between my Cersei and his son, Rhaegar. When that was done, the dragon would fall. I smiled darkly, letting the thought sharpen my focus. 100 Lannister soldiers flanked me, their red cloaks billowing like banners of fire. We moved as one, the might of House Lannister on display, a warning to anyone foolish enough to challenge my rule. Castle Rock awaited me, but before I reached its gates, my mind was already spinning with thoughts of the game that lay ahead. The Game of Thrones was long, but I was always 3 moves ahead. Brother, are you happy to be home? Came the playful voice of my youngest brother, Garyon, from behind me. His tone was light, as it always was, a stark contrast to the burdens I carried on my shoulders. I glanced over to see him, clad in his Lannister armor, a smile playing on his lips. He had accompanied me to court, serving at my side, though not burdened with the same weight of responsibility. Let him be, Garyon, Tyget's gruff voice cut in as he rode up beside us. He's thinking of his lioness and cubs. With a smirk, Tyget smacked the back of Garyon's head. Hey, why'd you hit me? Garyon grumbled, attempting to retaliate. But Tyget, the stronger of the two, easily maneuvered his horse out of reach, evading Garyon's playful swipes. Why can't I hit my little brother? Said Tyget with a smile. I watched them tussle for a moment, their laughter and banter filling the air. Though I didn't show it often, I was thankful for these brothers of mine. In the capital, they had kept me sane, helping with messages, discreet tasks, and just being present when the pressures of court weighed on me. Without them, the burdens might have been heavier. They continued their mock fight, trying to wrestle each other off their horses like boys rather than men. It was a rare sight, one that stirred something close to amusement in me. A small laugh escaped my lips, surprising even me. It was a sound I hadn't heard in a long time. Garyon and Tyget both froze, their eyes wide in disbelief at the sound. Laughter wasn't something they were used to hearing from me. Oi, brother, did I just hear that? Are you laughing at your poor, bullied baby brother? Garyon called out, a teasing grin spreading across his face. I straightened my face, determined to keep my composure. I needed to be serious. I couldn't have my brothers teasing me, I was after all Lord Paramount of the West. You're 17 now, I replied, trying to keep my tone light, though it came out more serious than I intended. An adult lion. Why would you need my help? Garyon, unfazed by the fierceness of my words, simply smiled. His jovial nature was a gift. Unlike me, he had not known the same hardships growing up. I had kept him sheltered from our father's cruelty, from the endless stream of mistresses. Perhaps I had sheltered him too much, but I had no regrets about that. I turned my gaze to Tyget. Though we didn't always see eye to eye, he had remained loyal to House Lannister and to me. That loyalty was more important than our differences. And you, brother, a lion should not bite its kin, I said with a fierce tone. Though I didn't mind the banter. It wouldn't do well for Garyon to be ridiculed or joked at. Yes, brother. I could see Tyget's face becoming fierce. He didn't show it, but I knew he didn't like my words. Though he was loyal to the house, sometimes I don't know if he's loyal to me. Enough playing. Quicken the pace. I want to be at Castle Rock by noon. I urged my horse forward, setting the pace for the rest of the group. The rock awaited, as did my family. Third paw of Cersei crouched low in the tunnel, heart racing in excitement as she tried to stifle her giggles. The thrill of hiding from Galahad, her uncle's new squire, was one of her favorite games. She had known who he really was from the moment she saw him up close, the hooded man, Rick, who took her on secret adventures at night, the one who always brought her Turkish delight and whispered to her that she could be both a lady and a warrior. He had told her not to tell anyone, a secret just for the two of them. If she did, their nights exploring the beach, the playground, and the rooftops of lanisport would end. Cersei had sworn herself to silence, loving the mystery of it all. As she waited in the shadows of the tunnel, she felt a surge of confidence. He won't find me this time, she thought. She had chosen the perfect hiding spot. But just as she was beginning to feel smug, the soft sound of footsteps echoed closer. Princess, a familiar voice called out, playful and low. Her heart leapt as Galahad's shadow stretched into the tunnel. He always found her, no matter where she hid. She bit her lip, trying not to move, but it was useless. He stepped into the tunnel, his tall frame ducking slightly as he came closer. There you are, he said, a smile in his voice. Cersei couldn't help but smile back as she jumped up from her hiding spot. You always find me, she pouted, though the laughter in her voice gave her away. Rick knelt down to her level, his golden hair shining in the dim light, his green eyes gleaming warmly. She could see his face clearly now. No mask, no hood to hide his handsome features. He looked so much like her, with hair like gold and eyes the same striking green. It made her heart race just to see him like this, unguarded, just for her. I always will, little princess. She grinned, feeling that familiar flutter in her chest as she studied his face. Even though she saw him so often, each time made her heart beat a little faster. But next time, I'll pick a better spot, she said, crossing her arms with mock seriousness. Rick chuckled and ruffled her hair. We'll see about that. Then, with a swift movement, he lifted her up onto his shoulders, and Cersei squealed with delight. Now, let's get you back before your mother starts wondering where you've gone. After all, today is a special day. As they made their way back through the tunnels, Cersei leaned down, whispering in his ear. You'll still come tonight, won't you? Of course, he replied. But remember, it's our secret. As Galahad placed Cersei down, they approached the bustling hall where Cersei's uncle, Kevin, and her mother, Joanna, were overseeing preparations for the feast. Joanna, sitting in a plush chair with her hand resting on her belly, was directing the servants with her usual grace, her eyes occasionally flicking toward the door in anticipation of her husband's return. "Milord, milady, here is Lady Cersei." She was hiding, Galahad announced, feigning exhaustion. His chest rose and fell dramatically, as though he had exerted great effort in finding her. His performance was flawless. Joanna smiled faintly, though her eyes lingered on Galahad for a moment, perhaps sensing something beneath his act, but she said nothing. "Thank you, Galahad," she replied before turning to her daughter. "Cersei, darling, let the servants help you change. You've dirtied your dress again." Cersei's pout was fleeting as a servant led her away, and Jaime, her twin, entered the room just then, brought by another servant. He greeted his mother with a proud grin, his golden hair a perfect match for hers. "You've grown so handsome, my boy," Joanna said warmly, her eyes gleaming with pride as she looked upon her son. Jaime, with his golden hair and bright green eyes, was already showing the features of a young lion in the making. "Come give your mother a hug," she beckoned, opening her arms. Jaime didn't hesitate, rushing to her and embracing her fiercely. Joanna laughed, though she winced slightly at the force of it. "Gentle, Jaime, I'm not as strong as you." Kevin watched with a smile. "The future heir of House Lannister, already stronger than us all," he teased, his tone light as he greeted Jaime. Jaime grinned up at his uncle, then gave him a respectful nod. "Uncle Kevin," he said with all the seriousness a 7-year-old could muster. Joanna's smile softened as she turned the conversation to her husband and his brothers. "It's been too long since we've all been together. Tywin, Tyget, Garyon, it feels like a lifetime since we've last gathered." Kevin nodded in agreement. "We'll have quite the feast to celebrate their return. And this time," he added with a hint of pride, "Tywin will be here to witness the birth of his child." As they continued to talk, Cersei returned, her hair neatly brushed and her new gown fitting her like the little lady she was expected to be. She beamed as she approached her mother, her eyes shining with the same pride that glinted in Jaime's. "You look beautiful, my sweet girl," Joanna said softly, her heart swelling as she took in her daughter's radiant smile. "Come, give your mother a hug," Joanna invited, opening her arms once more. Cersei moved forward carefully, her steps deliberate and gentle. Unlike Jaime's fierce embrace, Cersei's hug was soft, delicate, as though she was mindful of her mother's growing belly. Joanna felt the tender care in her daughter's touch and smiled, stroking Cersei's golden hair as she held her close. "There's my gentle little lioness," she whispered, pressing a kiss to her daughter's forehead. Joanna said as she gestured for Jaime to come join in the hug. "Now then, both of you behave okay. Show your father that you've mature. Show him your lions, make him proud," Joanna said with a smile as she hugged both of them. After those words she bid them off. Kevin and the children left soon after, heading to the gates to greet Tywin and the rest of the Lannister retinue. Joanna, heavily pregnant and 8 moons along, stayed behind. The climb down the thousands of steps to the gates of Castle Rock was too much for her in her condition. She watched them go, her hand resting on her belly, a calm yet eager anticipation in her eyes. Soon, her lion would return home. Rising from her chair, Joanna took a moment to smooth her dress, ensuring everything was as perfect as she had planned. The hall was ready, filled with the scents of roasted meats and sweet pastries, the candles flickering softly in the dim light. With a determined step, she made her way to the grand entrance, her heart swelling with excitement at the thought of finally meeting her husband again. Chapter 14. The Feast of Lions. 3rd Pov. Tywin and his men finally reached the towering gates of Castle Rock, the massive stronghold looming high above them. The guards, upon seeing their lord paramount, immediately opened the gates without delay. The clanking of metal echoed as the bridge from the mainland lowered, allowing Tywin and his retinue to cross. As they rode across the bridge, Tywin noticed familiar faces waiting for him. His brother Kevin stood patiently alongside their sister Jenna. Beyond them, he could see his children, Jaime and Cersei, engaged in what looked like a playful squabble, picking at each other until Jenna intervened, scolding them for their behavior. Once they crossed, Tywin and his men dismounted. The moment his boots touched the stone, his children straightened up, their playfulness replaced with the seriousness befitting their father's presence. Kevin approached first, a smile on his face. "Brother, welcome home," he greeted, giving Tywin a respectful nod. Tywin nodded back but kept his usual stoic demeanor, his face unreadable as he moved towards Jenna and his children. Kevin, meanwhile, turned to greet their younger brothers, Garion and Tyget, offering them a more relaxed embrace, his smile widening as he hugged them. "Brother, how was your time in the capital? You seem skinnier than before," Jenna teased, giving Tywin a large hug despite his stiff posture. Tywin stood firm, his expression unchanged, though he did pat Jenna's back in a rare display of affection. She released him after a moment, moving on to greet her other brothers. Now before his children, Tywin took a moment to observe them. Jaime stood first, his eyes wide and nervous, his voice shaky as he stammered, Father, welcome back." Tywin's gaze softened, if only slightly. The boy had improved since their last encounter in King's Landing, where Jaime had been too overwhelmed with awe and fear to even speak. Though still far from perfect, there was progress. Cersei, on the other hand, delivered her greeting flawlessly, her voice steady and confident. "Welcome back, father. How was your journey?" Tywin, though surprised by her poise, gave her a small nod of approval. "The journey was uneventful," he said, his tone measured. "But now, I'm back." He crouched down, placing a hand on both Jaime and Cersei's shoulders, a rare sign of affection that he bestowed only in private moments like these. Both children straightened under his touch, beaming slightly under their father's approval. The Lannister family and their retinue began the long ascent up the many steps of Castle Rock, following Tywin's lead. Each step echoed with the sound of boots on stone, their ascent slow and steady as the towering stronghold loomed above. As they neared the top, Tywin's eyes fixed on the large doors that led to the grand hall where Joanna would be waiting. He straightened his posture even further, his hand smoothing over his garments, making sure everything was in place. Behind him, he could hear Jenna and his brothers teasing him under their breath, chuckling about how he always became soft-hearted and obedient when it came to his wife. Tywin paid them no mind. After all, there was truth to their words. The guards at the doors moved aside and began to open them, the heavy wood groaning as it swung wide. Tywin stepped into the hall, his eyes immediately drawn to the high table where Joanna sat, radiant as ever. His lioness. He separated from his family and retinue, walking briskly towards her. The others took their respective seats, his brothers and sisters sitting near the high table as well, while Cersei dragged a reluctant Jaime along to sit beside their mother. "My lion," Joanna greeted from her seat, her voice warm and affectionate. "My lioness," Tywin responded, his eyes filled with a rare softness reserved only for her. Joanna smiled mischievously, her hand resting on her swollen belly. "I would curtsy to you, husband, as proper etiquette demands, but as you can see, you've put a child in me, and I can barely move." Tywin's expression softened further, a rare smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "There's no need," he said as he took his seat beside her, his hand gently resting on her belly. "You're my wife, my lioness, my equal." For a moment, Tywin allowed himself to admire her, her beauty magnified by the life growing within her. The desire to hold her, to claim her as his own once more, was strong, but he knew that would have to wait. "Oh, did our children behave well?" Joanna asked, glancing at Jaime and Cersei as they settled into their seats across from Tywin. "Cersei is perfect," Tywin replied in a measured tone. "But Jaime, he still needs more spine." Joanna raised an eyebrow, feigning a sad expression. "Are you saying my raising of Jaime has been inadequate?" Tywin knew her jest too well, the playful glint in her eyes giving her away. "No," he said, leaning in with a rare, genuine smile. Your raising has been perfect. He pressed a kiss to her left cheek, a gesture that lit up Joanna's eyes with warmth and joy. She felt the love emanate from him, and for a moment, all the burdens of their station faded away in that shared affection. Unbeknownst to them, Cersei was watching intently from across the table, her sharp eyes absorbing every moment, her young mind already spinning with ideas. The feast began in earnest, a grand affair worthy of the Lord of Castle Rock and his retinue. Long tables groaned under the weight of lavish dishes, from roasted boar and venison to freshly baked breads and steaming platters of vegetables seasoned to perfection. The air was thick with the aroma of rich meats, herbs, and spices, mingling with the sound of laughter and clinking goblets. Servants moved swiftly and silently through the hall, their arms laden with trays of food and flagons of wine, ensuring that no cup was left empty, no plate unfilled. The tired Lannister knights, having returned from their long journey, eagerly indulged in the feast, their spirits lifting with every bite and sip. At the high table, Tywin sat tall, his demeanor still regal, though his gaze would occasionally drift toward Joanna, who seemed to glow in the flickering candlelight. He listened to his siblings' banter, the easy camaraderie of his brothers, and the laughter that filled the hall, though his thoughts often returned to the woman beside him. The great hall of Castle Rock was alive with mirth and conversation, a moment of peace and enjoyment that was rare in their often tumultuous lives. For now, the weight of responsibilities, the burdens of rule, and the intrigues of court seemed distant, replaced by a sense of warmth and unity among the Lannisters. Richard Povi sat at the table reserved for the squires, my plate barely touched, the conversations around me fading into a dull hum. The roasted chicken was dry, but I chewed mechanically, my eyes focused elsewhere. It wasn't the food I was here for, nor the mindless chatter of the other squires. No, I had something else in mind, something that required precision and patience. The servants bustled in and out of the kitchen, trays of food in hand, sweat glistening on their brows as they hurried to serve the Lannister family and their guests. I watched them carefully, waiting for the right moment. Without drawing attention to myself, I pushed my chair back and stood, blending into the background as I made my way toward the kitchen. No one noticed me, as I knew they wouldn't. I had played my part well, spinning my tale of being the pitiful son of a whore, taken in by Kevin Lannister as an act of charity. It worked. People barely gave me a second glance, and that was exactly how I wanted it. The kitchen was a whirlwind of activity, chefs barking orders, servants rushing to and fro, the scent of roasted meats and freshly baked bread filling the air. I moved through the chaos, invisible, unnoticed. In the corner, I saw it, the pile of wood near the hearth. Perfect. Without hesitation, I reached into the burning embers and grabbed a small piece of glowing charcoal, feeling the searing heat on my right hand. I didn't wince, didn't flinch. The pain was fleeting, barely a whisper as my skin began to heal almost instantly, thanks to the powers I'd gained. Casually, I tossed the charcoal into the pile of wood, my movements deliberate, yet so natural that no one took notice. A flicker of flames caught, growing slowly but steadily, spreading with the promise of chaos. I didn't linger. I turned away, my face indifferent, my hand fully healed as if the fire had never touched it. A few seconds later, I heard the shouts and the frantic commotion as the fire took hold, the kitchen thrown into disorder. But I was already gone, back in the shadows, unseen and unnoticed, just another face in the crowd. A smile tugged at my lips. I moved toward the tray prepared for Joanna Lannister, the Lady of Castle Rock. It gleamed in the dim light, a cup of lemon juice, perfectly cooked fish, and a platter of fruits arranged delicately. I reached into my pouch, fingers closing around the small vial I had hidden there. A quick flick of my wrist, and the powder dissolved into the lemon juice, invisible, undetectable. I slipped away as easily as I had come, the commotion over the fire distracting everyone as they rushed to put it out. By the time the kitchen was calm again, the food was already being sent out to the lords and ladies. No one would ever suspect a thing. I smiled to myself as I made my way back to my seat, sliding into the familiar anonymity among the squires. My mission was complete, the vial emptied into Joanna Lannister's drink without anyone noticing. Tywin Lannister, for all his power and influence, owed me now, though he would never know it. That vial of substance wasn't poison, nor was it anything sinister. It was medicine, a concoction crafted by a Maegi I had visited a moon ago. She was a witch, yes, but her knowledge was ancient, passed down through bloodlines and dark rituals. I had sought her out, desperate for a way to save a pregnant woman during childbirth. I didn't care for Joanna Lannister's fate personally, but I cared deeply for Cersei. If her mother survived the birthing process, if Joanna lived to see her child born and raised, then Cersei would be shaped by a stronger presence. The better version of the woman she could become would be molded under her mother's watchful eye, rather than left to Tywin's cold, ruthless world. I had to protect that future. My future with her, or at least the one I was crafting. I glanced toward the high table, watching as the servants presented the tray with Joanna's meal. It was just a matter of time now. The Maegi had assured me that the medicine would take effect and strengthen her during labor, giving her a far better chance of survival. If she lived, Tywin might never know who to thank, but I would. I leaned back, satisfaction filling me. I had planted the seed of transformation within Cersei's world, and in doing so, perhaps even in mine. All I had to do now was wait. Chapter 15. The False Lion. Third Coven. The training grounds of Castle Rock, just outside the towering gates. Galahad moved with two training swords in hand, his movements fluid and precise. He faced off against Esser Andros of House Brax. Every swing of Esser Andros Brax's blade was met with quick parries and clever footwork. Andros, a seasoned knight and one of Tywin Lannister's trusted men, had expected to overpower the young squire. But today was different. Galahad, barely 16, was faster than Andros anticipated, each movement sharp, his instincts honed. The sun glinted off their wooden swords, creating brief flashes with each clash. Come now, boy, Andros barked, breath ragged, sweat running down his temples. You'll need more than fancy footwork to impress anyone. Galahad smiled, heart pounding. Just getting started, Esser, he replied, the words light but brimming with confidence. With a swift burst of speed, Galahad closed the gap, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Andros staggered, surprised by the sudden aggression. Galahad's footwork was flawless, dancing around the knight's defenses. The wooden blades moved in perfect harmony, the squire's attacks relentless. The other knights and squires gradually fell silent, their casual conversations fading as they turned their attention to the duel. It was not a common sight to see a squire, especially one so young, dominate a seasoned knight like Esser Andros Brax. The air around the training grounds thickened with anticipation as Galahad's movements captivated the onlookers. What struck them most was not just his speed but the mastery with which he wielded the two wooden swords. Each blade moved in perfect synchrony, a blur of motion that left Andros struggling to keep up. Every time the knight blocked one strike, the other sword would land, knocking him further off balance. Galahad was relentless, his footwork precise, his attacks unyielding. A final series of quick, decisive strikes pushed Andros back, and in an instant, Galahad seized the advantage. Andros staggered, his feet slipping on the training ground dirt, and with a heavy thud, he crashed to the ground. Before he could recover, he felt the sharp, unmistakable pressure of two wooden swords at his throat. The courtyard was still, the only sound the labored breathing of Andros and the hushed murmurs of the onlookers. Do you yield? Galahad asked, his breathing steady, eyes locked on the knight beneath him. Andros exhaled heavily, the fight clearly over. I yield, he muttered, the words reluctant but respectful. Galahad stepped back, lowering his swords. A grin spread across his face as the onlookers erupted into cheers, their admiration clear. Still on the ground, Andros flexed his hands, shaking his head in disbelief. The strength behind Galahad's strikes had been incredible. He'd never fought a boy with such power, or skill. Slowly, he pushed himself up, his breath still coming in heavy gasps. How is this lad still a squire? Andros thought, unable to wrap his mind around it. In all his years of battle, he'd never seen anything quite like Galahad. The boy fought with the raw ability of a knight. No, better than that. There was something else in him, something more. Rising to his feet, Andros brushed the dirt from his leathers, a tired grin spreading across his face despite the sting of defeat. Well fought, Galahad, he said, offering his hand. You're destined for more than being a squire. Galahad gripped his hand, smiling warmly. Thank you, Esser. But I've still got a lot to learn, he said modestly. Andros nodded, respect in his eyes. Perhaps. But today, you fought like a knight. Esser Andros had heard the stories about Galahad, how he was the son of a whore, a street urchin from the alleys of lanisport. Before their match, he had held no respect for the boy. He had expected an easy victory, confident that his years of knighthood would easily overwhelm the young squire. But now, after facing him in combat, Andros felt a shift. The boy had earned his respect the hard way, through skill and tenacity, not by birthright. In the distance, Kevin Lannister watched the match with a broad grin on his face, unable to contain his amusement. Ha ha. Pay up. Tyrion. Kevin called out loudly, stretching out his hand with a smug expression. Tyrion and Tyrion Lannister exchanged annoyed glances, both clearly unhappy with the outcome. With a sigh, Tyrion reached into his pouch, pulling out a handful of coins, while Tyrion, scowling in frustration, tossed his own pouch at Kevin. Damn it, how in the seven hells did he beat a knight? Tyrion muttered, disbelief clear in his voice. Where in the world did you find this boy? He sounded almost mournful, as those coins had been intended for his usual pleasures in the brothels of lanisport. Kevin chuckled, catching the pouch midair. Maybe I've got a good eye for talent, he said with a teasing tone, though the truth behind Galahad's origins was something he wasn't ready to share. He had struck a deal with the hooded man, but only he, Tywin, the hooded figure, and Galahad himself knew the full story. Tyrion crossed his arms, his gaze narrowing as he stared toward the training grounds where Galahad had now started sparring with another knight. Tell me, Kevin, where did you really find him? Is he your bastard? Or perhaps our father's? There was an intensity in Tyrion's voice, his eyes never leaving Galahad's golden hair and Lannister-like features. Kevin's expression remained unreadable as he addressed his brother's suspicions. I found him in the streets of Lanisport, he said smoothly, his voice steady. Fought off a dozen ruffians by himself. Tyrion and Tyrion exchanged glances, their disbelief apparent, but Kevin continued before they could question him. As for his origin, I do not know. He may as well be our father's bastard, but he's not mine. The first part was a lie. Galahad wasn't simply a street orphan Kevin had happened upon. But the rest was true enough. Even Kevin had little clue about the boy's true lineage. The boy's resemblance to a Lannister, with his striking golden hair and green eyes, had not gone unnoticed. Kevin knew the rumors were already swirling. Too many found it difficult to ignore the late Lord Tyto's reputation for indulging in the company of brothel women. Tyrion narrowed his eyes. He looks too much like one of us, he muttered, his tone carrying suspicion. You're telling me you know nothing of his parentage? Tyrion's frown deepened, but Kevin raised a hand to cut him off before he could voice more suspicions. There's no need to worry. Galahad knows his place. He's loyal, he's dutiful, and he's never disobeyed me. Kevin's tone grew firm, his eyes resolute. He was confident in the boy's loyalty, even if his origins were murky. His brothers exchanged uncertain glances, but they nodded, choosing to trust Kevin's judgment for now. Kevin's grin returned. That's why I'm planning to knight him. What? Tyrion and Tyrion exclaimed in unison, their surprise palpable. Kevin leaned in slightly, his voice lower but brimming with excitement. After Joanna gives birth, Tywin and I plan to host a tourney in Lanisport to celebrate. When Galahad wins the Squire melee, I'll knight him there, before everyone. Tyrion's brow furrowed further, but he said nothing. Tyrion let out a long breath, still processing the idea. Kevin, however, stood tall, his mind already set. He had seen what Galahad could do, and he knew the boy had a bright future. It was only a matter of time before the rest of the world saw it too. Tywin Povi sat in my solar in Castle Rock once again, feeling a rare sense of calm. Here, I could speak freely, think without the watchful eyes of spies or the relentless scheming of the game's other players. My sanctuary. The thick stone walls shielded me from the world's demands, but my mind wandered beyond them, to Lanisport. Kevin had told me how the city had flourished in the past moons, to the point that the slums had all but disappeared. A city bustling with trade, merchants filling the streets, the docks brimming with ships from Essos and beyond. The transformation seemed almost miraculous. I had asked Kevin how such a change came about, and he spoke of the hooded man. The name alone stirred a reaction in me. Kevin had told me of the organization this man created, the Lionheart family. At first, I had been furious. How could my brother allow some unknown figure to rise to such power under our very noses? But when Kevin explained the extent of the taxes the Lionheart family paid, I found myself intrigued. 25,000 gold coins in taxes in 5 moons. More than all the merchants of Lanisport had contributed over the past 5 years. If this continued, we would have a steady source of wealth, more than even I had anticipated. Kevin had struck a deal with the hooded man. The terms were simple. The Lionheart family would take control of Lanisport's criminal underworld but promised to operate within the bounds of legality. In return, they would pay 30,000 gold dragons annually to house Lannister. Not a bad arrangement. Yet, I couldn't help but feel a lingering unease. And then there was Galahad. Kevin had mentioned him, the young squire with Lannister features, a rising star on the training grounds. But why would the hooded man place one of his own so close to us? What was his game? Galahad's golden hair and striking eyes, he could easily pass for one of our blood. I couldn't shake the feeling that this was no coincidence. Was the hooded man trying to insert his influence even further into our house? Or was there something more, something I hadn't yet seen? As I mulled over these thoughts, a knock came at the door, pulling me from my reverie. My curiosity was about to be satisfied. Enter, I called, turning away from the window. Today, I would finally get some answers. As Galahad entered, accompanied by Kevin, I could see the nervousness in the boy's eyes. Kevin, on the other hand, maintained his usual composed demeanor. I gestured for them to sit, and once they were settled, I signaled to my knights to close the door. The sound of the heavy door shutting echoed through the room, sealing us in for a private conversation. So, you're Galahad, I began, my voice low and probing. I watched the boy closely, gauging his reaction. Yes, my lord, Galahad replied, his voice shaky. The boy was clearly intimidated, but I had no patience for timidity today. I want to hear your story, I pressed, leaning forward slightly. Where were you born? How did you come to meet the hooded man, and how did you end up as my brother's squire? My tone was sharp, but I needed answers. There was more to this boy than met the eye, and his connection to the hooded man piqued my curiosity. Galahad hesitated, clearly weighing his words. I was the son of a whore, my lord. From a brothel in the wealthy end. But my mother disowned me, saying my father no longer cared for us. In my lowest moments on the streets 8 moons ago, the hooded man found me and took me in. He trailed off, his uncertainty hanging in the air as he glanced at me, waiting for a reaction. I remained unmoved, my face betraying nothing. I was listening intently, piecing together the fragments of this boy's tale. 4 moons ago, Galahad continued, the hooded man told me he would reunite me with one of my family. He made a deal with Kevin to make me his squire. Kevin, caught off guard by this revelation, blurted out, what? It can't be. But I, on the other hand, was already considering the implications. There were many possibilities running through my mind, and I couldn't ignore the boy's resemblance to our family. I mulled over his origins, asking myself if he could be Kevin's bastard, or worse, our father's. Is he your bastard? I turned to Kevin, my eyes narrowing. Kevin shook his head firmly. I believed him. Kevin wasn't the type to lie about such matters, at least not to me. Then he may be our father's bastard, I said, voicing the thought that had been gnawing at me. Our bastard brother. Galahad lowered his head, clearly conflicted. The poor boy was being used, likely a pawn in the hooded man's larger scheme. A tool, nothing more. I walked up to him, placing a hand on his shoulder. You will not speak of this to anyone. Do you understand? My gaze was fierce, and the boy nodded quickly, fear evident in his eyes. I could have had him killed. It wouldn't have been difficult, but for now, he was more useful alive. His life was part of Kevin's deal with the hooded man, and that gave him some protection. Galahad was just a pawn, but pawns could be valuable if played right. Maybe I could earn his loyalty, use him against the Lionheart family when the time came. I stepped back, watching him closely. There was something more going on here. What was the hooded man really after? Why plant a boy with Lannister looks so close to us? Could this boy be my bastard brother? This wasn't just about a squire or a simple deal. There was a bigger game being played, and I intended to find out exactly what it was. As I looked out over Lanisport, bustling in the distance, I realized that the city was no longer just a backdrop to my rule. The Lionheart family had changed things, and I'd underestimated them. The hooded man wasn't just another criminal, and Galahad wasn't just some orphan picked up off the street. my time here wouldn't be as dull as I'd thought. Chapter 16. The New Cub. Joanna Lannister. A moon had passed since the return of my husband, and I found myself in the tranquil gardens atop Castle Rock, nestled against Tywin's shoulder. He rested his chin on my head, gently caressing my belly where our child kicked and squirmed. 9 moons had flown by since my pregnancy, and this little one was far more active than Cersei and Jaime had been in my womb. Each movement was a reminder of the life we had created together. My husband, I said softly, breaking the comfortable silence. Yes, love. The serious man I had known in court seemed a world away. In this moment, a softer Tywin answered me. What should we name our new cub? I asked, placing my hand over his as it moved gently across my belly. If it's a boy, Tybalt, after our ancestor Tybalt the Thunderbolt. If it's a girl, Jane, after my mother. Tywin's eyes sparkled with warmth as he caressed my hands. The peace of the moment enveloped me, the warmth of his touch bringing a blissful calm. I considered his name choices. While I appreciated the tribute to his mother for a daughter, Tybalt felt too fierce for our son. I wanted him to grow into a kind and gentle man, not a battle-hungry warrior. I don't mind the name for a girl, I replied, intertwining my fingers with his. But for a boy, I wish to name him Tyrion. Tywin gave my name choice a little thought, and moments later he agreed with me. As you wish, my lioness, Tywin whispered in my ear, his breath tickling me and sending a thrill through my heart. I felt a swell of warmth in my chest at his agreement. A moment later, I spotted Cersei, Jaime, and Galahad playing in the distance in the courtyard. The gardens, elevated above the courtyard, provided a clear view of them, just a few steps away. Galahad, Kevin's squire, was an odd lad, quiet and timid. Yet around Cersei, he seemed to blossom into a more confident version of himself. His age was uncertain to Kevin, but he appeared to be close to 14. Initially, I had my reservations about him. Cersei often returned from their escapades with dirt-stained dresses and mischievous smiles. But over time, I discovered he was a loyal playmate and guard for my children, and I began to trust him. Now, he was teaching them how to swing a sword properly, the 3 of them lost in their laughter. As I watched them, a sudden warmth turned into something wet beneath my dress. Tywin, I exclaimed, my voice rising in alarm. Startled, my husband sat upright. What is it? I think our child is coming, I said, my voice trembling. He sprang into action, helping me up and guiding me toward the birthing chamber. The pain surged as I stood, sending a wave of discomfort through me. Tywin called for the servants, and I felt myself lifted as they carried me down the hall. With each jolt, the pain intensified, my mind blurring with the urgency of the moment. I couldn't help but scream as they hurried along, desperation mixing with the thrill of impending motherhood. Ag! I screamed, the sound echoing through the dimly lit birthing chamber. Hours had passed since my water broke, and agony surged through me with each painful contraction. This pain was worse than my last birth. Tears streamed down my cheeks as I gripped the bed, feeling as if the very fibers of my being were being tested. Why was this so painful? I asked myself, a mix of confusion and desperation swirling in my mind. Unlike my previous labor with twins, Cersei and Jaime, which had its own trials, this felt like a relentless storm of suffering. For a moment, the pain overwhelmed me, and I slipped into unconsciousness, only to be jolted back to awareness by the maester's worried voice. My lady, keep pushing. It will be dangerous for you and the child if you don't. Understanding the gravity of his words, I steeled myself, preparing to face the torment that lay ahead. With every ounce of willpower, I screamed and pushed. Ag! My voice rang out, raw and primal. After this birth, I thought to myself, I don't think I'll ever go through this again. Tears continued to flow down my cheeks, a mixture of pain and resolve. I felt a deep twisting in my hips, an unmistakable sign that my baby was on the verge of arrival. He's almost here, my lady. Push more. The maester urged softly, his tone laced with encouragement. Relief washed over me at his words, igniting a flicker of hope. I pushed with everything I had, the world around me fading into a haze. Wah, wah, wah. The sound of my child's cries filled the room moments later. A smile broke through my pain as joy surged within me, a powerful instinct urging me to see my babe. Yet, something felt off. Maester Kralin congratulated me with a gravity I hadn't expected, a tone that echoed with unspoken fears. Let me see my babe, I thought, a frantic urgency rising in me. The maester cut the umbilical cord and tied it deftly, then moved to my side, cradling my newborn. As he presented him to me, my heart raced. I looked down at my babe, and a mix of emotions washed over me. He was a boy, but his limbs were short, and his head seemed larger than that of a normal babe. Confusion and concern flickered through my mind, but I pushed them aside. Regardless of appearances, he was my son. I reached out, taking him from the maester's grasp, pulling my dress down to provide him with nourishment. I cradled him close, feeding him with my milk, feeling the warmth of our bond begin to blossom. In that moment, all I could see was the beauty of new life in my arms, a precious gift I would cherish fiercely, no matter the challenges ahead. Tywin Lannister. I stood outside the door of my wife's birthing chamber, my brow slick with sweat. The sounds of her screams echoed through the thick wood, each cry lancing through me with a pang of helplessness. This labor was far worse than the last, a grueling battle I could only witness from the other side. It felt like an eternity had passed. My heart raced with a prayer for both Joanna and our babe, but my thoughts gravitated toward my wife's safety. I already had an heir. I couldn't bear to think of losing her. What would I do without Joanna? Beside me stood my sister Jenna, offering her support in this anxious moment. Jaime and Cersei were with us, their young faces clouded with worry for their mother. It'll be all right, Jenna murmured, pulling me into a comforting hug. I nodded, clinging to her reassurance. She'll be okay, I told myself, though doubt gnawed at the edges of my resolve. Father, is Mother going to be all right? Jaime asked, his wide eyes brimming with tears. The fear in his gaze mirrored my own. I crouched down to meet his gaze, hoping to infuse him with some semblance of courage. Your mother is a lioness. She'll get through this, I said softly, watching as he nodded and wiped his tears away. I glanced over at Cersei, who clung to Galahad, her small frame shaking with quiet sobs. The lad, a recent addition to our household, seemed to have formed an unshakable bond with my children, comforting Cersei with gentle pats on her head. I felt a strange mix of emotions as I considered his identity, a potential bastard brother of mine and my children bastard uncle, yet the concern for my children overshadowed any apprehension. The atmosphere shifted as I heard the unmistakable sound of a newborn's cries echoing through the chamber. My heart raced in anticipation. My babe was here. Moments later, the door to the birthing chamber swung open, and Maester Kralin stepped out. His expression was calm, his voice steady. The mother and babe are fine. The babe is a boy. Relief washed over me in waves. My wife had made it through, and so had our son. My heart swelled with excitement, and for a moment, the weight of my earlier fears lifted. I couldn't wait to meet them both, to see Joanna and hold our newborn son in my arms. Jenna, watch the children and ensure they don't enter unless I say so, I instructed, my voice more clipped than I intended. The urgency in my tone was unmistakable. I needed to see my wife and child alone first. Without waiting for a response, I turned and made my way into the room, my heart pounding with anticipation. As I stepped into the room, I felt a mixture of excitement and trepidation. The midwives bustled around my wife, tending to the sheets and ensuring she was comfortable. My gaze fell upon Joanna, resting peacefully as she cradled our newborn. But as I drew closer, a frown creased my brow. The babe before me was not as I had imagined. His limbs were short, his head disproportionately large. A fleeting wave of disgust surged through me. My son is a dwarf, I thought, unable to suppress the grimace that crossed my face. My eyes drifted to Joanna. She had seen my expression. Tears welled in her eyes, her lips trembling as she held our son to her chest. Joanna must have sensed my reaction because tears began to brim in her eyes. Why do you look at him like that? She asked, hurt and confusion mingling in her voice. I stood silent for a moment, my mind racing. I had been prepared for another strong heir, another Jaime, another Cersei. Instead, here was a boy who would be seen as weak, scorned by the world. He may not be normal, I began, but seeing the anguish deepen in Joanna's eyes, I faltered. But he's our babe, she whispered again, her voice fragile, as though it would shatter if I didn't say the right words. I had to set aside the shock, the disappointment that gnawed at me. In that moment, I realized that whatever he was, Tyrion was still ours. A Lannister, born of my blood and Joanna's love. Yes, my love, I said softly, my voice now firm and unwavering. He's our Tyrion Lannister. Leaning down, I kissed Joanna gently on her forehead, hoping to soothe her fears. Her face softened, her tears slowing as a fragile smile bloomed. It was a beautiful sight, one that warmed the cold edges of my heart. I smiled back, and in that moment, all the doubts melted away. Tyrion, despite his differences, was our son. A new life to protect, to nurture. I made a silent vow then, to guard him fiercely. He would be a Lannister, and no one would take that from him. Chapter 17. Lionheart's Underbosses. 3rd Pov. Underboss of the Eastern District Conrad stood in the shadows near a dimly lit brothel, his back pressed against the rough stone wall. The air was thick with the smell of ale and cheap perfume, the sounds of drunken laughter and whispered deals filtering through the night. But Conrad's focus never wavered. His dark cloak blended seamlessly with the surroundings, and his hood cast his face into shadow. He was patient, waiting for the right moment. The target was a man named Boros Klein, a leader of a criminal ring that had been disrupting the peace in Lanisport. The Lionheart family had worked tirelessly to bring order to the streets, but men like Boros thrived in chaos. He was a thorn in their side, a man who trafficked in misery, extortion, smuggling, murder for hire. Tonight, Conrad would remove him. Boros stumbled out of the brothel, a drunken smirk plastered on his face as he waved off the working women who lingered in the doorway. His bloated form staggered under the weight of excess, his coin purse jingling as he barked orders at the men accompanying him. They were thugs, no more than street scum hired to make Boros feel important. Conrad's eyes followed Boros as he moved, Conrad's heartbeat steady, his breath controlled. His hand brushed the hilt of the dagger hidden beneath his cloak, but he would not need it tonight. The hidden blade strapped to his forearm would do the job. The blade had been a recent gift, freshly forged by Corlos the blacksmith. Corlos, now a trusted member of the Lionheart family, had worked alongside Richard to craft the perfect assassination weapon. It was sleek, silent, and deadly, like Conrad himself. It was a mark of trust, a symbol of his role within the family. Richard had seen to that. With a silent grace, Conrad slipped from the shadows, weaving through the alleyways parallel to Boros' path. He knew the man's routine, his drunken tendencies, and precisely when he'd make a wrong turn into the quieter, darker streets of Lanisport. And there it was, the moment. Boros veered away from his men, muttering something incoherent as he stumbled into an alley to relieve himself. His thugs, too engrossed in their own conversation, failed to notice. Conrad moved quickly, his feet making no sound on the cobblestone as he followed Boros into the alley, his presence masked by the shadows that cloaked him. As Boros leaned against the wall, his back exposed, Conrad was already there, silent, swift, deadly. In one fluid motion, he pressed his left hand against Boros' mouth to stifle any scream, and with his right wrist, the hidden blade shot forward from under his cloak. The steel slid into Boros' neck with precision, severing his throat. Boros' eyes bulged in shock, his body going rigid as blood poured from the wound, coating Conrad's glove. The man let out a muffled, desperate gurgle, but it was already over. His body sagged, and Conrad eased him to the ground, ensuring there was no sound to alert the others. Conrad knelt beside Boros, his heart rate as calm as if he had just taken a stroll. He wiped his hidden blade clean on the man's coat, retracting it into its housing with a soft click. He glanced at Boros' lifeless face for a brief moment, his expression impassive. Another threat to the Lionheart family, another disruption, removed. He moved swiftly, his movements as fluid as the night itself, leaving no trace of his presence. Conrad melted back into the shadows as Boros' men finally noticed their leader was gone. By the time they discovered the body, the assassin was already long gone, a ghost in the night, his mission complete. The Lionheart family would sleep a little easier tonight. Peace was once again restored in Lanisport, but Conrad knew it would be short-lived. There were always more threats, more men like Boros who thrived in the dark corners of the city. But he would be ready for them. Silent, unseen, and deadly. 3rd Pov. Underboss of the Western District Laner sat across from the merchant, his eyes fixed on the man's trembling hands as they fidgeted with the edges of his ledger. The merchant, A greasy man named Corin was sweating despite the cool breeze flowing through the open windows of the room. Laner, as the Lionheart family's master of coins, had come to collect what was owed, a sum of gold that Corin had promised to pay moons ago. But the merchant's nervous energy and shifting eyes told Laner everything he needed to know before a word had even been spoken. Corin, Laner began, his voice calm, almost friendly. You know why I'm here. Corin's head bobbed up and down in a hasty nod, his eyes darting from Laner to the sack of coins on the table between them. Yes, yes, my lord, I have the payment. It's all here, every copper. I was just delayed by a shipment that, Laner raised a hand, silencing him with a gesture. He leaned back in his chair, eyes narrowing as he studied the merchant's face. Corin couldn't meet his gaze, his fingers twisting nervously around the edge of his shirt, betraying his discomfort. Laner had seen this too many times before, lies hidden beneath trembling lips and shifty eyes. He was a master at reading people, every twitch and fidget revealing more than words ever could. Corin, Laner said slowly, his voice taking on a sharper edge. You're lying. The merchant froze, his eyes widening in surprise. He stammered, his hand reaching for the sack of coins. No, I swear, my lord, it's all here. The gold is. Laner didn't move, but his presence alone was enough to cut Corin off. The silence that followed was suffocating. He let the man squirm for a moment before he spoke again, his voice low and dangerous. You've already delayed your payments for 2 moons. You think I don't know where every coin that passes through this city goes? You think you can lie to the Lionheart family? Corin's face drained of color. He tried to speak, but Laner leaned forward, his dark eyes locking onto the merchant's. Tell me the truth. Now. The merchant swallowed hard, sweat beading on his forehead. His hand trembled as he reached for the sack of coins, opening it to reveal far less than what was owed. I had to pay off some debts, my lord. Please, I was going to make it right, I swear. Laner's gaze didn't waver. He stood slowly, the chair scraping the floor as he pushed it back. The merchant recoiled slightly, fear flashing across his face. Laner didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. His reputation, the name he had built for himself as the Lionheart family's master of coins, was enough. You owe the Lionheart family, Laner said quietly, stepping around the table. And you've been lying to us. Do you know what happens to people who lie to the Lionhearts? Corin's mouth opened, but no words came out. Laner reached out and grabbed the merchant by the collar, pulling him to his feet with a single, smooth motion. He leaned in close, his voice a whisper in Corin's ear. I will ask you again, and this time, you will tell me everything. Or the Lionheart family will take what we are owed, by other means. The merchant's breath came in shallow gasps. Please, my lord, he whimpered. I was trying to hide some of the payment. I was hoping to use it to bribe a city guard, to get some shipments through without inspection. I thought I could pay you back once I made more profit, I swear. Laner released the man, letting him stumble backward. He crossed his arms, eyes narrowing as he considered the merchant's words. You thought you could cheat the family and then come back with a bigger profit, he said, his tone cold. You risked your life for a few extra coins. Corin collapsed to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Please, my lord, I swear it won't happen again. I'll pay double next moon. Laner stared down at him, the flicker of disgust crossing his face. He despised greed, especially when it endangered the family's business. But Laner was not without reason. He crouched down, coming eye to eye with the trembling merchant. You'll pay what's owed, Laner said evenly, and you'll pay thrice for lying. If you miss another payment, if I even think you're lying again, your debts won't matter. We'll take your business, your shipments, and your life. Corin nodded furiously, his hands shaking. Yes, my lord, I understand. Laner rose to his full height, casting one last look at the terrified merchant before turning toward the door. You'll have 1 moon to settle this. If you fail, you'll lose everything. As Laner walked away, he knew Corin wouldn't dare cross the Lionheart family again. He didn't need to. The merchant's fear was enough. Third Pav, underboss of the Southern District John Pav John stood in the shadowed alley, his thick, muscular frame blending into the darkness. His face was as cold and expressionless as stone, his deep-set eyes scanning the quiet street ahead. The target. A merchant establishment, a bustling shop that had been too slow to bend the knee to Richard's vision for the Lionheart family. Tonight, that would change. He shifted his weight, feeling the comforting presence of the daggers hidden beneath his thick cloak. His soldiers, hardened men loyal to the Lionhearts, stood behind him, waiting for his signal. Every movement they made was precise, calculated, just as Richard had taught them. The expansion of the Lionheart family's power across Lanisport needed to be swift and decisive. Jon, ever loyal and ruthless, would see to that. With a simple nod, Jon stepped out of the alley. His men followed silently, their boots barely making a sound as they crossed the cobbled street toward the merchant's shop. It was late enough that most honest folk were in their homes, the flicker of candlelight spilling through the narrow windows lining the streets. The merchant, however, had been working late, greed and pride keeping his shop open long after others had closed. Jon reached the door and knocked twice, a solid, measured sound. A beat passed, then another. The door creaked open, and a nervous-looking lad, no older than 16, poked his head out. His eyes widened as he saw Jon's hulking figure and the men flanking him. I'm sorry, we're closed, the lad began, but Jon was already moving. He shoved the door open with a force that sent the boy stumbling back into the shop. We're not here to buy, Jon growled, his deep voice resonating through the room. His men spilled into the shop behind him, their presence filling the small space with an air of danger. The merchant, a plump, balding man, appeared from the back of the shop, his face pale with fear. He had clearly heard the commotion and knew exactly who stood before him. Please, he stammered, his hands shaking. I can make the payment next week. I just need more time. Jon's eyes were cold and unfeeling as he stepped toward the merchant. Your time's run out. His words were blunt, final. Without waiting for a response, Jon grabbed the merchant by the front of his shirt and slammed him into a nearby counter. The shop rattled from the impact, and the merchant let out a cry of pain, clutching his side as Jon's men began moving through the store, overturning tables, smashing shelves, and ripping apart anything of value. The chaos was swift and brutal, a message to anyone who dared resist the Lionheart family's will. The merchant gasped for breath, his face pressed against the wood of the counter. Please, Jon, he whimpered. I'll do anything. Just give me more time. Jon leaned down, his voice low and menacing. Richard gave you a chance. Now it's my turn. With that, he hauled the man to his feet and threw him across the room. The merchant crashed into a display of fine silks, sending bolts of fabric tumbling to the floor. Jon strode toward him, his fists clenched, ready to finish the job. But before he could lay another hand on the merchant, the man cried out again, his voice desperate. I'll pay. I swear it. I'll join the Lionhearts. Just don't kill me. Jon paused, his expression unreadable as he stared down at the broken man. He had seen this before. Cowards, weaklings, willing to sell their souls for survival. Normally, Jon wouldn't give them the time of day. But tonight, Richard's plan was clear: expand by any means necessary. You'll pay, Jon said, his tone leaving no room for argument. And you'll join. From now on, everything you make belongs to the Lionhearts. The merchant nodded frantically, still shaking on the floor. Yes, I will. Anything you want. Jon glanced at his men, giving them a sharp nod. They stopped their destruction, leaving the shop in disarray but not beyond repair. The message had been sent, and the merchant would remember it. Turning back to the merchant, Jon crouched down to his level, his voice low and threatening. If you fail us again, there won't be a second chance. With that, Jon rose to his full height, towering over the man like a shadow of death. He turned on his heel, his men falling in line behind him as they exited the shop. The night air was cool, but Jon's blood was pumping with adrenaline, his mind already on the next phase of Richard's plan. Lanisport would soon be under the Lionheart family. Third Pav. Underboss of the Northern District Pav Adams sat in a dimly lit room above a bustling tavern in Lanisport, the low hum of conversation drifting up through the floorboards. His fingers traced the edge of a map laid out on the table before him, each mark indicating a point of interest, a potential lead, or a whisper of intrigue. At 18, his age belied his expertise in shadows and secrets, where precision, discretion, and control ruled. These were traits Adams had mastered during his street years, turning him into a pivotal figure within the Lionheart family. He wore a simple tunic, blending seamlessly with the tavern's working-class patrons below. His talent for adopting any appearance or demeanor made him nearly invisible in plain sight. Today, he was just another face in the crowd, a nobody with everything under his control. As he waited for reports from his scouts, he reflected on how his network had become the beating heart of the family's growing power. The Lionheart family thrived on knowledge, and Adams was its unseen conduit. A soft knock broke his thoughts. He didn't move at first, his eyes still on the map while his fingers rolled a coin between them, a habit born from years of waiting in silence. The knock came again, followed by a voice. "Sir, it's me." One of his best scouts entered, a girl no older than 12, with the look of a street urchin but eyes sharp as steel. She moved with purpose, quick and observant, just as he had taught her. "The merchant district is full of gossip, sir," she began, eager but measured. "The docks, too. There's talk of a new shipment. Something big. Something the merchants might want to get their hands on." Adams nodded, listening closely. Every whisper mattered, and through his scouts, every secret flowed directly to him. He had created a network so vast and effective that not even the smallest rumor escaped his notice. This information would fuel Richard's plans, allowing the Lionheart family to strike from the shadows, always several steps ahead. "Good," he said calmly, his voice barely a murmur. "Keep an eye on that shipment. I want to know everything. Who's involved, what they're moving, and where it's headed. Tell the others to be vigilant. Report to me as soon as anything changes." The girl nodded, her understanding clear as she slipped out of the room, disappearing into the night like one of Adam's many phantoms. Alone again, Adams leaned back in his chair, the flickering candlelight casting fleeting shadows across the map. Every corner of Lanisport was mapped, every alley marked. Soon, there wouldn't be a secret in the city he didn't know. With his network of spies, he was building something far greater than brute force. He was creating an empire of knowledge, and that was the most dangerous weapon of all. The Lionheart family would rise, not just with steel but with the power of information. And as long as Adams kept pulling the strings, nothing could stop them. Chapter 18. The Brotherhood. Richard POVI stood by the window of my solar, the cool night air brushing against my face as I gazed at Lanisport. It was mine now. Every street, every corner, every shadow. The Lionheart family had secured its grip over the city. Over the past moons, I had gained more than control, I had gained enlightenment. And with it, I had set a new goal for myself, one far greater than what I'd originally imagined. I thought back to my past actions, trying to decipher my motives. There was no guilt for the innocent blood I'd spilled, no pride in the power I'd seized. Just emptiness. Not the kind that consumes, but the kind that clarifies. I hadn't lost my emotions after all. I had simply uncovered the truth of who I had always been. Even before Wolverine's abilities coursed through me, I had stolen, I would have killed, I would have manipulated without a second thought if I had the power to do so. It wasn't out of cruelty or ambition, but out of survival and necessity. That primal instinct had shaped me into a creature of control, a creature of power. And now, with the means to take more, I would do exactly that. Whether it was creating the Lionheart family, killing Roderick and his group, and dismantling rival factions, it was all part of that same pattern. I acted not out of kindness or vengeance, but because it was within my reach. And now I wanted more. I would become more than a knight, more than a lord, and more than a king. Because I could. As I entertained these thoughts of domination, a knock sounded at the door. My underbosses had arrived. "Come in," I said in a calm, measured tone, a small smile tugging at the corner of my lips as the breeze from Lanisport swept through the room. The door opened, and 4 young men entered. Conrad, just 17, wore a dark hood, his presence as quiet and deadly as the assassin group he led. He moved like a shadow, the youngest of the underbosses but perhaps the most dangerous of them all. Laner, 18, stood in contrast with his high-quality tunic and trousers, the picture of refinement. His sharp mind for politics and trade had earned him his place among my underbosses. Then there was John. Tall, broad, and imposing at 7 feet, with a yellow and black tunic and dark trousers stretched over his massive frame. At 20, he was a brute force, a man made for battle. Finally, Adams entered, dressed in fine silk like a wealthy merchant. His mastery of disguise was unparalleled, and his network of spies kept us a step ahead of every move in lanisport. He was also 18, but already a master in the world of shadows. "Welcome, boys," I said with a grin, watching them take their places. I wanted to congratulate each of you. I let my eyes linger on each of them, the smile still on my face. These were my underbosses, my trusted men, each skilled in their own way. Together, we had taken lanisport. But this was just the beginning. I turned to my desk and took my seat. All of them watched me patiently, waiting for my command. "Sit," I said calmly. The 4 men immediately stepped forward, each pulling out a chair and sitting in unison. I couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. These men were the most loyal and ruthless of nearly 1,000 members in the Lionheart family. They were smart, efficient, and capable of handling both blood and business. They feared me as much as they respected me, and they feared the other name I carried, the Hooded Man. I opened the drawer of my desk and took out 5 cups, each made of cold, expensive rubies. These had once belonged to a wealthy merchant, now buried 6 feet beneath the streets of Lanisport. I had planned this moment carefully. I tossed each man a cup and kept one for myself. "Lanisport is ours," I said, my voice steady. "Let's celebrate with a cup of Arbor Gold." Rising from my seat, I moved to the shelves and retrieved a bottle of the finest Arbor Gold wine. I walked over to them, popping open the bottle with a smooth flick of my thumb. Slowly and deliberately, I poured the wine into each of their cup. "Thank you, my lord," they murmured in unison as I filled each cup. Once I returned to my seat and poured my own drink, I raised my cup slightly, looking at them with the satisfaction of a man whose plans had unfolded flawlessly. "I'm pleased with your performance. As you know, I've been preoccupied with the Lannisters lately." I spoke with casual authority, my tone almost nonchalant. "But you've all passed my test, completed the mission, and remained loyal. Drink." I took a sip, and they followed, obediently raising their cups to their lips. I watched them closely as they drank. "Conrad," I said, turning to the assassin first. "Are you satisfied with your position within the Lionheart family?" "Yes, my lord," Conrad replied quickly. "Why is that?" I asked, probing deeper. "The Lionheart family saved me and my brother from despair. If it weren't for you, I'd still be a street urchin, begging for scraps." "You gave us purpose, my lord," Conrad answered, his voice steady and sincere. I nodded at his response, already knowing the truth of it. I turned to Laner next. "And you, Laner?" "I'm more than satisfied, my lord. Without the family, I'd be scraping by, stealing to survive like Conrad. Now, as an underboss, I have power and wealth I never dreamed of," Laner said, emotion shining in his eyes. I gave him a nod of approval, then shifted my gaze to John. His face bore 3 scars across his face, which I had given him personally, scars that made him look menacing to the world. But to me, those scars marked something deeper: fear. "And you, John?" I asked, my tone serious. John straightened in his chair, the weight of my question evident in his posture. "I'm grateful, my lord. I'd be dead if it weren't for your mercy. Every day I live is because of you. I'm happy to no longer serve under mindless thugs with no vision for the future." His voice trembled slightly, revealing the remnants of the trauma he carried. Satisfied, I finally looked at Adam, the last of them. Adam grinned. "What more can I say, my lord? The day you tossed me those coins, I knew I wanted to follow you. The Lionheart family has given me everything: purpose, loyalty, and the will to serve. I'll continue to be your eyes and ears across Lanisport," he said with a bow. "Good, good," I replied, satisfaction evident in my tone as I stood up. "Now, push your cups to me." Without hesitation, they obeyed. "From this day, you no longer need to fear me," I began, my voice steady and calm. "Don't think of me as your boss, but as your brother." I paused, letting the weight of my words settle. "We've built something greater than power and wealth. What we have now is a bond, a brotherhood. And from today, we stand as equals." I proceeded to slit my palm with a dagger. A dagger I had taken from my side. I let the blood drip on each cup. I had to redo each because of my healing factor. John wasn't surprised by my healing factor since he had witnessed something even more remarkable: my metal claws that had caused the scars on his face. On the other hand, Conrad, Laner and Adam looked on in fascination, their eyes wide with a mix of awe and apprehension. It was clear they were still grappling with the reality of my abilities, their expressions reflecting a complicated blend of loyalty and fear. Now, do the same, I said, pushing my cup next to theirs. One by one, they followed my lead, each adding their blood to the cups. There was no hesitation, only loyalty in their eyes. I remained standing, lifting my cup high. A toast to our brotherhood. A toast to our brotherhood, they echoed, but this time, their faces were different. Gone was the usual seriousness, fear, and respect. Instead, I saw relief, happiness, and satisfaction, bliss at being acknowledged as equals, as my brothers. Allison POVI waited by the door to Richard's solar. It had been a while since the underbosses entered, and the anticipation of their meetings seemed endless. The reason for my presence wasn't about the business they discussed, though. I was here because I wanted to spend time with Richard. Lately, our conversations had dwindled to nothing more than formalities. Overshadowed by his dealings with the Lannisters, which consumed all his time. Thinking of the Lannisters made my thoughts drift to Cersei. The jealousy that had once simmered whenever I saw them together had faded over the past moons. Now, I found myself longing for Richard's attention again, just like before. I missed our shared laughter and the moments we could just be ourselves. The last time I could recall us truly enjoying each other's company was during our name day, nearly 8.5 moons ago. Waiting another 3.5 moons to celebrate with him felt unbearable. I didn't want to wait any longer. I wanted to talk to him now, to spend time with him before the distance between us grew any larger. Lost in my thoughts, the door to Richard's solar creaked open, and laughter spilled out. A rare, startling sound from the usually grim men who followed him. We're now brothers with the boss. Can you believe it? Laner said, grinning as he stepped into the hallway with the other underbosses close behind. Yeah, now as brothers, let's make him even more proud, Adam responded with a chuckle. I watched in surprise. These men had always been so serious, so composed. Seeing them like this, laughing and at ease, was an unusual sight. My lady, Conrad was the first to notice me standing nearby, nodding with respect. The others followed suit, offering their nods as well. I knew they held me in high regard because of my connection to Richard, their boss, and now, it seemed, their brother too. I returned their nods in silence, and they moved past me, still exchanging smiles and laughter. As they passed, I caught the faint scent of wine lingering on them. They were drunk, I concluded. The door to Richard's solar remained ajar, left open in their haste. I took a deep breath, steadying myself. This was the moment I had been waiting for, my chance to finally have time alone with Richard. Chapter 19. Heating up. Allison Pov. As I walked into Richard's solar, the scent of wine hit me immediately, thick and heavy in the air. My eyes landed on him, seated at his desk, surrounded by empty bottles of Arbor Gold. His golden hair was slightly disheveled, his eyes half lidded with the glaze of too much drink. But then he smiled. One of those rare, warm smiles that made my heart race. For a brief moment, hope surged within me. Could he be back to his old self? I opened my mouth to speak, but before I could say anything, Richard's head lolled forward, his chin resting on the table. His smile remained, but his eyes were unfocused, distant. I took a step closer, unsure of what to do, but before I could act, he lifted his head sluggishly and caught my gaze once again. Allison, he slurred, his voice thick and unsteady. He rose from his chair, but his steps were wobbly, his body swaying as he tried to make his way toward me. Richard, I began, my heart sinking. He was drunk. This was the first time I had ever seen him drunk. This wasn't the Richard the first knew. Before he could take another step, Richard stumbled, his legs giving out beneath him as he crumpled to the floor with a heavy thud. My heart raced as I rushed to his side, kneeling beside him. My hands trembled as I tried to help him sit up. Come on, I whispered, tugging at his arm. Let's get you to bed. He didn't resist, but he wasn't much help either. His body felt like dead weight, and I struggled to guide him down the hall. Fortunately, a couple of the Lionheart girls I taught saw the state he was in and hurried over to help me. Every few steps, he leaned too far one way or the other, nearly pulling us all down with him. I sighed, bracing myself against his weight. His eyes were barely open, lost in whatever haze had overtaken him. The girls exchanged worried glances, but neither spoke as we dragged him toward his room. Is he going to be all right? One of them whispered, her voice barely above a murmur. I nodded, though the uncertainty gnawed at me. He just needs rest, I said, hoping the words would make it true. The girls helped me bring him to his room, then quietly closed the door, leaving me to guide Richard the rest of the way. When we reached the bed, I let him fall onto the mattress, the effort leaving me breathless. But before I could step back, his hand shot out, gripping my wrist firmly, and with surprising strength, he pulled me down beside him. I lay frozen, his arm draped over me. Richard, I whispered, my voice soft, my heart hammering. We'd slept beside each other before, back in the slums when we were just two lost children. But this felt different. His hand rested on my back, his breathing deep and steady, the tension in his body melting away as he drifted into sleep. I tried to move, but his arm tightened around me, like a protective barrier I couldn't slip past. Slowly, I stopped struggling and let myself relax into him, the warmth of his body seeping into mine. My heart still raced, a mix of emotions I couldn't untangle. The steady rise and fall of his chest, the soft sound of his breathing, soon lulled me into a drowsy haze. With my ear pressed to his chest, I could hear his heartbeat, slow and rhythmic. It was like a melody, soothing me in a way nothing else could. The world outside, the smell of wine, and the uncertainty, all of it faded away as I succumbed to the exhaustion that had been weighing on me for days. When I awoke the next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains, casting a warm glow across the room. I blinked groggily, trying to shake off the sleep that clung to me. The first thing I noticed was that I was alone. Richard was nowhere to be found. The bed beside me, where his warmth had been, was now cool and empty. There was a blanket over me. He must have put it on before he left. For a moment, I lay there, staring at the space where he had been, my mind racing. Had he left on his own, slipping away into the early morning without a word? Had he gone back to Castle Rock? A sense of loss tugged at my chest, mingled with the lingering warmth of the night before. I thought back to last night. As much as I enjoyed sleeping beside Richard again, there was a longing for more. A conversation, time spent together, like we used to. But because of his drunkenness, that chance slipped through my fingers. I clenched my fist, frustration bubbling inside me. An opportunity lost. Now, the weight of disappointment pressed down on me. Would I ever get a moment where he was truly present? Where he wasn't consumed by his mission or burdened by the world he was building? The thought left me feeling hollow. Would I ever get another chance to reach him, to talk like we used to? I sighed, sinking deeper into my own thoughts, wondering if that moment would ever come. After a while in thought, I sat up, pulling the blanket around my shoulders, and glanced toward the closed door. As my thoughts swirled, I felt the crisp morning breeze brushing against my skin, carrying with it the scent of the sea. My gaze drifted to the window, and there, sitting on the sill, was a letter weighed down by a bottle of Arbor Gold to keep it from blowing away. I quickly rose, walking to the window, my pulse quickening. The wine bottle felt cool in my hand as I moved it aside, placing it gently on the table. My fingers trembled slightly as I picked up the letter, turning it over. The familiar handwriting sent a pang through my chest. It was Richard's. I'm sorry, Allison, for last night. I'm also sorry for not being there for you. I promise when my mission is finished in Castle Rock, I'll make it up to you. Your dearest friend, Richard. I read the words twice, letting them settle in. His apology, his promise, it was all there, and for the first time in a long while, I felt a glimmer of hope. My fingers gently tightened around the parchment as I pressed the letter close to my chest, holding it as if it could bridge the gap between us. Richard, I whispered to the quiet room, my heart lifting with the warmth of his words. Though there was still so much left unsaid, his letter reminded me that he hadn't forgotten. Maybe, just maybe, we could go back to how it was when our attention was only on each other. Richard Povett was early morning, the sky still cloaked in darkness as the sun had yet to rise. I stood in my room at Castle Rock, having just returned from Lanisport. After writing the letter to Allison and gently placing a blanket over her, I'd made my way back to Castle Rock and made the long climb up the fortress, slipping into my room unnoticed. I was sober now, but a question gnawed at me: how had I become drunk in the first place? I had drank before, But it had never affected me like this. My Wolverine template and my healing factor should have countered the effects of alcohol. Something was different, something I couldn't explain. My body was supposed to heal, to purge the effects of the wine before they had a chance to take hold. And yet, last night, I had been drunk and vulnerable, more human than I'd felt in a while. I looked at my hand. It was shaking, trembling uncontrollably, and my skin felt flushed, as if heat was radiating from deep within my bones. The sensation was unsettling, a gnawing discomfort that grew with each passing moment. With every breath, I felt that heat intensify. The heat had been increasing little by little, intensifying to the point where it was making me feel restless and anxious. I needed to check if something was wrong with my adamantium bones. SSSSSSSs, I hissed, gritting my teeth as I clenched my fist and pushed my claws out. The sensation was sharp, but this time it burned like a hot knife cutting through skin. My bones and muscles felt as though they were on fire, an intense heat radiating from deep inside me, unlike anything I had felt before. Then, suddenly, it happened. A glowing red light began to pulse from my knuckles, and moments later, the familiar sound of my claws extending was accompanied by something I had never seen before. My adamantium claws, usually cold and sharp, were now glowing red hot, as though they were burning from within. What the? I could barely form the words, the sight too overwhelming. My claws, the metal that had been a part of me for a while, were now behaving in a way that defied reason. It was searing, intense, and unnatural. The glow grew brighter, casting flickering shadows on the walls of the room. I could feel the heat radiating from the claws, the metal burning with a fierce, angry energy. I clenched my teeth, trying to control it, but it was only heating up even more. The heat surged, making me stumble backward, knocking over a chair in the process. Sweat dripped down my forehead, and my muscles tensed as if my entire body was reacting to this burning sensation. I staggered to the window, trying to get some air, but the heat was unbearable, suffocating. My breathing quickened, my heart racing. For the first time, I felt powerless against the adamantium that had been a part of me. I walked over to the water bucket near my bed, my steps quick. Leaning over, I stared at my reflection in the still water. My face was flushed, my eyes wide and wild. The glowing red of my claws, pulsing faintly in the dim light, seemed foreign, unnatural. It was as though my own body was turning against me. I dipped the claws into the water, hoping the coolness would ease the heat, but the moment they touched, the water hissed, vapor rising in thin trails. The heat continued to radiate from within, relentless and unbearable. I pulled my claws free from the water, droplets hissing as they fell away. My mind raced, desperate to understand what was happening. What was causing this? The searing pain continued to ripple through every bone, every muscle, as though my blood itself was burning. But my healing factor, stronger than I'd ever felt it before, was holding everything together. I couldn't let it spiral out of control. Gritting my teeth, I focused, willing the heat to subside. The pain still gnawed at me, but I dug deep, trying to force the glow to fade, to cool the heat running rampant through me. Slowly, agonizingly, the red light began to dim. I could feel the fire in my bones flicker, but it didn't extinguish entirely. After what felt like hours, I managed to retract the claws, their red glow fading as they cooled, but the heat still remained, a lingering warmth in my knuckles. The searing pain coursing through my body dulled, reduced to a manageable throb, yet far from gone. My hands looked normal now, healed as if nothing had happened, but beneath the surface, the heat simmered, relentless and unforgiving. I stood there, panting, staring at my body, searching for answers in the lines of my skin, in the bones beneath. But the burning sensation persisted, the ache in my muscles refusing to fade. It felt as though something was building inside me, something that even my healing factor, working faster than ever, could barely contain. My body was healing at a pace I hadn't experienced before, as though it was compensating for something beyond my control, fighting against whatever was wrong. What the hell is happening to me? The thought echoed in my mind, unanswered, while the unbearable heat surged through me like an untamable fire. Chapter 20. Evolution. Richard Pova. A week later, the clash of steel echoed through the training yard as I faced off against Tyrion Lannister. Normally, I would have smiled, using my footwork to dance around him, but today, I moved slowly and efficiently, dodging his strikes with ease. My feet shifted only when necessary, each motion deliberate and precise. I wasted no energy on unnecessary movements. The reason for my restraint was clear. My speed and agility had surged tremendously. I had to control my newfound power. If I allowed myself to move too quickly, I would look like a flea or a cheetah, darting about in erratic motions, movements that would be beyond human comprehension. I was unfocused on my sparring as I fell into my thoughts, contemplating the implications of my evolving abilities. When the moment called for a strike or a block, I found myself flicking my wrist, guiding my sword with effortless precision, tapping it against Garion's blade rather than engaging in full, forceful strikes. Those gentle taps were deceptively powerful, each one pushing him back. My strength had surged to a level one had yet to fully comprehend, and I realized I needed to learn to control it. The memory of 4 days ago loomed large in my mind. A routine spar turned dangerous when I delivered what I thought would be a normal, non-serious strike. My sword had cleaved through the knight's weapon with a sickening ease, and I had barely managed to pull back in time to prevent a fatal blow. The blade had come within inches of cleaving him in half. After observing the myriad changes that had unfolded over the past week, I reached a conclusion. I was evolving, or perhaps even mutating. The transformation was profound, and I could feel it coursing through my very being. I still felt the heat radiating from my adamantium bones, a subtle but constant warmth that had become a part of me. It wasn't as bad as it had been in the beginning, no longer the searing, unbearable pain that had consumed me. Now, it was just a lingering warmth, almost comforting in a way. I wondered if this was the source of my mutation, the very thing that made me what I am. Physically, my abilities had surged beyond what I could have ever anticipated. My strength and speed had increased so rapidly that I struggled to adapt. Each movement felt magnified, as if I were dancing on the edge of my own capabilities, teetering between exhilaration and the danger of losing control. But this wasn't the only development stemming from my evolution. I had also been grappling with my heightened senses, which had become both a gift and a burden. The world around me was alive in ways I had never experienced before, every sound amplified to a painful degree. I could hear Garion's heartbeat, each thud resonating in my ears like a drum, quickening from the exertion of the spar. But his heartbeat wasn't the only one I sensed. I could feel the pulse of every knight and squire training around me. The rhythm of their hearts raced in tandem with the intensity of our sparring, creating a cacophony of adrenaline and anticipation. My eyesight was more acute than ever, allowing me to see every pore on Garion's face, every droplet of sweat clinging to his skin. Not only that, but my sense of smell heightened as well. I could distinguish the scent of the men training, the tang of metal and oil from their weapons, even the crisp aroma of leaves rustling in the breeze. And beyond that, I could feel Garion's movements, my body instinctively anticipating his strikes before they even began. Every step forward or back felt natural, like a dance I had learned by heart. I sidestepped his next attack, countering with a swift strike that met his sword perfectly. My reflexes felt sharper, faster. I moved with ease, stepping forward, backward, and to the side, lightly tapping his sword aside each time. "Galahad, hold up," Garion called out suddenly, his voice sharp and commanding. I stopped mid-motion, instinctively halting at his command. A moment of silence passed, but then, without warning, Garion charged at me, his sword raised in a sudden, uncharacteristic attack. This was new. He had never tried to catch me off guard like this before. Perhaps he thought because I had stopped, I would be vulnerable. But he was mistaken. In an instant, I tapped into my speed. With a single fluid motion, I stepped back to create space, watching his approach carefully. His attack was brash, his legs left wide open as he rushed forward. I knew he was relying on surprise to catch me off balance, but that would not be enough. As he closed the distance, I calmly stuck out one leg, allowing his own momentum to do the work. He stumbled, unable to stop, and tripped over my outstretched leg, crashing to the ground in a heap. Garion groaned, lying on his back, his pride as bruised as his body. "Gods, even when you're distracted, you're still quicker," Garion muttered, looking up at me with a mix of frustration and reluctant admiration. I extended a hand to help him up. "You're not wrong, my lord," I said with a smirk. Garion took my hand, and with a smooth pull, I lifted him to his feet. Despite him being 6 feet 1 inch and weighing around 184 pounds, he felt light as a feather to me. I had to be careful not to use too much force, knowing full well I could easily dislocate his shoulder if I wasn't mindful. Even with the controlled effort, I pulled him up quicker than he expected. Whoa there, Galahad, you've gotten stronger. Garion said with genuine surprise flashing across his face. I shrugged slightly, trying to downplay the changes. But before I could respond, he sighed and shook his head. Man oh man, you're going to destroy those squires at the tourney, Garion said with a hint of pity in his voice. He knew that while I was now perhaps the strongest knight in all of Lanisport and Castle Rock, I still hadn't officially received my knighthood. And for all the strength I had gained, I was still forced to wait. It's a pity. If it were up to me, I'd knight you and be done with it, Garion said nonchalantly, shrugging as if it were the simplest solution. I smiled at his words. Garion was an easygoing man, unlike his brothers. He made friends easily, and I had used this to my advantage, befriending him early on. Thanks for the kind words, my lord. Let alone the squires, I've won against almost every knight here. Those who challenged me were all humbled, I replied confidently. In the early days, I had no friends among the knights or nobles, forced to act weak and unnoticed. But now I moved with confidence. Kevin, Joanna, Garion, Tyget, Jenna, all of them trusted me. Almost all the Lannisters, save for Tywin, who was a harder nut to crack. That's the spirit, Garion said with a smile. The tourney's in a moon and a half. Who knows? You might get knighted by then. Maybe. I mused, though I wasn't entirely convinced Tywin and Kevin would act that quickly. I knew it wasn't just up to Kevin. Tywin held the real power. Tywin, believing I was their bastard brother, thought he had the advantage. He aimed to control me, using my desire for knighthood as a chain. Kevin trusted me, but he was bound to follow his brother's plan. Now then, let's go for a drink in Lanisport, Garion suggested. I nodded, and we began walking toward the barracks to remove our armor. As we changed into our normal attire, Garion gave me a sideways glance. By the way, after the drink, I'll be heading to the brothel. You finally coming along? He asked with a mischievous grin. I shook my head, already knowing where this conversation was going. Right, Garion said, patting my shoulder with understanding. Your mother was a worker in one of those establishments. His tone softened. Your past doesn't define who you are, you know. Come enjoy life with me. I'll show you the best girls. It was a friendly offer, one that had come up many times before. Garion was trying to look out for me, especially with the whispers behind my back about why I avoided brothels. Some knights and nobles questioned my masculinity, their judgments hanging like a cloud over every refusal I made. No can do, my lord, I said with a sincere smile. After the drink, I'll head back here to train. Garion sighed, but he couldn't help but smile at my response. All right, suit yourself. With that, we finished changing, and with a group of knights and squires, we mounted our horses and rode out to Lanisport for a night of camaraderie and revelry. Support the original author by checking out their book, links in the description.